All right, everybody. Nachiketa here, and I am with Act Like You Know 26, Raphael, and we will be talking about some crazy stuff. So, welcome, Raphael. How's it going?
Hi, Nachiketa. Welcome, everyone. I'm doing fine. I hope everyone else is doing as well as they possibly can as well. And yeah, I'm quite excited to have a extended chat about whatever is interesting. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, I mean, look, we're living in crazy time right now, and I think it's good to just get into a lot of different stuff. And the reason why I found Raphael is because I was actually looking at some works by David Ewing Jr., whom I had one conversation with. I people actually don't know, but I don't really like Facebook, and I really refuse to be a part of Facebook. And then I was just like, fuck, there's the only way I'm going to get a hold of this guy is probably make a Facebook. So I did create a Facebook account, but I'm not accepting any friends. I'm not, doing the whole Facebook thing. And I only created it just to get a hold of David Ewing Jr. And actually, he responded and he sent me some books. And I asked him, hey, let's do an interview. And he's like, well, read some of these books first. And then I was like, okay, let me read them first. And then also, meanwhile, I've been just searching for like interviews and Raphael and Zertis. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Is that Zertis? They're the ones.
Exertus, yes.
Zertis, yeah. They're the ones who are doing interviews with David Ewing Jr. I don't know if other people are doing interviews with David Ewing Jr., but basically David Ewing Jr. Is basing his work on Anatoly Fomenko's work of New Chronology. So he's just simplifying it, right? That's what he's doing, as far as I know.
Yeah, well, mainly on one hand, so of course, and I'll say this up front, whatever I'll be saying today, I'm not speaking for anybody else. I'm only speaking for myself. Yeah. So also when speaking of David, it's only what I understand him to do. Yeah. For everything else, directly, please go to him, listen to his own statements. Basically, what he's done is he's incredibly simplified Fomenko, and of course also added his own logical conclusions and whatever has sprung from his own experiences and his own research, and he's adding that to it, or sometimes even just making certain terms more understandable by saying, well, this term could also mean that term. If you put it in the proper context and understand all the environmental variables, then you understand it's the same thing. But maybe Fomenko doesn't mention certain things because of political reasons, who knows what, yeah? And David is a bit more forthcoming with these ideas.
Indeed, he and when I first actually spoke to him on Messenger through Messenger, I was surprised that he could speak some Korean, and he was speaking Korean to me. I was like, oh my gosh, who is this guy? Like I was actually, and fairly well too. I was just like, man, and he's very talented with languages as well.
Well, definitely. He's even, as you can see on his book covers, he's obviously traveled a lot. And yeah, he's into languages. Everyone has, their, how should I say, intricacies and peculiarities. After a few languages, understanding them somewhat, was like, okay, I'm going to quit. Or it's enough for now, also because I don't yet understand, the overarching structure. But of course, if you're someone like David and you're researching, the origins of all these languages and how they potentially could have been forged, I guess it's even more interesting or altered uh, to be able to at least have some basic knowledge of all of those. And yeah, David certainly has at least some knowledge, because I can judge it. I don't speak Korean, for example, in many languages, yeah, and certainly also in some that I speak, like French. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's cool. So let us start from the very beginning of of your journey first, because I want to get to know you a little bit better, and I want to know how you have arrived to where you have arrived, and then maybe we can get into some of the work that of your interest as well, but also of David Ewan Jr. And I mean, you've had how many interviews with him already? Like at least 20, at least 20, if
I
not
actually
more.
have the playlist right here, and here it says 31, but it could be that it's actually more like 40 now, because a few of them are not on that playlist yet, because they're just on preview. So I guess it's, let me see here, 30 that are yeah, at least 30 that are completely available right now, and I guess like 5 extra or something like this, so up to 40 by now. Yeah.
Wow, wow, that's a lot, and they're like 2 3 hours long too. So that's quite a bit of that's a lot of time spent talking about this type of stuff, and each one of them are very different. I mean, they're all very unique. Yes, they do overlap. There's a lot of overlapping ideas, and I would say that I think I have gone through all of them so far. Like I've been binge listening to them for the past several weeks, though, including yours and Zertis. So again, tell us a little bit about yourself, Raphael. Where do you want to start?
Well, I'd almost ask where do you want to start, but maybe in order not to give it too extended, I'll just give maybe the basic background that may appear somewhat relevant. Of course, with these things, what I would always love for people to do, although I understand, individuals are so interesting, all this, some would say jinn or hero worship, which may have its part too. Not that I'm a hero, but, then people start to judge things. Oh, can we trust this guy if he's talking about this information? There's lots of questions about all kinds of people, right? But regardless, I'll give some context that maybe the perspective where I'm coming from is more easily understandable. So I'm born and raised in Vienna, Austria, which technically would be well, at least in old school times, Catholic country. And with old school, I mean, a few decades ago. For some, I would say by now, lucky coincidence, or however you want to call it, I was not baptized. I had no connection to the church whatsoever, which of course now is a big topic in David's presentations. So I did not really get any type of hardcore religious conditioning, I guess. More on the, I don't know, in terms of upbringing, I guess the, how should I say, agnostic or even atheist side, maybe. Yeah. I was always kind of fascinated with all those, stories, mythologies, whatever it could be, at least to the extent that I was like, well, if people are talking about all these supernatural things and so on, at least there should be something to some of that. So I didn't go the hyper materialist route. And the other thing is that I actually went to a humanistic, that's how they call themselves, grammar school or high school, I guess you would say. And the particular thing here, aside from the fact that they claim that this was officially a Jesuit, one of the first Jesuit schools opened in Vienna, of course, only according to official timeline. That's an interesting tidbit. But the real thing is that this is obviously, for lack of a better term, one of these, old Tartarian style, we would call it, Roman whatever style buildings, which not exactly, but actually pretty closely. If anyone ever watched Harry Potter, I just rewatched it for fun. Um, it could have been filmed in that location. Yeah. So this is a place like that. And then, of course, if for 8 years you walk in and out of such a building, and especially imagine you 11 years, you're in front of this door, they tell you this school was built in 1850. In only 3 years, they put the plaquette on the bottom, right? And then you're standing in front of the school. It's your first day of school, let's say. And okay, obviously, I'm not the most bulky individual, but still, yeah, 11 years old and I can hardly open the door. Yeah. Like I have to, my whole body, has to against the door. And they want to tell me this was built as a school. Yeah. So that's where it starts in a way. And then for 8 years going in and outside out that building, never receiving any information about it. Whereas you would think if you're in such a nice building, there should almost be a particular class where you're learning all about it and why they built it. And I don't know what else. Nothing. Yeah? So then many years later, when this could be the next, well, let's see how much do we want to skip now. Maybe there would be the psychedelic part and then it would come back again to the whole reset history part. So how would you like to proceed?
Oh, well, I mean, I don't mind the psychedelic part because, I've had certain psychedelic experiences, but I do want to ask, like, were your parents religious? Like, were they into church? Because I mean, obviously, you were saying that you were the kind of raised agnostic, and that's very similar to my story, though, too. Because after I was adopted, my father was a professor, and even though he and my mother were both raised as like quote unquote Christians, like once he became an adult, and they went to like my grandfather went to a like a Unitarian church, right? And then, but my father after he became a professor, he himself like never went to church. And then they were atheist slash agnostic even till today. So I'm just curious about what your background was, growing up.
Well, I would say growing up, let's say from my, except for maybe a few times as a small child, reciting some basic, I was about to say poem, could be a poem too, prayer with my grandmother, yeah, where it was also more about, I don't know, was that just like the basic thing you say, and this was more like, maybe a nice thing to do with my grandmother a few times. But aside from that, I never went to church because I wasn't baptized. I'm not sure if it's similar in other education systems, but in Austria at least, especially in primary school, it's fun because you have all those names, on the list and they're being read. And then it always has some kind of abbreviation. Either it says, uh, I'm pronouncing it German, Römkat, which would be Roman Catholic, or it says, there is an abbreviation for being Protestant, or it is an abbreviation says OB, which means ohne Bekenntnis, which is without declaration or without religious denomination, something like that, right? So I was one of, I guess, 2 or 3 in primary school class where you would obviously see it that had that marking, let's say. And the real result was that I didn't go to religious education. I didn't go to the main Catholic, whatever they did. The only thing I always noticed is when I came back in there, I think they were using frankincense, I'm pretty sure, because it always smelled so strong. I was like, this smell is kind of nice. Also smells a bit like perfume, but only this smell, like, I really enjoy. Don't know whatever they were talking about. I guess recounting some Bible stories or God knows what, making some, how you call it, with paper or whatever, building something. I don't know. um,
Like
so that
paper
was,
mache,
yeah,
perhaps
yeah, yeah,
paper
yeah.
mache.
Exactly. Is the same term in German. Exactly. So they were doing whatever. I have no clue. So it was funny for me because I was outside of that. And then later in high school, the practical effect again was that I didn't go to religious education, which was great for me because it meant during the middle of the day, we have 1 hour off where you can go to have a coffee or something and just chat, right? Um, yeah, there was not really any contact. The only other contact I had was that I was in the Boy Scouts for a few years. They exist worldwide. Here they were cool and chill and just, going out, doing something in nature. But they have some kind of religious connection. I think the Boy Scouts, at least in Austria, are officially connected to the Protestants because also I'm not sure if I'm saying it right or wrong now, but I just know that there is another youth organization and they are tied to the other denomination of the church, which is also kind of hilarious. Yeah, right? Like every church has their own youth nature group front organization in a way. So with them, I
Yeah.
went, yes. So with them, I went to church maybe even just once. And that was also super funny. I guess I was 10, 11, God knows, 9 years old. And they are there and like, oh, the Holy Communion, and they talk whatever, you stand there. And then it was so funny because the priest is doing whatever he's doing, or he's giving this thing to everyone. And he's not giving it to me, because I'm not whatever, right? And I was like, this is so fun, yeah. So, but aside from this, I only, I guess, have the basic cultural conditioning, whatever, let's say, quote unquote, Western Americanized civilization, European style, with some basic Christian cultural conditioning, whether good or bad, that's like more a cultural thing, but wasn't for me never really tied to any church or any priest because I never had any relation with any of those, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's good. And I feel like we had a little bit of a similar upbringing in a sense that, like my parents never really forced me to be religious in any way. And, but I was a little bit uh like kind of like I was sticking out like a sore thumb because I'm Asian clearly. And then I grew up in Wisconsin, where my small town of Ripon, Wisconsin, where it was like 99.9% white. So, I had to kind of stick out a little bit, but
Okay, well,
it
yeah.
is what it is. So you had a kind of was it like a private school that you went to, like this school, like when you were young, or is that a public school?
All the schools I went to are public schools. The primary school was just a regular school in a new type building, so There was nothing fancy in terms of architecture or anything. Um, and also was a regular school where anyone would go to. The high school, and I'm not, how should I say? I mean, with all the information I know now, I'm not even really believing that, or you have to put it in proper context. But technically, if you would look at lists and so on, that they would say this is one of the top 5 or top 10 public high schools you can go to in Austria. Yeah, basically, because I guess they say,
Okay.
oh, they have this humanist education. And what does this mean? Anyone who studied David knows a bit more of what this. I mean, it can mean several things. Of course, here I would suggest it was more like the, let's say, working class version of humanism, not the high level class version of humanism, but still it included things like learning Latin. Everyone who went to that school had to learn Latin for at least 5 years. And then you had English or French from first class. For me, it was French, which was good because French actually is harder to learn. So there was an English I just learned by myself later. Then you had from third class Latin, and then in fifth class you could, I believe fifth, you could choose. So you could stop doing your secondary language. In my case, it would have been English. So anyhow, I was like, yeah, I'm not crazy to do that. And you could then choose to actually do something like ancient Greek, yeah, which of course is fascinating. But even already with Latin, I was like, I see no correlation to anything except maybe a little bit Italian or French, right? From what I had learned in school, French mainly. And aside from this, the sentence structure is completely insane. And whatever the F they're doing, of course, you learn it again every 3 months for the next test or whatever you're doing, but it could never really stick with me. So that for me was like a sore thumb in terms of doesn't really make sense. No one's talking it. I can't go anywhere to speak in that language like I could with French, for example. So that already was confusing enough for me that I said, okay, I'm definitely not going to do ancient Greek, right? But just this is how you see that this is the big important humanist education. And the school is actually also famous for doing plays of ancient Greek myths or something like that. They were famous already 40, 50 years ago with some great professors and students that made these plays. And probably artistically it's a great thing, but it just shows you what kind of lore they are particularly proud of presenting, and they would be one of the only schools that does it in that way. So here you can still see there must be some remnant to this concept of a humanist, formerly Jesuit school, supposedly education. I just found that curious, right, in retrospect.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of winking and nudging over here, and we're alluding to this type of thing just because, like, we will be getting into, what we're talking about in terms of like, hey, like, what's actually going on behind the scenes, because there's a rhyme and reason as to why things are the way they are. But if you don't know the history, the actual history of things, then it's really hard to make sense of anything that we're really talking about. So this is why there's a little bit of like, tiptoeing around the main topic for now, but we'll get into it for sure. And, like for me though, too, like, because my father was a professor and all this kind of stuff, like when I was in fifth grade in America, I remember like, buying this book about Greek gods and goddesses and being really obsessed with like mythology. Like I was just like, like just like going through the dictionary of all the gods and goddesses and like just I don't know why I was always also really obsessed with like these like fairy tale stories, and I always imagined like what if there was some truth to it, what if there is some actual events that have happened. Of course things can become like exaggerated as we usually do, but what if there's a baseline truth to these stories? So and I was like a little bit of a nerd growing up, as a child, playing video games, and stuff like this. But I was into my own thing. So, anyways, this isn't about myself. This is about Raphael and his journey. So, you went through high school. You went through a pretty elite high school, I would say. Like it's a pretty like the way you describe it, like in American standards, because like I look at American schools and they just cannot be comparable. They can't.
And probably, unfortunately, you really cannot, I guess, because I haven't been to I mean, I have been to the US, but I haven't attended the US high school. Only from what I heard and from what I've seen, it really seems like they even were more successful in trashing the educational system in the US than they ever were in Europe, at least since there is after the Second World War, right? Not talking about whatever they're teaching you, but just in terms of whatever supposed standards they have, or even where they would say, okay, supposedly conveying technical skills such as being proficient in the language or being proficient in mathematics and so on. Although also here, of course, in the past decades, there has been a huge, how do you call it? In German, you would call nivellation, but it's not an English word, a standardization, but towards a lower level. Like it has been watered down basically because everyone now wants to study since, I mean, they always say this. Just like in the third world, here they don't tell you, oh, you need basic education. But here, as in the US, for 50 years, they told you, oh, you're no one if you don't have a college degree. Then everyone wanted to get there and they let everyone through. And then, of course, in the standards everywhere went downhill like crazy, right? And then I guess you have a few schools where supposedly they have a higher standard. Now, as objectively as I can say it, I guess they really did, but it still doesn't really mean anything because it doesn't say anything about how they are teaching you, and it doesn't say anything about what they are actually teaching, right? Which, of course, 95% is the same content as in every other school. And even this, I only realized while attending school. At some point, oh, can we learn about this? Can we learn about this? And the teacher is like, well, there is a plan. And I'm like what? Like there's a plan? Like what are you saying? Yeah. And then you only realize, well, the whole effing system is completely centralized. You have no leeway at all unless you have some crazy professor who just likes going off of his stories, which usually is the most interesting anyhow, right? But then you even just realize, oh, like this system is tied down. Like you're not going to some school to learn something. Yeah. There is an exact plan that everyone has to follow anyhow, right? So yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean that's the whole programming system that we have. It's the indoctrination that we are all a part of, and like, and you're absolutely correct. I mean, they are so successful in American education. I mean, there's a book written that's called "Deliberate Dumbing Down of America." It's like they're just telling you right off the bat, like, they want American people to be uneducated and dumb and not critical thinkers. And look, I have to be somewhat objective here because I've traveled around and I met all kinds of people from all over the world. And to be honest, Europeans are very educated and they're multilingual. They speak at least three languages. So all the ones that I met and more. I mean, like really. And a lot of the Americans, I'm sorry to say, they barely can even speak their own language sometimes. So
I
it's
have to
a
say,
little bit,
and yes, and something that also ties in here, because somehow I just saw, I don't know if it was from a class, maybe a classroom photo or something, and they always have these maps there, right? Which is another huge topic we'll get into later. Even I was wondering, even back then, like, oh, they have nothing here, but there is this huge map, like interesting. But in Europe, even though Europe, of course, is put in the center, at least you have an entire Mercator map. And from this one image I saw is that in the US, apparently, maybe it's not too uncommon to actually only have North America. I'm not sure if that's true, but that's just something I saw. Maybe it was just this one image, but this maybe kind of reflects the mindset for many because they're like, well, the US is so huge. There's so many people, so many things to do. It's kind of self-contained. And of course, you're not exactly encouraged, I guess, to understand all the details about Iranian culture, for example. Yeah. So, yeah.
Well, yeah, and I guess again, is that done deliberately or not? And probably more former than latter, I would say. To just kind of like limit the focus on. It's kind of I think it's a lot like the Truman Show. It's like, okay, this is the world that you're living in, and then accept it for what it is. No need to go out and venture out into the world or anything. No need to know about any other cultures. Because like when I look at America, they have like a hermetically sealed like. View because like the mass media over there is so pervasive in the society, and it's like so different from what everybody else sees around the world. Like they're so well programmed over there. They're like in their own world. They're literally in their own world.
Yeah, pretty much. And I mean, even for me, whenever I watch US, whatever it is, any kind of US news, political or otherwise, yeah, it certainly is obviously a complete world unto itself. I mean, and in this case, also have to consider that country is hosting about, if I'm not lying now, 200 or 400 million individuals. 2 or 400,
Uh,
I think.
300, yeah, 330 million ish, somewhere around there, 300 to 330 million, as for like the population you're asking, yeah?
Yes. So, and just from that point of view, it makes also sense, or it's more easy to create a self-contained system. One of my most favorite terms I recently learned is called complexity illusion. Maybe it applies here or not, but like the system then is structured in a way that's big enough that you can just, see past, oh, there is a second hill over past there. That's enough for me, I guess, as a US citizen, because the terrain in itself, whether media, entertainment, whatever, is so properly built out, because you don't only have a pretty high population for a single country with the same language and some idea of a same baseline culture, but it's also westernized, it's high GDP. So there is many reasons, I guess, to put lots of effort there, right? There's lots of, I guess, energy to be harvested there, however you want to put it. So it's more convenient, I guess, or more logical or effective to have a system a bit bigger. In Austria, you couldn't even produce enough movies to be entertained. You need German movies, for example. You need American movies. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure. So let's continue on with your story. So, like, did you go to college, university? What was the higher education afterwards?
Right. So I was astounded by many friends who then said, "Oh, right after school, I want to go to this or that university." And I was like, wow, I mean, aren't you fed up enough with every day having to get up at 7 in the morning? I mean, that's just, that was just my understanding. So what I did is I actually part-time in the beginning went to a regular university, but only like for a day a week, just to basically check it out. This was in social anthropology, actually. Surprise, I guess. It was okay, but the professors there, this teaching system, it was just before, I guess, they would have switched many things to online. And then you just realize you're sitting there, the guy's saying something very interesting about some culture in Africa or whatever, and their relationships to each other, and how that is socially uh, affecting them, and this and that. Highly detailed, but yeah, nothing that I wanted to spend 3 years with, let's say. So what I did in parallel is I did it's called a, how should I say, self-engineered degree. It's called the Open University, which is actually, I guess, sanctioned by the Queen herself. And I believe that they invented this university in about 1960 or 70s, actually for working class people. So actually for people in the UK that are working and want to study at the same time. I was working a little bit at that time, but mainly I was like, okay, I'd rather just get all the books and things and study in my own time and not be bothered with having to go to university, have to pay for a meal there and all these kind of things, which for me made no sense. Yeah. And there, what I did is basically a composite degree with basic bachelor degree elements of sociology, systems theory, business, even one course on natural and artificial intelligence, which gave some interesting basics. And that then all in the end is like a composite bachelor, which in my case, I like to say as a joke, but it's true, is without honors, because I didn't actually finish it. Because in the very last semester, you can start doing a master's. And I started doing that. I guess I was 22 or God knows what. But then I realized, okay, I'm not going to spend my time anymore, 3 nights or whatever, writing a paper just for my professor. I'm not going to do that for 3 more years. So then I just quit.
Okay, but that's a lot of like, I mean, those I don't know, interests that you have, they vary quite a bit, like artificial intelligence and business and I forgot the other two, but like, I mean, they seem very varied though. So, like, so what did you do afterwards? How many years was it? Like, is that 3 years or 4 years um, that you spent for higher education?
Yes, I guess something like 3 to 4 years. Yeah. So I guess I did it in a somehow relaxed fashion. And then, to cut a long story short, oh, well, during that time, I was still working for different, let's say, small businesses, not getting into too much. The last stint I have was with actually a startup, which was quite well known back then, maybe still is. And I could have stayed there and I had other job offers before where I could have stayed. But then as I started to learn, I'm wondering even what it was about. I'm sure by that point, like by the time I was 19 or something, I definitely had learned about the Federal Reserve and all of that. Then I was watching a lot of Michael Tsarion, for example. I believe this was around 2009, 2010. The old stuff, Origins and Oracles, back then when you can find it on certain sites that now are usually banned, at least from regular connection. Watching all of that, so I knew about that, and then had tried different things, but then I basically withdrew from general business and working life for almost 10 years, I guess, in a regular sense. I did different things for friends and this and that, but I didn't really work in a regular way because I said to myself, and maybe that's kind of conceited, but that's okay, was that I see myself, and I think everyone should see themselves this way, yeah, as both their time too valuable, and as themselves, their mind, their body, however you want to see it, their beauty, whatever they like about themselves, to be too effective and too important to be lent out in any way, shape, or form to a system that ultimately only serves to, in the end, damage you or cause you. There's this nice term in German called Raubbau, which is like exploitative mining, yeah, where you're, exploiting yourself in some way, and just as worse, exploiting other individuals. And if you're really somewhat clear about that, and you can think in a systems way, at least a little bit, then you realize almost all the businesses eventually lead back to some kind of crazy oil company, to some kind of BS car manufacturer, weapons manufacturer, or some other BS. In the end, if you really trace it back, if you see where the money is
Yeah.
actually coming from. So I was like, okay, I'm just going to step back for a few years because, and even to today, without mentioning the story, one particular product brand I was involved in, because I very briefly worked as a more or less freelancer for a marketing company, and they still exist, and they're basically selling poison. And 10 years ago, I still see ads, and I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe I actually not really was involved with them too much. Yeah, and it wasn't my fault that they got big or anything, right? But just where you can really see, how should I say it? I think it matters where you put your energy. Later, you can also always say it was a learning. Maybe I did something I wouldn't do anymore. And I want to say, in a way, I wouldn't judge anybody for anything they've done, really. I think I would say that now. But still, if you have some awareness, then you rather not do things where you can already see, oh, down the road, this is working against my own interest and the interest of my brethren or whoever. Yeah. So, yes.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, it is true that we live in a bit of a parasitical society, and like everything is owned by like Vanguard and BlackRock and Blackstone or whatnot.
Now it's
Anyways,
even
and
official. Yes.
yeah, it's official now. So there's no conspiracy behind any of this anymore. I mean, like before, some time ago, we had to kind of dig a little bit, find out who's associated with whom, but it's just the same company that has got different brands, different logos in front of it, more or less. It's the same monolithic structure that we have to deal with. I mean, you can't live with them, and really, you can't live without them. Also, at this point, though, too. So, like, I can't judge people because we have to put food on the table as well, right? And I also try to limit my contact with society in general because I'm like a little bit of a hermit living out in the woods in a hut in the Himalayas. But even I still have to deal with people to some degree. But fortunately for me, I can pick and choose the people that I want to quote unquote deal with more so than before when I was living in a society. Especially in Korea, where you're just like living with like 10 million other people in Seoul, and you're just like rubbing shoulders with them all day in the subway, stuck like sardines in the
Literally.
subway
Yes.
together. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, like that was a lot of fun. But anyways, let's continue. Let's continue on. So, I mean, because I can kind of tell by, like your graduation timing and stuff like that. You're a bit younger than me. I'm guessing you're about 10 years younger than me or so, around that. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Pretty
So
exactly. Yes. Yes.
okay, good. So what went on? Like, because like, hey, everybody anybody who is anybody within the truth community knows about Michael Tsarion. Origin and Oracles is still pretty decent, I would say. Like, I mean, without the whole globe cosmology, you still have a lot of really good information there. That Michael Tsarion, he's a big hitter. You know,
And I
I
have,
like
have to
him
say,
still.
I have one good friend. He's watched his recent Unslaved podcast. Now it's a subscription-based model for like a few bucks. And he says there's really good stuff also what they're releasing now on psychology and all kinds of deep dive things. So he's still doing great work from what I can understand. Of course, there is this one potential dissonance or whatever thing not to be discussed, or where people are being name called too quickly. But okay, we can talk about that later.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, everything really is up in the air, and like as far as like somebody is an agent or controlled op or whatever this type of stuff. I don't really worry about it so much, just because like the truth will come out in the end, in regards to the intentions of people, and the thing about people is that they mix the truth and the lies together. Even if you're the bad guy, you still share some amount of the truth. That so it's our job to discern what the truth is, and that's not just me, that's for everybody who's listening. It's your responsibility to make sure whatever information that I'm sharing or anybody else is sharing is true. Just because I say it or Raphael says it or anybody else says it, that doesn't make it so.
Yes, as I love to say with these things, and maybe the thing I kind of skipped now because I just said, okay, 10 years not really doing any business. I had time to get into archetypes, into tarot, a bit into astrology, and then started doing these podcasts. And one thing I always like to say is no matter how you slice and dice it, I also did channeling, whatever, yeah, you're never let off the hook. You're never let off the hook from using your own discernment. You're never let off the hook that you, especially once you're somewhat of an adult, you make your own decision. You're responsible for your own decision, for filtering the information. And there most likely is nobody you could completely agree with. And if you do, you should actually look twice, yeah, because everyone is unique, right? And it's, yeah, like you said, everyone's own responsibility to discern the truth, and discernment probably is the most important skill everyone can hone, again, only for themselves. It's not something you can necessarily copy from somebody else, or maybe you can learn some systems or methods or perspectives, but still you cannot just copy whatever data they collected because it's for them, it's their view.
Yeah, it seems to me, at least to me, that that is one of the lessons of uh, being a creature living in this world, is that you have your own faculties, you have your own processes, you have your own methodologies to come to some, understanding of so-called the truth, right? And so, yeah, you can probably, look at somebody else, and like, like they say, like all roads leads to Rome type of deal. You're gonna have your own path to go up the mountain. You might take the hard path. You might take the long and easy path. Whatever, whatever works for you. So it's not for me to decide what works for you. I know what works best for me. But anyways, let's continue on. So um, are we caught up yet, or is there something more to be talked about in between
So we
you
basically,
finishing?
yes,
Yeah, yeah.
we're basically gonna skip forward or fast forward to 2017, 18, let's say. So the only
Okay.
other thing that happened in that time, I was getting into tarot, learning about all of these things, archetypes, more like, how should I say, even just psychological self-exploration, especially after you've been in contact with any regular school or society, I would claim probably need a few years to decondition yourself anyhow, at least, even if it's a conscious effort, yeah. So busy enough with doing that. Also, of course, without getting too much into details with that, but I just saw on your YouTube, I think the most popular video, is it called DMT Breakthrough Experience?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That
Yes.
that that is one of the, because that was, I was talking about my journey of how I have arrived, and I made like a whole video just about my DMT experience.
Perfect. Yeah. So that's certainly, let's say, this aspect plays a part as well. And without getting into too many details, some of it is even written down on my website. On the very back end of the website, if someone goes to index and then scroll down to the essays, I've even written some things about that during that time, 2012, 13. Maybe this is a relevant point where I had my first, let's say, revelatory psychedelic experience with, I would say, not, how should I say, very low grade ammunition, basic weed, as people would say. And for some reason, I don't know why I'm wired this way, or I was already on that path, but basically I wrote this essay about it to anyone who wants to know more. But I basically then went around to my friends and said, like, oh my God, guys, like, it's the Matrix. You know, we were just chilling out smoking, and somehow it just, I don't know, time and space in front of my eyes were crushed. I could see some kind of strange perspective. I don't know exactly what I saw, what the experience was, but I just know, and this ties back to other things we will discuss today, that I said, okay, either now I'm going completely insane because I'm apparently seeing or perceiving things I shouldn't or couldn't or whatever. Other people would say hallucinations, whatever. Or I take this as valid, whatever information I'm gleaning here, which basically was that everyone is eternal and immortal in a way, which is something you don't really know if you're brought up atheist, let's say. And it was incredibly relevant to me because up until that point, I was like, oh, I can understand the transhumanists and so on. Of course, you want to live eternally, whatever this means. If otherwise, the connection would just be cut, right? If there is no further experience. So that was definitely a threshold point for me. And then after that, basically exploring more and more of that. There is too much to say about this, too much about how one should be cautious and setting and 100 million other things and pitfalls and ideologies, which I'll not get into now. But I would just say overall, along with also then doing tarot and some channeling, it just really helped me like to open up even more. And basically, I would say maybe this was even part of some kind of cognitive dissonance containment training or something like this, that you're able to play with the wildest ideas of aliens and whatever, and you can stay calm, ideally, right? Or you can stay contained. And then, of course, later when we get into whole alternative timelines, I believe that's like a skill or expertise I somewhat trained that can certainly be transferred to what we'll be discussing now. Maybe that ties it
Yeah,
together.
yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. Because like people have to remember that we are programmed in a particular way. We are indoctrinated in a particular way. So the whole idea of giving you this perception of reality, which is not true, is false. That's the whole idea of the truth movement, of people like coming to the realization that just about everything that you've been taught has been a lie. Just about everything. Everything that you think
Just
about how
about.
the government works, yeah, like really just about everything, and it's a big shock when, because like thing is, people are very comfortable in the lie. It's like a warm blanket. You've been wrapped around in this warm blanket all your life, and then all of a sudden, you take the blanket away and it's cold, it's blizzardy out there, you got to go and walk around a little bit, you got to get your body moving, right? And it's a shock, it's a shocking experience for people. And that's why for me, I like to kind of rattle the cage a little bit. I like to, hey, look at it. Look at it. How can it be? Look at that, shuttle on the moon. Look at it. Look at that, lawn chair of like a golf cart. It's got no tire marks. Look at it. It's like paper mache. Like eighth graders could do a better job making the shuttle. Come on, just look at it. Just gotta like rattle the cage a little bit, right?
As some researchers like to say, it looks like a tree house built on crack.
Okay, sure. I mean, like really, like, are you fucking serious about that thing? I mean, like, and three guys, like lived in it for like days and weeks, going to the moon, and that one poor guy who was the one left behind, panning the camera up as it's like, flying away. I mean, like, what happened to him? But anyways, let's not get into it too much because there's a that's another rabbit hole in itself. So let's just continue chronologically speaking with your
Yes.
life, and then
Now we're pretty much
let's see
getting there.
where you are. Yeah.
Yes, with this condensation of about 10 years, we're basically now there. It's 2018, and I love to recount this story, I guess. I don't know, because I like the game, or I like the way it makes you think, or I don't know. A game called Crusader Kings. This was Crusader Kings 2. I'm not sure if I was yet playing the Game of Thrones mods, which I can wholeheartedly recommend, and it's really fun. It's basically a map painting game. So you see a map, yeah, in front of you, a map of the world, let's say, and you are a feudal lord. You own a country, or you're a whatever it is in official history, right? And all you do is, it's a role-playing game. You can marry, you can do all kinds of things, you can wage war, and then through that you can take over more land. What it does, of course, number one, is it's helping you, I want to say, with the pharaonic divide and conquer mindset, if that is your goal in the game, whom to marry, which alliance to break, all of this kind of way of thinking, very Machiavellian, of course, right? But also what it does is you just look at this map and then it tells you, for example, there's a scripted event, just one example, in about 900, there is the Hungarian migration. Yeah, officially, or in this type of culture, my father is Hungarian, I'm half Hungarian, even though I'm born and raised in Vienna. So I have more connection to this, a little bit more, or interest. And then I'm like, okay, that's great. So this is whatever this, Europe is already Christian, like since ever. Yeah, since the timing starts in 900 or 500 or whatever. And then in 900, suddenly, these armies spawn in Khazaria or something, and they invade this and that. And you just notice, well, this is supposedly built on official stories and timelines. Of course, it will not strive to be super exact, maybe, but still, they take whatever information they take from official history and what is commonly accepted. And then you just look at this map for hours and hours and whatever is happening, and you think, like, can this really be, is this really possible that all of, I'm not sure. Can you understand the way of example I want to give?
Yeah, I mean, like it's just how would I say this? Like there's a timeline that's been given to us. I'm guessing, like like we've been Christian all of our lives and stuff like this, and then this army, who is like foreign, that came out of nowhere, right? Is that kind of what we're getting at? The Hungarian, like, are you
Yeah.
talking about
Well,
the
in this
Attila the
case,
Hun?
it's just Hungarian armies that are just spawning. It's a scripted event. So whatever happened before, suddenly the armies appear, right? So of course it's a
Okay,
game.
okay.
It's a game mechanic where it's not something dynamic that happens out of the elements set in place, but it's an extra element
Yes,
that
yes.
just triggered and appears. And that's only one example.
Is it
Yes.
is a computer game? Is a computer game?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's
Yes.
a
Yes.
yeah.
It's a
Okay.
it's a computer game, and you basically just, and this is the main thing, you mainly stare at a map all the time. You stare at the map, which is kind of cool because at least you learn about how today different places are called and how in official history maybe certain empires were called and all of that. But to me, I always wondered, even with, again, Hungarian and German or so many other things, I was always like, it doesn't really appear to me so organic, let's say, whatever's happened in the past century or centuries. I could never imagine how languages could develop in this way, or even cultures and religions could develop in this way, if it would have been an organic process where there was not super heavy editing, right? So I had always wondered about this. Anyhow, long story short, long story long, I'm playing this game, and while I'm doing that, I'm always listening to podcasts. Back then, I was listening to Sarah Westall, a pretty cool Canadian journalist who's done many very interesting interviews. She's even interviewed, for example, Stellium 7, who talks about the petrified giants. Pretty cool. And back then, she was interviewing Sylvia Ivanova from New Earth Channel. And the main thing I picked up from her was just this idea, oh, what about the carbon dating? What about these strange roads? And more or less, what about the boot that's supposedly ancient, but then we figured out it's from Second World War, right? So I was like, this piqued my interest, obviously. And I guess from there, I kind of more got into this topic. I had already known Jim Kincaid, who is my co-host, or who is the main host of Team Rabbit Hole, the podcast you can find on my channel. We're close to 300 episodes now, where we do something similar to what you're doing here, letting people tell their story and however they woke up and whatever topics they're interested in. And he knew, well, I was researching the topic and I saw who were the guys I could find. One of them, of course, was Andreas Exerdes. And then I realized, oh, my friend Jim, who I had contacted online initially through a DMT experience he shared. So again, this interesting connection. I just reached out to him, was like, oh, this sounds cool. We started talking. We talked for 2-3 years on and off. And then I said, like, oh, let's do a podcast. And then pretty soon I was like, oh, this topic interests me. You're already friends with Andreas online. Let's invite him. And yeah, then we did many shows with him, I guess. And that already kind of brings us to today. And I can almost finish off this part, because he then, at one of the Team Rabbit Hole episodes, actually randomly pulled on David, who was kind enough, because back then we even used a special application and so on. And still he managed and he got through and he was joining. And there were 2 other individuals or something, guests. And he just like, yeah, and by the way, the Egyptian pyramids are fake and this and that. And she was only like, oh my God, I don't know, maybe this is too much for me. They didn't really know what to do with it. And all that I heard was like, oh, I never heard this before. Why would anybody claim this? This is not something that you get popular with, even in any alternative scene. So I definitely need to know more. And that's when somehow, somewhere, I reached out to him. We did the first 2 interviews, which are the first ones published on my channel, but they were actually created a year earlier, because this was still the wonderful crisis time. It was like, I'm not uploading anything on YouTube just to get banned. Um, and then I put it there, and then we got again in contact, and we just started doing more interviews, because I guess we get along well enough and we enjoy doing it. And of course, it's important to the both of us to share this type of information. And I guess that's then fast forward the past 2 years, more or less, how we get here.
Amazing. And life does work in strange ways, and it's like it's not really pre-planned. And like, for me, when I think about my quote unquote awakening experience, it's like you just sometimes like run into things. It's inexplicable for me, like how it happened. It just like landed on your lap in a way, and then I just like start
Yes,
to look at it, and yeah.
yes, I would just qualify that, because I would say it definitely still matters whether you're open, and I think it also matters whether you're seeking. So I don't really think it's random in the end. I think you're really tuning yourself, and then you just put on the best smile you can, and confidence and self-love, and you just go on. But if you really want to know, and this honestly has been my experience so far, I'm quite astounded myself how well this works. But if you really want to know, I believe at least you'll find out all kinds of things, whether it's something personal, individual, about whatever, or whether it's bigger things. If you really want to know, at least you will find out more than what you've known before. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's a very good point to be made, is that no matter how much, propaganda that they're using against humanity, if people really want to know the truth, they can't stop it. And they know it, like but that's the thing. The willingness has to be there. The openness has to be there, and but also, what I was really getting at is that there is a little bit of we all get help. Let's be honest, like the work that we are receiving is like, the work that's been done by people like the giants like Anatoly Fomenko. And if you read Anatoly Fomenko,
Are
he
we
talks
now,
about like
sorry to
there.
interrupt, are we now standing
Yeah.
on the shoulders of giants?
Literally, we might be. We literally might be standing on the shoulders of giants. But like, but like these people, they put in a lot of effort and they put in a lot of work uh, before, to produce the content that they have made, like Anatoly Fomenko, David Ewing Jr., right? And so, like, and like, yes, it's a kind of a luck to me to find that. It's like, and then like having the curiosity to, open the few pages of it, and then being more curious as to know, okay, I want to know the rest of the book based on this, right? So, this is like kind of like, yes, there's a part about yourself wanting to know, but there's a part of the outside world actually have been working on this and working towards something for some time now.
Yes, yeah, completely agreed. Yeah.
Awesome. So here we are. We are in year 2024. Today is the February 13th of 2024, and time is flying. I tell you, like the last year and most of this year has been just flying by. I don't know about you guys, but for me, it just seems like every day I feel like I don't really have enough time, to do all the things that I want to do. And if you guys are kind of in tune to what I believe is happening, things are ramping up. Let's not kid ourselves, things are happening in the world, and there's all kinds of stuff that's happening. And we didn't get here willy-nilly, did we?
Well, especially when we talk about timelines and so on, it's the other question, and that's, I guess, not irrelevant question. How often has it been said that we are now living in the time of transformation? I cannot say, and there could be that definitely an argument, especially with microchips in different ways, internet and so on, that there is an acceleration. And just from my individual experience, but this can also simply be due to having more chronological experience in this incarnation, it seems to be speeding up. So I almost want to take a devil's advocate here and be like, well, what if, the Kali Yuga, Satya Yuga, whatever, that's just another random thing. The Aquarius, anyhow, people are not so sure. Is it now? Is it in 20 years? Or is this other thing more important? Yeah. I just want to throw that out there. Just this question, if the time of change isn't a programming unto itself, something to contemplate. At the same time, everything always is changing. And unless we want to be completely defeatist, it only makes sense, and there is various good reasons to believe that it is up to each and every one individually, primarily for your own life, whatever you can achieve in terms of health and wealth and love, and also by, I guess, somewhat logical consequence, it's the same for the collective. So whilst I'm a bit wary about any prophecies and all of that, because a lot of that is also just agenda planning, as we know, um, it's still probably valid, right? That it is a time of change and it is up to each and every one. And then you can even choose whatever mythology you like, which allows you to ease yourself into it. Because I think so often we are caught between these two poles. The one would be the traditional Christian chastising, oh, you're bad, Jesus already died for your sins, and I don't know what else, like you're small, you can't do anything. And the other side maybe would be the overly American big mouth, in the worst case up to, let's call it, maybe it's the proper term or not, Luciferian, I am God and you are maybe something or not attitude, and how to find the sweet spot there. um
Yeah. No, I mean, like that's what I would consider like really the new age kind of mentality of, like, and so you have on one end like solipsism, and nihilistic like point of view. It's YOLO, this is the only life, and then there's no meaning to life or anything, and then only meaning is like pleasure, good times, like you only live once kind of deal, and then after you die, everything is black anyway. So who gives a fuck, right? And then you have this Aleister Crowley like mantra of do what thou wilt, do whatever you want, forget about the consequences, about on any impact on the rest of society or even to yourself. As long as it makes you feel good, go ahead and do it. So we're working with kind of like a Hegelian dialectic, philosophically speaking. On one end, you got like nihilistic point of view. On the other end, you think you're the creator of everything. This is also a little bit out there for me. So again, like, where's the balance? Where's the point where you're like, okay, yes, I am a manifester. I can be creative and all this kind of stuff, but let's humble ourselves a little bit here, right?
well, I guess again it's depending on what is required for your own mindset and how you can even operate. It's there's also, I guess, a matter of practicality in a sense. And the one thing I mentioned earlier, which really was, I still kind of believe that, maybe it's true or not, one of the most important things, however you can perceive that or experience that, is really this main question: is there a black screen after death? Like, is the experience just cut and it's done and it doesn't matter? Because then it would lend itself very much to, oh, I maybe want to experience this or that. Oh, no problem, I'm just going to exploit someone because anyhow I only have one life, and then my cells disintegrate and that's it. But if there is an information field, if there is some transference of something, then there is an interconnectedness, or even if it's just true that the other individual is me on some level. And from that point forward, obviously I relate very different to myself and to the world. And I would also say that even with things like Crowleyan sayings, it also says love is the law, love on the will. Could also be discussed what that is. But probably here, even just like with the Bible and whatever other scriptures and gurus you have, it still so much depends on the individual interpreting and using that system as to whether it would actually be. So I want to say even a Crowleyan approach can be a great individual, which is very altruistic and wanting everyone to be happy and safe. So that's the other thing that's, I don't know, complicating the thing, or again, going back to what I said earlier, you're never really let off the hook. Yeah. So it's always up to you. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's a very good point. I mean, it is a kind of a philosophical point of view about, like, I mean, like, who doesn't want kind of this kind of utopian way of being, everybody's doing well, everybody is like but again, like, it kind of comes down to, it's like are you impacting other people in a negative way? Like, are you harming people? Are you limiting people's freedom? Are you actually, like, like psychologically damaging them? All kinds of stuff is actually available to us, and we know we're capable of a lot, and we've been programmed ourselves, and we know humanity has been abused and used throughout history. And we can get into that a little bit, because like when you really go into this alternate history, there's a lot of dark stuff in there. And so just keep that in mind for PG-13, PG-18 for everybody out there, because some of the stuff that we're going to be talking about is going to be quite dark. I'm afraid, because like if you really start to look into the dark ages, it wasn't just about ignorance. It's about something else though too. So, anyways, where should we start in terms of okay? Here's a question I have. Like, so, you got in contact with David Ewing Jr. You reached out to him? Did you like message him? Like somebody gave you the contacts for him, and then you're like,
Sorry,
"Hey, I want to talk
just
to you."
randomly. Sorry again to interrupt you, but for anyone into symbolism and so on, look here. This is something I got from my dear grandmother. Here you have the Tartarian owls or Illuminati owls, depending on how you, the owl is one of the symbols of Tartaria, right? It actually pretty much looks like this one. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. There you go. So you just turn the cup around a little bit and let everybody see the the what is it? Moloch. It's Moloch symbolism, right?
Yeah, I guess that would be the
Yes.
negative term for it. I see it in a neutral way, but yeah, I was just like, it's kind of funny that I have this cup just today.
Well, like for myself, my parents really love owls, and we had like owl like paintings in our kitchen and in our living room. We had at least three owl paintings. I painted them an owl when I was in university. If I can find it somewhere, I might show it later. So, and we get the word parliament from a group of owls, though, too, in case anybody is interested in knowing that, because a group of owls, when they're in a group of together, it's called a parliament.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that. That's a good one. Nice.
Yeah, yeah. Because you know why? Because why owls are wise is because they can see through the dark. They can see in the dark. That's why they're wise, and they're quiet. When they fly, they don't make any noise, right? So that's why they're very wise birds, and birds to be respected.
Nice. Very nice. I wholeheartedly agree. So I was interrupting you with the cup.
No, 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 it's okay. So yeah, I was just saying, like, like you got in touch with David Ewing Jr. You messaged him or something, and then so how did it all begin? Like, let's talk about your interviews
Yes.
and how it
So
began and what. Yeah.
all I can say, if I remember correctly, so I got into contact with him through that one podcast where he talked about the pyramids. And again, all I heard was, this is something I never heard before. This is not something that would make you popular. So I definitely want to learn more. Just from my basic heuristics, and anything I could glean from David was like, oh, these topics, this is, I'm not sure how to say it. This is, yeah, not something you make yourself popular with. But it seems there is too much validity to it, and too much reason, and too much evidence. And since I am interested in truth for whatever reason, as a pastime, I don't even know um, how one would reason for that, or maybe it's just basic human curiosity. And also, of course, if you want to have any chance of resolving trauma, probably makes sense to learn what actually caused it and how to help everyone calm down, right? It's all kind of related. So I guess we just contacted each other on Facebook. I guess I just got his contact from Andreas or something like that. We did the first 1, 2, 3 interviews. Like I said, by now this would be 2.5 or 3 years ago, something like that. And somehow it occurred. I cannot exactly tell you how. I guess David decided he wanted to do more interviews, and then we just got into the flow of doing stuff regularly. I guess from really quite regularly from last year autumn. Then a few shows in spring. Then there was a bit of a break, and then really producing a lot again from this autumn onwards, like 2 shows a month at least, almost. Yeah.
Yeah, and I actually I just shared now your latest interview with David Ewing Jr. about Arabic is older than the Bible. Now we don't have to go into that topic right now because that's also a very big topic. But I just want like because like for me, I had to listen to it like at least twice, and I'm still trying to listen to it again because he talks very fast and he talks about a lot of different ideas that I have never really heard before. And so, like, I just wanted to share with people that, hey, go ahead and check that out. I thought it was fantastic, the information that was given. But like going into this, and what about Fomenko? Like you said that you got into Fomenko. Like, how did that occur? And what have you read from him? And what are your opinions about it?
So it's very simple. I I believe I'm not sure if I had heard of Fomenko himself before that, or only in association with that interview with Sylvie Ivanova potentially and Sarah Westall, or then later maybe through Andreas or through David. I just know then I was like, okay, I want to check this out, and I just opened it up and was like, okay, this is great. Yeah, it's highly detailed. However, just like with the scripture, like the Bible, or for all that matters for me, probably with the Torah and everything, it would be the same, or with the Quran. Since I don't properly understand the context and there's too much data for me that I'm lacking, I just made a very simple cost effectiveness analysis and said, okay, before I'm going to study all of that and come up with my own smart ideas, I'll first spend my time and energy to let David talk about it as much as he wants and explain everything from his perspective. Because even then, if I would decide to make a wholesale study of this myself, I will have more very relevant context. That because it's always about these perspective shifts. Like, I'm sure you know examples with the Bible, for example, where they then can say, oh, is the light the burning bush? Is it his psychedelic experience? Is he smoking weed? Or is it the lights from the UFO shining down? And depending on which context you have, the whole thing could mean a completely different thing. And since I just kind of realized that that's the case also with Fomenko, I just said, okay, I rather focus on that. So I cannot give a qualified opinion on Fomenko's works aside from what David has explained and the pages that he's shown. I've only looked at the first few pages just to see, what it is, let's say.
Yeah, and I think it's good to just let everybody know, out of like, a little disclaimer and caveat, that, Flamenco is not alone in the work that he does. He has like about 1,000 people who's working with him and under him, and and the Russian government is also closely watching this stuff, so he can't maybe express himself as fully as he may want. I think David was kind of alluding to that he has to kind of, you know, be more or less careful. I mean, yes, when you get into this alternate chronology type of thing, and then you're talking about like actually completely throwing a wrench in this historical narrative that we've been taught, the Scaligerrian timeline, Scaligerrian plus Patavius. Go ahead.
I just made another Masonic hand sign. Who knows? I'm just thinking because, I also watch these channels where people are over-interpreting what people are doing with their hands. One of my favorite sentences is, only a puppet talks with their hands. If anyone knows the channel, which I cannot recommend enough, again, take it with a grain of salt, but do you know the Mag Bitter Truth channel?
No,
All right.
I do not.
This is a special treat to anyone who's into all kinds of conspiracies and wants to see something that can also be incredibly entertaining. And he's on a similar wave with space and many other topics. Some topics I may not agree with, but it's the most hilarious presentation of conspiracy-related things you will ever find. And he loves to say, only puppets talk with their hands. He's a very funny guy. Anyhow, what I wanted to say about the Scaligerrian timeline, because I just briefly checked out whatever interview Tucker Carlson made with Putin, that is all the rave right now. And what does Putin do in the very beginning? And I was laughing, he just started. And then he's like, oh, give me half a minute, 1 minute to talk about Russian history. Yeah, he talks for half an hour or something. But the thing is, he starts with, yes, in the year 700. And if you know anything about Scaligerrian time, you already know, I'm sorry, you're already lost, And if you understand that what Fomenko did, and that's why he probably was somewhat camouflaging it, it pulls the rug from any nationalism and any of these modern, it pulls the rug, any modern religion, anything, you know. So maybe that can kind of explain why also potentially Fomenko was in some cases more careful with his wording or with the terms he used. That's only my assumption.
No, absolutely. I mean, and when you are somewhat familiar with this alternate timeline, and I'm by no means any kind of an expert, but like I would say I have some idea as to what the theories are, you know, and where they come from. And then when you listen, because I've listened to the Tucker Carlson versus and you know, Putin interview. I mean, how
Versus.
can you not? You know, you know, and like, you know, it's really interesting to listen to this like the historic, because like that's why it's so important to know the true history of things, because you know, like they're always going to go back to their scalagerian history and then claim like this is the origin, this is what happened. And if not what happened, then we come to the realization that's not actually what happened. It's something entirely opposite, actually completely opposite happened. Then, you know, we can put the blame on the right people, we can put the blame on the right event of things, you know. So that's important. That's the important reason as to why we are getting into this alternate new chronology of things.
Yes, and if you would consider it, so let's say the same thing, let's use the Ukraine thing because it's cooled off a bit, but the same applies with the Gaza conflict. The first, let's say, naive, Americanized, I have to be careful which TV channel I'm choosing, whatever, view, same in Europe, would first be, oh my God, Ukraine is being attacked. It's a sovereign state, you know? Oh my God, its democracy is in peril, this and that. All right, all right. Next level, which of course would be smart to consider, would be like what happened before, what kind of government is there, what is happening there, why, and everyone can look this up. It's very sad. On Google Trends, you can look for a term called, I'll even abbreviate it more. I've already mentioned it on other shows. Human T, yeah, or even of children. And you look at the data, and you look at the data for Ukraine. And I made screenshots 2 years ago or something. It looked pretty bad. And interestingly enough, the search results got higher the more west you got on the heat map, let's say. And I even only noticed because it was like place 2 on world rankings. I was like, what the F? Like Ukraine is up there. Why are people searching for the term in Ukraine? And then I checked again half a year or a year later, and they said, oh, we're so sorry, there's no data available for this, when I had seen the data a year ago or something. So many, many topics here, but then you would go to the Russian side and be like, okay, let's understand their history. Why do they feel threatened by NATO? All of that. It's all understandable. It's also a valid point of view. However, here you can also see it's again being justified through history, as you mentioned, and as Putin does in his interview, basically. And the main question I want to ask is, how much of that history, like you said, actually is accurate, and how many wars or conflicts could even potentially ever be created and made to flare up if they would not have this history as a justification? Because I believe any
Yeah.
conflict is based on that. Every time, whether it's 9/11 or whatever, it's always about, oh, this happened, and we know the proper interpretation of what happened, and this is why we are justified. When the real problem is that in actuality, most likely, the pharaonic system and the membership club, which is sitting in, for all matters and purposes, the highest levels and top out of sight levels of all supposed governmental and commercial and banking and religious and other educational, scientific, academic structures, they actually have their own membership and they work in their own interests, just like with any parliament or Congress. Of course, you could say they are divided between the party lines, but they all, on a very basic level, have a very high paying job. So there are certain things they still will not mention or do, which could threaten all of their jobs. It's a basic club idea. And if you add that on top of it, then you can be like, well, okay, you both have nice stories and propaganda as to why it's justified, but actually you are both in your membership club. For you, it's just like playing cards. But there is real populations that you are responsible for brainwashing, actually, that are suffering immensely. And it's always, you know, the entire population is suffering, and those few at the top, they'll always find a way out. It's not ever their problem, really, but it's always those individuals that are instigating the conflict. And only when we know the real history and the backgrounds and the alternative ideas and really consider them and find out what is true, then we can probably realize it's almost always those guys. It's never general animosity. And even if there was, it was usually engineered over decades through all kinds of, thresholds and valves and so on. And again, engineered. Of course, it comes back to the people that it's also at least part of their own ignorance. But this is always the conversation I have with David, like, who's at fault? I'm like, well, but also consider, how many decades we've had very tight and effective brainwashing. So here we are.
Yeah, I mean, like that's always the saying. I mean, essentially, both sides are at fault. The ones who instigate it and perpetuate the lies and such, and the people who are buying it and then going to wars for the wrong reasons. The ones who end up pulling the trigger for the reasons they gave. I mean, even in the recent history of like the September event, which I like to say, people bought in with a lie, right? And then they went and it justified the war in the Middle East for America. But like that's already been planned out for a very long time. It's a ritual in itself. I mean, like building those buildings in 1968 and then dropping them in 2001 is 33 years, and it's like a kind of a very weird coinkydink. I mean, even the movie 2001 Space Odyssey was filmed in 1968, right? Talking about 2001. So I mean, these kind of things, and it's talking about basically artificial intelligence taking over, how it's going to betray people, stuff like that. But before we continue, I want to address this question real quick. Lord Off Abels says, how could quote unquote conspiracy types believe a major world power would facilitate the truth through their science academy? Constant hypocrisy from the truth community. I am not entirely sure if you are talking about us and our alluding to
I
Anatoly
assume he
Fomenko.
talks about Fomenko, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, would you like to address this question real quick, and then we can continue?
I'd let you go first if you like.
Yeah, so like again, like any they look, this is my personal perspective on this. Because like yes, we've been all lied to. We've been lied to by the government. We've been lied to by the academia. We've been lied to by the corporations and such. And when I think the evidence has to be presented by itself, which means that you should look at the material in itself and not just judge the book by its cover. Go through the material and judge for yourself whether or not there is some truth in it or not. Is it true that the history that we are we accepting the history that we're given at all? Like I don't believe the history that we've been given because I know even in the recent history, in the past 100 years, it's been all fabricated. You start with World War One and World War Two. You talk about Vietnam and how Vietnam occurred, right? And then the whole September event, right? Those are all like the September event is within our memory still, and I know how it began, and that started the stuff that goes on, the wars that went on, and still continues. Exacerbating the issues of the Middle East, and then with the whole immigration issue that goes along with it. So, look, all of these is interconnected. None of them is isolated. They're all interconnected events. So what Fomenko is offering is that all the history that we've been taught is basically given to us by Scaliger and Petavius in the 1500s, in the 16th century, and everybody else copy and pasted it afterwards. Now you want to take it or leave it, that's up to you. Maybe you come up with something else you want to come up with, but to say that it's all hogwash, I don't think is fair. That's just me.
Well, this, and if I understand Fomenko correctly, is his main thing is actually not presenting an alternative chronology, but his main thing is just showing. And of course, yeah, mathematics is also a subject unto itself, but I guess there is something like statistics and so on, and pattern recognition. And then through that, he just shows, oh, all these timelines and kings and whatever, they all have the same names and times and so on. And here you can just show that this is statistically impossible to be an organic development and therefore to be actual recordings of whoever supposedly lived there. So I would say the main thing he's doing is he's how to put it in a nice way, again, pulling the rug from under the mainstream Western history everyone's learned in school in some way, shape, or form. That's the main thing he's doing. And I guess with those methods he's applying, at least it warrants, like you say, further exploration. And then in the end, again, you need to judge for yourself. Like I said, you're never being left off the hook. And whether this can be possible, there could be potential reasons to try to explain it. It could be due to potentially remnants of culture and remnants of religion that potentially were also partially exiled towards a territory we would now call Russia, that there is simply more population still on some level maybe aware of these things, or maybe even lobbying for that. I don't know. I don't live in Russia. I don't know Fomenko. I really can't say. But there's many other factors where then it can happen, even like with research about health, let's say. We had many discussions. Still, it doesn't mean that there aren't actually proper researchers. Even they may be biased, but still they discover some kind of a nugget from a perspective that the others wouldn't, because it's not in their interest. Still doesn't mean their story is 100% correct, but they may deliver 10% of a different perspective because of, just altercations within the power structure itself. It is not completely, let's say, monolithic, and it's not controlled up to, let's say, the village university level, however you want to put it. And if you put all of that into consideration, I can imagine how even a big science academy can at some times come up with something relevant. Or even, like you said at the beginning, even if I want to sell lies, I also need to tell the truth. So then if I can discern out of that and pattern recognize and correlate with my own experience and other sources, well, at least I have something to go by.
Yeah, absolutely. So I want to put a pin on it right now. Let's take a 5 minute break. I need to get some more tea. I need to go to the bathroom. So let's take a 5 minute break. Hold on, everybody. We're gonna get into it. We just scratched the surface, barely scratched the surface over here. So we got more content to come. So stick with us, everybody. I'm gonna play a little bit of music, and and we're gonna take a little bit of a break.
Oh, that's what he's got! A scorpion! The one they...
All right, we're back, and that was the Hue. Is a Mongolian band, and they're kind of rocking it up over there in the deserts of Mongolia. Been to Mongolia, very sparse. They're very much into Genghis Khan. You know, you go into a grocery store and they got like 20 liquor bottles, 20 bottles of vodka that is like, Genghis Khan, and went to the main center where there's a giant Genghis Khan statue. And like back, like and you see their they have their, and they use Cyrillic letters, Russian, or you can say so-called Greek lettering for the way, but like, for their language. And then you look at their bills, they have like all these Mongolian motif of like how it's all Genghis Khan. Everything about Mongolia is Genghis Khan. They're obsessed with Genghis Khan. And if you go into the alternate history of things, maybe Genghis Khan didn't actually exist the way that they believe Genghis Khan existed.
Yeah, so I really love this song. Also, I recommend everyone watch it with closed captions. I think also I like the lyrics. I think it's like really nice, uplifting, and how should I say, confidence inspiring. Just what we discussed earlier. Where is the sweet spot between humbling yourself and thinking you're supposedly on top of the world? Although I like how they put it. If the translation is correct, that they even say, "Oh, they claim we had such a grand culture, but now we're not even looking at each other, more or less." So even here, I think it has a nice message, regardless of whether the backstory is entirely true or not. What I like, of course, is they have the propeller on the guitar, as you've seen. This is, of course, an interesting, well, let's say, question or concept. Have they been? What relation do they have to that symbol actually, or in true history? And then, just like you said, the big question: could it even be that the supposedly Mongolians, in this case, were the evil invaders and slaughtered everyone, or was the story not somewhat different? Which yeah, would be similar to what I had mentioned earlier, when suddenly, migrations occur, suddenly there is a big invasion, and it's not properly explained, or it at least seems overly simplified. But then again, of course, apparently even to the culture that you put as the historical perpetrator, at the same time, of course, you give them the hero worship that they further perpetuate this idea to make it fit. So, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just like, I mean, we all been taught the same history of how Mongolia created the biggest, empire in the world. Only Alexander the Great had the second largest empire in the world, so far as I remember growing up, right? And then, attributing maybe what is considered Tartaria, really giving it all to Mongolia and the Genghis Khan, and the invaders from this desert. It's one of the least populated countries in the world. I mean, I've been to Mongolia. I went to Gobi Desert. I know what it looks like. There's nobody there. You can drive literally for hours, and really at like a distance, all you see is like a puff of like dust because there's some other van or truck is driving, like maybe like 20 miles away from each other, and that's it. That's all you saw that day. It's crazy.
Well, yeah, yeah. th- I only always give the example of the Arizona desert, which is the one place I've seen where you can drive for miles and miles, and no, there's literally nobody there. Yeah. I can't say I have figured anything about that out, but at least I'm more aware now of all the obvious logical fallacies and holes in the official story. So, yeah.
Okay, so I have a question. How many of the books have you read by? Because David Ewing Jr. has a ton of books. He's got like at least 20, 30 books. And some of them do overlap in terms of like, their content, but they do kind of go into a lot of different, like basically, I received like, Egypt didn't exist, Greek didn't exist, where is uh, so-called Palestine, Palestine versus Jerusalem, you got the Matrix, right, and you have Adolf Hitler, so he goes into a lot of different topics, right? And then yes, a lot of the ideas do overlap, which is like, whatever that's been told to you has been a lie. So that's like the baseline, right? And then how do you come to the conclusion thereof afterwards, right? So that's what the books get into. So have you read most of them or all of them?
Yes, I've read all of David's books. Yeah. Whereas, yeah, to anyone who's not familiar with them, and it's also, I think it's a funny thing, but to me, honestly, it only, how should I say, almost increases the authenticity of it. Because when you first look at it, you would be like, oh, who did this? Was it like a, I don't know. By now, you would probably even say 7-year-old by how digitally gifted some children can be, and in design or whatever. You think like, what is this? It's such a basic layout that there are these strange screenshots. This is for copyright reasons. And why is this huge font? And David, he explained it, I'm sure, publicly as well. And he also told me it's very simple. Like, who can understand Fomenko? Obviously. And then who wants even to read so much? Yeah. So he deliberately, and I can tell one joke. Unfortunately, this would only be really understandable for people that speak Hungarian, but whatever. There is these different expressions, and one expression in Hungarian is there is the Józsi bácsi. Józsi bácsi is like the Joseph uncle. He's like the guy, random guy, like your random uncle, let's say. And then I was discussing this with this one dear friend of mine, and he's like, I don't understand why the books are written in this strange way. It's really, strange. And I told him, well, it's literally written for Yojibachi. You figured it out. That's why it's like this. It's like made to be simple. Yeah. So anyone who gets his books, please keep that in mind. And also, it's not, I would say, giving necessarily, how should I say, the definite conclusions or whatever. But what it definitely does is he's just showing through simple pattern recognition and all through official sources how so many of these stories we are being told about all kinds of different world events simply appear, how should I say it in the best way? It very much appears as if at least partially they have been constructed, or at least as if the dates and the symbols and the words and numbers associated with them have been constructed in a certain way. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, it's not as daunting as people might have imagined because, like, Like, yeah, they're like on average 150 to 200 pages long. Lot of pictures in there, a lot of big words in there. Like, I mean, like the letters are big in there, so one can go through them fairly easily. It's not so like it's not like flamenco stuff. Flamenco is like small, like biblical letters, a lot of big words in there, and and he builds up his scientific ideas for like chapters after chapters. I've only read one, the first book on chronology, and I was like blown away. But but I'm glad I read that one, because the whole mathematical like probability of how events, names, timelines have changed, but like how they make a pattern together, right? Like like a certain amount, like it's like a key shape, and if you can match these key shapes, it starts to get to a point of like impossibility in terms of probability is concerned, because there's too much things matching. Only things that's not matching is the name, when it happened, and the where it happened. That's it. All those things been fabricated. But what Flamenco is talking about is that these events could not be different. They must most likely, like probability wise, be the same event that they're talking about.
Yes, and then if we look at the mythological stories and religions, it almost looks like there are actually only 2 or 3 stories, and they have just been recycled and relabeled 100 million times to give every nation state something to be proud of.
Okay, so let's. Where should we start? Where do you think it's at? Because you are more familiar with David's work than I am, and I'm still only like kind of drudging through it. And I will be reading for the audience David's work here at some point. But like, where do you feel is a good place to start?
Well, I would just go off the top of my head in terms of the first things that I realized, that how I was at least more convinced that the official timeline most certainly is fraudulent. I would actually talk about Scaliger for a second. And aside from that, because I have no particular road or pathway for this in my mind, what we could do, if you want, because you can do screen sharing here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Whatever you want to share,
No,
we'll
because
bring it
what
up
we
and we can
could
talk about
do,
it.
or
Yeah.
even just to look at it, is you could look on my channels at the shorts, and because there are just different tidbits, and then we could have like a minute of what David is saying, if it's a topic that interests us, and then we could expand upon that, because I think there's so many different ideas and topics I really wouldn't know where to start. The only one thing I'd like to say about Scaliger, and everyone can look this up on the official Wikipedia or wherever else they like, where I was like, okay, this definitely has to be a joke. So first you learn that Scaliger is the main godfather of modern timelines, all right? And then you also learn that he's the main guy who's been expanding on all kinds of different mythologies and religions, and especially also on the development and history of the Roman Empire. All right, so far so good. And then you realize what his father's name is. Do you know his father's name?
No, I don't. Actually, I don't. What is his
Okay.
father's name?
And I'll let you guess one time. He mainly expanded on the idea and the history of the Roman Empire. Joseph Justus Scaliger expanded upon the Roman Empire. And now guess one time what his father's name was.
Oh, it's Romulus or something like that, right? Uh,
Almost.
Okay. What was it?
It's literally Julius Caesar.
Oh, that's right. Julius Caesar. His father's name is Julius Caesar. Crazy.
No, it's not. It's not crazy, because I mean, yeah, crazy. It's crazy that they allow it to remain there. Because I could say, okay,
Yeah.
let's say you're living in that time. I'm Scaliger. I do all this research. I find this great guy, Julius Caesar. He was the most important emperor because I found the ancient coins or whatever they imagine. All right, I'm gonna name my son Julius Caesar. I can believe that if you want, yeah. But suddenly my father is called Julius Caesar. I mean, sorry. And this is
Yeah.
so this is obvious Wikipedia CIA approved information. And I'm like, sorry, only with this, I'm like, sorry, I'm out of here. Like, what do you want to tell me? Like, what kind of joke is this? Yeah.
It is. It is kind of interesting because, like, I think part of the strategy could be is to just, like people can kind of shrug that. I mean, like Julius Caesar maybe it's a common name in that region, and maybe
Yeah,
everybody's named Julius Caesar. So like like what are you trying to do? Trying to connect the Julius Caesars to somebody? I mean, there could be hundreds, if not thousands, of Julius Caesars out there. So there it's just a quinky dink. It's just a coincidence, as they all are, of course.
exactly, yeah. So yeah, that was one of the things for me where I was like, okay, this is, yeah, anyone who still wants to go with the official timeline and then believe it, I'm like, sure, you have even more imagination than I do, apparently, in terms of what could be possible or what is likely to occur,
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
you need a lot of imagination to make up this stuff, and that's why they lack imagination. That's why they keep on repeating and repeating shit, just changing it doesn't take any imagination to change names, change the timeline, change the what is it, name and location. So it doesn't, but everything else, like it does require a little bit of imagination to do.
Yes, and this is, I think, one of the most important heuristics, if it is correct, which is something that supposedly J.R.R. Tolkien said, which is the idea that the negative force actually doesn't have imagination and can not really come up with something new. And if that is correct, that could give us at least some heuristic that even any of the stories we hear, okay, by now we know they're mainly forged and altered, but still they most likely contain some figment of truth or some pattern, because the truly negative force can't come up with it. Of course, the other issue is the negative force enlists, I guess, the neutral or positive force, partially at least, to come up with stuff for them, at least to an extent. So that's another thing to consider. But yeah, I always wondered about this, and I think to discern this is particularly relevant to be able to then, yeah, we'll see. I'm curious how far we will go, how far we will get in terms of actually knowing or getting evidence. Yeah, hopefully also
Okay,
without
well,
having to opening up the Vatican archives. But let's see.
well, yeah, I would love to go and visit if I'm ever allowed to, but I'm sure I mean, there's got to be like it's miles and miles worth of books down there, and they locked that away. And how many Arabic books I'm sure they have, because this is another interesting, real big point that I think we should address. That so because I would say that I'm not so good with languages, personally speaking, but I studied Sanskrit a little bit, and one of the reasons why I was interested in Sanskrit is because I thought that it was an old. I thought that's before I met David Ewing Jr. But I thought that Sanskrit was an old ancient language, and like the timeline is like we got Hindi, Urdu. They're more or less the same language. The script is different. But the basically the words are the same. Everything else is the same, and then you have Pali, and Pali language is actually predominantly used for like Buddhist texts. A lot of Buddhist texts are written in Pali, right? And then prior to Pali, you have Sanskrit, according to this bogus timeline they gave us. And then Sanskrit is a fucking difficult language. I'm sorry to say, it's like really, really, really hard. It's the grammar rules are there, and then there's like specific grammar for two people. You have singular two people, and then you have plural multiple people. You have to use a different like uh, uh, suffix that is added to indicate that two people are doing the act rather than three people or four people are doing the act, stuff like that, and then like a lot of different past tense, future tense, stuff like this. Anyway, it's a complex language. It's actually a very difficult language, but Sanskrit means perfected. But when you get into like David Ewing Jr. stuff, he's basically like it's like made up in the 1800s. Like nobody used Sanskrit, and then you're like, oh gosh, like I'm glad I didn't go further into it. Thank you, David.
Well, in a way, so still up to university, I was reading a lot of books, popular science books or in whatever, anthropology, whatever it could be. And then I quit, for whatever reasons, more watching podcasts and so on. And 10 years later, I'm learning these things from David, and I'm like, oh, now I'm not so sad that I didn't read even more hundreds of books or whatever, yes, or dozens. It's like it's okay. Now I have a better heuristic in terms of which books could actually be relevant. Yeah, when you then realize 95%, yeah, it's probably good at maybe nice entertainment, but at least for me, not leading me where I want to go, right? So afterwards, things make more sense. Yeah, with Sanskrit, there's quite a few people, I guess, wondering about it because they are assuming the same thing. Maybe one of the best points of evidence here is this mosque in Cordoba with the door, which I'm sure you've seen in the most popular presentation that David did with Andreas, the Skull and Bones and Common Cannibals, and there he's showing this big door where at the outside you have, I believe it's called Karmatian script, then something looks like Sanskrit, and then you have Kufic. But it's basically all on the same door. So this is the one good example where you can really see the scripts side by side on a building.
Yeah. So let's get into that a little bit more because, like, from what I have understood, because like from before, what I thought everything came from, there used to be some mystical Aryan language that existed in the past, Aryan language, and every other language came from the Aryan language, and there was like this diaspora or something, and then and everybody broke off, and there's like, I'm living in this kind of like the Indus Valley. It's like, you have Mesopotamia, you have the Indus Valley, and you have Egypt. These are like the beginnings of civilization in a way, right? So there's this feeling like, okay, like Alexander from Macedonia, Alexander the Great came all the way here to where I live, and then and I have met Indians with blue eyes here. There are Indians with blue eyes who have so-called Aryan blood. So genetically, that's a real thing. It's not just some made up stuff. I mean, like,
Well,
where
yes, but
where
the
do they
question,
get
of
these
course,
blue?
is
Yeah.
yes, where they got it from and when did they get where they are now. Maybe this was only recently, because I
Yeah.
also met one at the festival and she was like, listen, that she also told me about some culture or something, which I forgot, unfortunately. But it was like, oh, you're Indian, but yeah, somehow, like you said, blonde and blue eyes or something along those lines. And the same thing with many so-called Middle Eastern individuals that have pretty bright skin, I would wager. Um, and yeah, many of these things make more sense when you consider these alternative timelines and migration patterns, or even exiling. Basic idea, many people being refugees out of Europe in the, for example, 1800s, as one example. That is probably often, or 1700s, 1800s, that is probably often not considered enough. That just as you had with the world wars in the last century, many reasons for people to want to get out of there could have been something similar, in particular, still the extended versions of inquisitions. And maybe to put the point there for anyone who's not familiar, the main idea being that up to then, it is well possible that the script in Europe was variants of Arabic, and that these, or the original language written, would have been Kufic Arabic, probably, potentially. Then the scripts are just like how you handwrite, you tie the things more together. And then sometime in the 1800s, it appears in Russia and Europe and so on. Basically, the Vatican, coming from originally Babylon or Cairo to Italy, potentially doing crusades against whatever indigenous population there was, and then ultimately making sure that none of this Kufic or Arabic or potentially Sunni heritage remains. But today, everyone in Europe, even though they know, oh, we have Arab numerals, and yeah, you somehow heard that in medieval times, the Arabs, they had great scholars. That's kind of known, yeah? But nobody would suggest that people in Europe potentially were original Sunni or Sunnah following or whatever, or writing or speaking Arabic 200 years ago. No one would come up with that thought, even though up till today you have Germany, Deutschland, or Allemagne, Alaman, yeah, still up to this day, and so many other things, right?
Yeah, I mean, and there's other circumstantial evidence in regards to the Arabic writings in coins and gold coins, right? And predominantly, a lot of them is still remaining in Europe. And I guess the official explanation is that it's the trades that the Europeans did with what Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan and these other stands, and then but like vast majority of them being in Europe, and also a lot of the Quran, handwritten Quran, still remaining, and more of them in Europe than anywhere else. So that's in the ancient times as well. And then of course we cannot forget the helm that is worn by what do you call it, the czar of Russia, right? That's got Arabic writing on them. And then you have like the mantle, I believe. It's like the kind of like a cape, that thing, and that also has Arabic writing on it. And we have paintings of past what, like kings and popes and whatnot. They were wearing this mantle with Arabic writing on them in the Middle Ages.
Yes, and even I think anyone ever having rudimentary interest in history and then just looking at random pictures you find, there is always something strange, at least for me, in many of these art styles. And why is everyone wearing headscarves in Netherlands hundreds of years ago in medieval depictions? And you just start picking up on these things, and then you realize, well, there's more going on there. Yeah, there's something they apparently don't want to tell us.
The difficulty about this topic is that I wonder, because like people are very much attached to their history. People are very much attached to the history that's been given to them, right? And we've been taught that it was the Roman Empire who had ruled all of Europe, and they expanded, and it's the Roman Empire, right? And then what if the Roman Empire and the Greek Empire didn't really exist, right? As we're actually trying to communicate with people. And where do they get their, heritage? Where did they get their, culture from if it wasn't for the Romans or the Greeks, right?
Yes, exactly. That would be an open question, but even here, it's a bit of a flaky explanation, and this is one of the red flags. Anytime they tell you, oh, it's been lost for 2,000 years, even when I heard this for the first time, maybe I'm exaggerating now, maybe not, but I believe at least I was wondering to myself, I was like, how can they be so sure that this is actually, 2,000 years is a long time. Yeah. How can you be so sure that this is exactly when these things were in action, whether it's Latin, Greek, whether it's the architecture style, and somehow everything was lost. And then in school they tell you, oh, there were the medieval, this dark ages, it was so dark, they turned off the lights, and then whatever happened, and then they turned the lights on again. I mean, what? It's obviously at least an overly simplified explanation that gives that makes it easier, to just make up any basic BS story and just plaster it over it. Say, oh, they turned off the light, they turned it on again, everything was different. Oh, yeah, great.
Yeah, sure. Let's just run with that, and just not accept anything else. But that's the thing, because there is. Look, I was raised in America, and I grew up with watching, these Arnold Schwarzenegger movies. We've seen them all, and then all these bad guys. They're like, these turban wearing, terrorists from the Middle East.
One
Go ahead.
tidbit, just because you mentioned him, he's an Austrian, as you know.
Yes.
Yes. And apparently, I can't tell the exact name now, but it's also not a coincidence. He became so famous, everyone can look into his father, if I understand correctly, but his family relation, I think only one generation back. And they were in a quite prominent position in, let's say, today most hated government of the 20th century in Europe, which is Nazi Germany. So apparently there is a connection
Yeah.
there. So it's not a surprise, because, and this is the other thing to consider, and it doesn't matter, probably for today at least, doesn't even matter which side, whether you would say it's America, it's Germany, or whatever. Again, it very much looks like through whatever way they have their own club, the membership card usually gets inherited. And then the next guy, yeah, no problem. The one guy can be a big shot in Germany, just like with Werner von Braun, other good example, who then became a big shot in America. Or the one can be important in this German type of government that officially is completely opposed to the American government, but no problem. One generation later, his son or whatever can become governor of California, which is, one of the most relevant states over there, right? So
Yeah. I mean, it's keeping everything in the so-called family, right? And I think there's a lot of boy. That's, I mean, if you want, I mean, that's a topic I don't mind going into. But let's because like the whole World War II thing, and if we're going to talk about World War II, we're going to have to talk about World War I for sure, and then like the Weimar Republic in between as well, because like the same group of people have perpetuated these wars. But I kind of want to start from a little bit further back, because like we're still talking about the Arabic books and the Arabic writing, like and the potential
I just wanted
possibility
to
of the
add
real
about
fear.
Schwarzenegger. You were saying something about Schwarzenegger. That's just
Yeah,
what I wanted to add. Yes.
yeah. But yes, absolutely. And some of us are aware of his connection to through his father, and then actually his name is also considered like a Mandela effect as well. That his name actually has changed, and some of the movie lines. So not to get into the Mandela effect, but I am uh, uh, a researcher of the Mandela effect stuff. So, but anyways, let's not get into that too much. I still want to just stick to this topic of the Arabic writing in the past and the potentiality. And what David Ewing Jr. was saying is that okay, Sanskrit was created 200 years ago. You have Greek that was created 200 years, Latin that was all created a couple of hundred years ago, French, right? English, German, basically all the languages that we know of that were just kind of they popped out of nowhere like a couple hundred years ago, maybe a little bit plus minus 50 more years or something like this, but still it's relatively recent, much more recent than anybody could have possibly imagined.
Yes, and even when you do basic research, and I encourage everyone to do this for their own language or whatever other language they could be interested in. And one other example, I was with a dear friend of mine, and he's Hungarian. And then we were like, okay, well, what about Hungarian? And then I said, I really don't know. Let's research it. It was like, okay, would we go about it? And I was like, let's just look at the last relevant language reform, and let's see who was involved. And who was involved? Something called the Roja Send, the Order of the Rose or whatever. Sounds very Rosicrucian to me. But basically, even in official history, they tell you, yeah, these people, they were meeting up and something, and then they decide. Like, it's basically telling you it's like a, I don't know, either intelligence meeting or government meeting, and then they just decided this is what it's going to be, and that's an official story. Yeah? So they even tell you that none of this actually was really organic. And if you add to that the idea, even up till recently with the Canadian residential school scandals and all of these things, how often were people forbidden from speaking whatever language they would originally speak for whatever reason, and how often, even in recent history, have people been forced and indoctrinated into a new language at heavy penalty for saying or doing anything remnant of their own culture. And if you just add that together over 2, 3, 4 generations, you can have a complete reset. Probably people, as now, will still be heavily traumatized, but they won't be able to remember much because their great grandfather, who's probably the last one who could have remembered, is not here anymore to tell them, and was too afraid while they were alive to say anything, because the system, that's also how you can see, I think, even in Europe, why now we have these liberal democracies. It still depends on what you say. Yeah, it has its boundaries, but for many things, because they can say, oh, now I can say whatever, because the main brainwashing and the setting of the mood or of the belief systems would be the proper term, is already so heavily ingrained that whatever you do on top of it, do whatever you like. It's not so important anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, like again, like because of World War II, because like people are also programmed by the false narrative that's been given to them, and to talk about another version of what might have occurred during that time is actually considered illegal. You can go to jail for that in certain countries, So
And now his connection froze.
that's definitely going to
Oh, now you're back.
influence how people are going to behave. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we're back. Yeah, I noticed that. But like, but that's the reality of the matter. The reality is that so-called free thought of the Overton window. They you think you're allowed to talk about certain things, but like, if the society is programming you in a certain way, there's a lot of peer pressure, because people are very emotional about these issues, and then they're going to react in a violent way actually for talking about some of the things that had occurred even in recent history, not to mention about stuff that happened 200 years ago, and the stuff that might have occurred 200, 300 years ago might have been even more horrific. Let's face it, it might have been even more horrific than even in recent history.
I guess the real problem is we just don't know. We just don't know enough. And yeah, like you said, there's certain laws, but also even without any of the laws and any of the super hot topics, you can observe it in everyday political conversation or whatever. Everything is made to be an emotional minefield, so people just become irrational and cannot actually get through to the truth. And why is that? Because as long as they still hold on to negative beliefs about themselves and others, and simply, again, cannot really differentiate. Because even now, any or many, from what I have heard, yeah, Wehrmachtssoldaten, the main army, German army, they also later say, well, we were just following what they were saying and so on. And what would the Americans say? They will say, yeah, we were just following along this and that. But it was just too often this particular class that made sure to radicalize the population, to cause irregular immigration patterns, to deliberately make stupid laws or whatever it could be, to eventually manufacture such a situation, even if at some level they might be ideologically opposed. But if you look at everything from a larger systems point of view, it doesn't even matter what any of them wanted, because if I know as a game master I control all of these important pieces, they can fight whatever they like. If I like the result or not, I just pull in the third force, or I put the interest up or down, or whatever I want to do. And I can throw over the board again, or like with the elections in America. Let's say, just for sake of the argument, Trump is great for the economy and he's the best president America ever had. Let's just say that. Great, you have 4 more years of him. They can stage some other things or whatever, and then make sure later they will still get martial law or whatever. So it's not, there is just so many systems people are not considering, because they still believe in the illusion that we are given, that starting with your vote counts or whatever, or that those individuals are the ones really deciding, or that they really are opposed to each other and not maybe again in some type of arrangement which is not public. And yeah, that's when then people can be riled up into all these internal and external conflicts. And that's, I guess, why we have the common interest of unraveling all of that, because most individuals, I would wager, are friendly, want to live in peace, want to be left alone. And if we can discern that, then we could potentially even live like that, at least in our own lives.
Oh yeah, and on top of that, really, is that if you know that there's a third like hidden force that's been like pulling the strings all along, and then the whole time you think it's the other guy, and that other guy thinking it is you who is the problem, right? But actually there is an instigator, that's like behind the scenes, who actually have manipulated the situation to make us fight them. It's us versus them, but we were never the enemies to start with. So that's a big deal.
Yes, and what's so insane about this, during the sea crisis time, there were many memes and videos being shared everywhere with relation to the events. Some even saying in the year 1960, oh, in the year 2020, there will be a great crisis with the virus, so they already knew. But also there is from 60s, 50s, one of these, it's like how do you call it? The most famous, it's not Mickey Mouse, but they have these different Bugs Bunny and so on, right? And sometimes they have these special editions, and this is one where they have the chicken, like the chickens, the rooster, and the wolf. And the basic story is that the wolf is manipulating the elder chicken and the small chicken to believe different things and start fighting with each other, and eventually lure the whole colony into his cave and be able to eat everybody. Yeah, just by, again, from the top, when they don't see he's throwing an egg or he's doing something, so they start fighting the population, all of us. When you only have a very tiny minority instigating, like you said, yeah, it's incredible how these divide and conquer tactics work psychologically. And I think it is imperative that each and every one, as much as we can, we get on top of that, so we actually have at least some chance of, I don't know, extending the freedom at least.
Yeah, and really, this is the reason why. I mean, like I tell you guys, like this is the only reason why I decided to create this channel, is to expose all of this, because like the so-called truther movement, and people they fall into a little bit of a niche, which is like, you have the flat earth cosmology, and I mean, like, and you can go into some other topics or some specific conspiracy, but to me, all of these things are interrelated, like the flat earth cosmology, which I am a proud member of the flat earth community or whatever, but still, it's the massiveness of that lie. That's all it is exposing. It's like, once you come to the realization that earth is actually flat, then what is all this other stuff that you've been taught about space and planets and galaxies and stuff like this? And not to really talk about flat earth too much, but all I'm saying is that, like, when you wake up to that, it's a massive conspiracy that's been implemented against you to make you think that this world is something completely different from what it is.
Yes, completely agreed. And yeah, uh, I'll let you lead the way, but we can definitely talk at least a tiny bit about flat Earth and Mandela Effect too. But
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I mean, well, since we're there, when did you wake up to the flat Earth? Are you a flat earther? Let's start with that.
yeah, so as with many things, just like I'm not vegan, even though I mainly eat vegan, I don't think I would say I'm a flat earther. What I would say, also because I simply even here don't have enough data, what I can say is we are not, as I think I wrote in chat last yesterday, I think to me is the most hilarious thing. So what definitely is a good thing everyone to look at is the Gleason map, which is a north polar projection, right? Just to conceptually understand what is going on. And there you have basically the ice ring, and you explained this, I believe, even yesterday in the show. And you can simply have the illusion that on a globe, just as we are being told, we have explored all of the surface area, aside from the fact that even officially we haven't explored the oceans, and only crazy individuals like these whatever Maxwell, Epstein related people are creating foundations to do that, which is another rabbit hole. What the F they're doing there. But yeah, we would have explored all the surface area. The only thing that's left is maybe what would it technically be? The South Pole, Antarctica, right? And it's only cold. There's penguins and bears there. Great. Nothing to see. You can buy an overpriced tour, and you get some really bad feeds from the supposed ISS and supposed Antarctic station, which are strangely cut together and don't really make sense. All right. So all that it tells me is that from what I can observe, let's say physically, and from the examples I understand, the Earth definitely is a lot more flat than we are told. That's what I can grasp, let's say. It also appears, if this projection is correct, that there is some kind of an elevation, or it's some kind of a crater that we're in, which could then potentially explain why the water is contained and level. Maybe, yeah. This is now aside from any more multidimensional and maybe magnetic, who knows what else explanations. But the main thing I really know is that long as we cannot independently and properly go to these places, both within the known surface area, how many of it is owned by the church or the military and you can't go, and especially also anywhere along this supposed ice ring, for lack of a better term, then it's obvious we are being kept in the dark and we are being kept on a plantation. Yeah, that's the obvious thing to me. And I know that as long as we are not able to freely explore that as a collectively, as a civilization, we are not free and sovereign. That's the basic thing I would say.
Yeah, and like some people have a little bit of a reservation with the flat Earth label, and only reason I like it is that it does kind of rub people the wrong way, because like, do you believe in like the two-dimensional flat, everything flat kind of deal? I mean, look, like, and there are other people who are a little bit more pedantic, and they're like,
It's
well, let's call
the
it the
flying
anti-globe.
pizza, and the cat has already
Yeah,
thrown off all the cups. So I still have mine.
yeah, and some people are like, well, I would prefer to call myself the anti-glober, like it's like a more accurate of a description, because like, we know it's not a globe, but we don't know the exact, shape of it. It doesn't matter, how you want to label yourself. Basically, you've been lied to. Either way, you've been lied to, and that's
That's for
what we're
sure.
really, I mean, that's what we're really interested in, is that we don't know the actual shape of it, like, we know the water finds its level. We know that much. But like, as far as like, and people who have gone into it, like, there's multiple versions of, like, Antarctica creating like the edges, and then there's like concentric circle of other land out there. Everybody have seen like vibes of the cosmos, where you have like the Earth map, and then it's like on the moon type of deal. So there's a lot of different ideas out there in terms of flat Earth cosmology. Only thing I know is that I've been lied to, and water finds its level, and then everything's like kind of up in the air after that. But if you want to be like, okay, I think the Earth is like a giant ball. Okay, that's fine. Let it be. It's got to be like 100 times bigger than what they give, presented us to.
No, and the thing
Anyways,
is, we can apply the same technique as Fomenko does with his mathematics and the history statistics correlation. I mean, I don't know who your, let's say, favorite people to listen to are. For some time, I listened to Globebusters. I also did a few interviews with Rodrigo Ferrari Nunes. His channel is called In Fiction We Trust, I believe. Cosmological Explorations in Fiction We Trust. Highly recommended. He's not publishing so much on YouTube right now. He has a website where some of the things are hosted. And what he does is just great because he's showing oftentimes also official footage. And he's just explaining it also in a comedic way, but also in a logical way. He has a doctorate, I believe, in anthropology or something along those lines. So he's also quite academic. And just if you looked enough with someone maybe who can critically guide you at all the official explanations, at the very least, it is likely you come to the conclusion that something there is not completely, checking out, because there's so much evidence, and you can take your time doing it. But I would challenge anyone to really do that and then still say, oh, I'm sure, whatever they claim is correct, because the figures they use are quite Kabbalistic. So many things that are very strange. And the one thing I didn't even know until a few years ago when a friend showed me was like, just, do you know how they are training for these things? And I was like, I don't know how they're training. And then you just see them in these water tanks. And they're like, oh, that's where the UFO sideway bubbles are coming from on these grainy films. It's just the effing water bubble, like, okay. And it's just obvious also how they move, and like, well, that's just the same thing. And you have the filters since Kubrick, for the backdrop, and that's it. You have a pretty bad CGI, but some CGI, yeah. It's like, okay, yeah.
yeah. Yeah, and some one or several of these astronauts almost drowned out in space, guys. So space is dangerous. Okay,
Oh
you
wow,
go
I
out
didn't know
there,
that.
you have the possibility of drowning in water up there. But not to like give a little bit of a shout out, but like really Globebusters for sure. I like Flatzoid's perspective these days. Karen B, of course. Like when I first started to wake up, it was like Eric Dubay, Mark Sargent, and Matt Powerland. These guys, and Eric Dubay suggested some really old books, like by this guy by the name of Robotham. It's like more. It was written in the 1800s. No Parallax, Earth Not a Globe, stuff like that. I mean, it's like from the 1800s. Like already. So and there's like really Nathan Oakley as well. I mean, okay, there's so many. Even I liked Behind the Curve. I like to listen to this Scottish guy. What's his name? But Dell. He has a really interesting perspective. His perspective is similar to the flat Earth. Society's perspective of Earth rising up. He has his own rationale as to why. A lot of people are a little bit pissed at him just because his thought is a little bit different. And okay, Iron Realm Media as well is another group of popular group. But yeah, and the flat Earth movement has been like really taking off. Because like I woke up in 2014. I didn't see a whole lot of content during that time, especially on YouTube. And then for a couple years, you can search on YouTube like flat Earth stuff, and you would have like Globebusters and Jeranism, of course. Uh, I will also mention Crow 777 Radio because he's also, but he doesn't call it the flat Earth because he doesn't like that kind of terminology. Crow 777 Radio. He rather say it's like it's like kind of a the sky clock. We're in a kind of a stationary flat, but like he doesn't like the flat Earth terminology as well. Anyway, there's so many people to mention, but just to mention few of them. Okay. Anyway, so when did you woke up to the alternate cosmology ish?
So on the one hand, of course, I was always aware of some of these ideas. We're on the back of a giant turtle, or it's like a disc world, or whatever these things. Even I remember, even in school, I made a joke with a friend of mine, and we always told each other, "Oh, you're living in the Truman Show." No, you're the one living in the Truman Show. And then, sometime later, you realize how true these jokes could actually be. It's Yeah, it's interesting. I guess I first noticed the whole thing, I assume, also about 2015, 16. And only, yes, I guess saw some of the popular things. I guess I wasn't sure what to think about it, honestly. And then I would say a few years ago, maybe from 2018 or 19 or something, I just took some time to listen to quite some Globebusters and what other things I could find. And then again, without now necessarily agreeing with anyone on anything specific, I have seen enough of NASA being shredded to understand that whatever they're saying is definitely wrong. Yeah, so that's basically where I'm at. And like I said, from aside from that, whatever we cannot independently verify is just hearsay anyways. So I want to be able to do
Yeah.
that, and with proper people be able to do that independently, and then we'll figure out more. And it could be, I think, maybe even with the history, my assumption actually is it could be that it's all very bad and evil and dark, and maybe probably yes, yeah. But I also think that if we can somehow integrate that, whatever we can explore internally, on the surface area, underground, within, behind the ice wall, in our own minds, can be, I think, a lot more wonderful and even more amazing than whatever stories we may have to let go of in the process. That's my assumption, actually. And maybe that's overly naive and optimistic, but I really think that whatever we need to let go that we love because we realize it's forged or it's altered and so on, I think the real story is actually more grand. But maybe that's just my optimistic practical view.
Well, yeah, and I mean, we really don't know how far the rabbit hole goes. But what we know is what we know, like which is that again, what they've been teaching us was a lie, and all this, like so like what have they been doing with our education? We went to the moon apparently, and there was like a space race and stuff like that, and then we got satellites up there. We got astronauts in ISS. Go ahead.
Just one sentence, because this is important. When even today, sometimes I speak with people and they're like, "Oh, I don't understand. How could it be that on some level, the US and Russia and Ukraine or whoever, all these players that supposedly are in opposition, that they actually are playing a meta game where they're actually all in agreement? How could it be? How could it be?" This whole space race thing would actually be a great example. If one understands that this is fraudulent and the Russians never said anything, well, what does that tell you? They couldn't really have been ultimately opposed so much in the Cold War as they claim. Because then if they really are fundamental opposition, the first thing I'm saying is, you're an effing liar. You got nothing. You're naked. But they didn't. So I think that's a good indicator.
Yeah, and that's the thing. This is how they actually function. It's like pitting one group of people against another group of people, but like the people at the very top, they seems to be working together on all these issues. That's one of the clues about the nature of this reality. Because once you start to wake up, they're all talking about the same lie. If the Earth is not a globe, if the Earth is not spinning around space and moving at 6,600 and 600 miles an hour, like just rotating around the sun, just a happenstance, right? And we're like uh I mean, it's just all really insane what they talk about, really. And then, but what if everybody is agreeing? You got India landing on the moon, just like what, last year, with their, like, I don't know, graphics from like 1980s. Like, it's like Tetris was doing a better job of like making graphics than that. Are you kidding me? Like, that's so fucking ridiculous. Like, you want people to buy, and everybody's like cheering. They got like screens in front of the desk. It's like, yes, we landed on the moon. So are they stupid, or are they in on it with it like everybody else? And my assessment is like most likely they're in on it like everybody else. But why? Why is that?
Exactly. And then what is the higher allegiance which makes it relevant to feed that belief system? And then you notice certain belief systems that are held or supported by all these supposedly opposing nations or power groups. And that's then what you have to look at particularly carefully and investigate if maybe not that actually is fraudulent or fabricated. Because of course, if a fish in the water doesn't notice the water, however you say it, everyone seems to agree, then the question doesn't come up. But the question came up in your own mind, and that means it's up to you to investigate it, especially if everyone else says, oh, we don't really, it's just like this, everybody knows. Anytime they say everybody knows, it's time to investigate.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And so, okay, like let's move along from the flat earth cosmology, because I think we basically, said what we needed to say regarding it. It's bullshit. Uh, we know it's not the shape. Okay, at the very bare minimum, it's not the shape that they're telling us. So it's a freaking lie, and that's enough. That's already enough to ask a bunch of questions. Like we can ask 10,000 questions in regards to like why, what's up with NASA, what's up with ISS, what's up with all this propaganda, and what's up with all this like textbooks that you've been teaching us, what's up with the globe. I mean, I grew up with the globe, I spun it around and shit like that, like try to memorize all the countries in the world,
And even here,
etc. So
there's so many things they could have given you as a child, or they could have put in the classroom, but they chose a map, or they chose a globe.
all right. So, moving away from the whole false cosmology, as we know it's that is a thing. What about the Mandela effect? Let's get into a little bit, because like the other topics is really the main one, but let's just do the little bit of a Mandela effect dive with Raphael over here.
So it is relevant. I mean, if I remember correctly, David on the last presentation even said, "Oh, look, guys, you're not Mandela affected. You just didn't care about all these conflicts and you didn't properly do your research." That's certainly a part of it. Yes, I'm not going to deny that that's a thing that many people have much too little knowledge about history. Mm. With the Mandela effect, I noticed it. I listened to your show yesterday, which was a great show, I think, at least partially. Listened to parts of it. It was early morning here, and they brought up some great things, and also that the shift occurred. I believe Lost Geographic mentioned this 2015 to 16 for him. Yeah, and I believe that's when I was in Vienna, basically, watching whatever's, going on with interesting videos. Then, of course, you stumble across the Mandela effect, right? And then I'm watching that video, and it's something along the lines of top 10. And I'm watching this, okay, something about, Luke, I'm your father, or whatever, no, I'm not, or, whatever they say, Monopoly Man, Fruit of the Loom, different things where maybe I could remember something or not, not exactly clear. And then something comes up, which to me is the most hilarious thing, Bragg's apple cider vinegar. Have you heard of it?
Yes, of course, of course.
Yes. And you know about the Mandela effect. So you can say, of course, because you're an American. And now this is, in a way, I love this, because there is no authority here with me or anything. What I could say could be completely fabricated, but I can only tell the story subjectively. And it harkens back to what I mentioned initially, that I decided just for myself in this life, I'll trust my own perception and understandings and insight and intuition first, yeah, and just go with it. So Bragg's apple cider vinegar. I was in the US in 2015 for 3 months. I had only been once before for a week a few years prior. So very fresh experience. And as Terence McKenna said, traveling is the original psychedelic. I would very much agree. So these impressions are very, strong on you. And not only that, but I actually did a road trip on historic Route 66 from Boston, Massachusetts, all the way through New Jersey, going to California. And I stayed in all different states, at least for a short time. And at least in 2 states, if so, not to lie, but at least in 2 states, I deliberately went to supermarkets to buy apple cider vinegar or some vinegar, because I was eating lots of salads at that point. So that's what I needed. All right, this means your first time there, more or less. I wasn't really in the US before. I go to the supermarket. I see the brands. I'm not sure which store I went to first, but I went to, over time, Trader Joe's, Walmart's, and quite a few others, Whole Foods, of course, in San Francisco. So anyhow, first time I go into one of these stores, I look around, what could I buy? I know food in the US is not necessarily highest quality. I know I need to be particularly careful what I'm choosing, because my system is quite fragile, or I want to keep it on a high level. So I'm looking and I'm saying, oh, this looks good. The label looks like it's from the 1980s or something. It looks really bad. At least that was my impression back then, like really basic label, or not a label that would be considered modern American marketing style, let's say. So you could see, okay, it's like a family business or something, and it says Bragg's, right? Bragg's apple cider vinegar. I remember this because I had to buy it, and I know exactly what was written on the label, which was BRAGG apostrophe S, yeah. And a few months later, I'm back in Vienna. Mandela Effect pops up. I'm watching the top 10, and I'm like, I'm sorry. If there is whatever synchronicity, source, anything like that, it could not have presented me with a more direct, valid, and memorable story than what I just told you right now. And that's, of course, completely subjective. And anyone, can believe it or not. But that's how, for me, I want to say I got the gift, in a sense, to know there's something to this, whatever it is, because I have this very explicit experience, and I could not have picked up the name or the spelling or anything from anywhere because I had never known about it, right? So that's my Mandela story.
Yeah. So I guess for those of you who, I mean, I imagine like people who follow me, because they know I talk about the Mandela effect and I am Mandela affected, et cetera, et cetera. So brags has turned into brag, and then maybe the explanation some people might come to is like, oh, yes, like it's a logo change. Maybe they want to save some money on printing and, get rid of the apostrophe and the S. And, it's a perfectly reasonable explanation why it's no longer brags, apple cider vinegar. It's just brag, it's brag, right? And but the actual problem is that there's no uh, samples or examples of brags having ever existed. That's the problem. Brags never was.
And so then, in my case, and I'll put myself on the spot here, this would either mean I'm retarded, I have false memory, I was hypnotized to believe it, or there is some type of a possible shift in reality that also affects physical reality that is, at least in mainstream science, not accounted for. Quantum science is its own topic, which needs to be discussed separately, I guess, and the whole manifestation thing. But yeah, this just adds, of course, a new level, also the whole alternative history thing, and another factor we may need to correct for. I don't know exactly what that means yet, yeah, because from what I understand through the historical explanations David has given and the correlations, it doesn't really look to me as if, oh, we're just Mandela affected now and now suddenly Tartaria exists. I don't believe that. Yeah, it doesn't look to me that way, to be honest. But still, it means there's another factor we have to correct for if we don't know how these things can change or what can change and what that means exactly or how it comes about.
Yeah, absolutely. Just want to say hello to Rose 777 over here. Thanks for being here, Rose. Much love to you. And Rose, I just want to say that you only need one Mandela effect to be Mandela affected. Just one. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of examples. But if one resonates with you or anybody else, and then you're like, wait a minute, does not make sense. This is not right. This is not the way I remembered it. And then you start going and doing the research like has avocados, HAAS as an example, and then it has always been HASS, and you're like, what the hell? What's going on? Like I can never find any kind of examples of has avocado. It's only has avocado. Then you have a problem. So you only
So
need one example to be Mandela affected.
yes, and this is also one for me because I believe so. Currently, it would be HASS, right? This is the current version, the new version, HASS, right? And the old version was Haas. And the thing is, Haas is more or less a last name or something in German-speaking countries, or at least kind of know it as a thing. And Hass means hate. So that's a very specific and strong difference, which you would notice because you would read it as a meaning as well, and not just as a term for an avocado. I actually asked my mother at one point when I noticed that this is a thing, and she was like, "Oh, it's always been this way." But also here, I would say I remember Haas, and not hate, because now it says hate avocado in German, which is.
Yeah. Haas. Du hast.
Yes, yes,
Du
du
hast.
yes, du hast can either mean you have, which one with one s, or du hast would mean you are hating something. Yeah, so this is how they constructed these new languages. Great, right?
Yes. Yes, yes. So, and when was that again? I think I missed the time. That was around. When did you start to kind of, because like that was
15.
that
So I
was
was in the
2015 that you
US in
went to.
15, yes.
Yeah.
And then in 16, I guess Mandela Effect really became big. And also, I think Flat Earth became big. And so I watched these videos you find. And then I was just like, oh, let's just watch the top 10. You know, you're not expecting much. Maybe I know something, Star Wars, maybe. But then this example came on. And I was like, wow, the fact that I even know this brand and I have this story with it and I bought it a few times for the first time recently and I know the label. Yeah, that was cool for me. Yeah.
Okay, and what else really resonated with you? Because for me, like I was like I was on my motorcycle for about a year, and early 2018. So I wasn't really connected to the internet at all. Like I was already like I have already woken up to the flat Earth, but I didn't really like talk with people or get too involved with any communities about the flat Earth. I just knew the Earth was flat, but I just kind of kept it mostly to myself, and then I thought, okay, I have some things kind of figured out, about like, the conspiracies of the world. And then I got on my motorcycle and I drove off and I went to like, areas where I didn't even have internet. So I wasn't on my internet hardly at all. Only at the end, like I came to this hut. And then like YouTube was suggesting to me, these like really popular videos like Mojo something, top 10 Mandela effect or something like this that was suggesting these type of videos. Never heard of the Mandela effect. So I started watching it and I was like, okay, this is kind of weird. Pikachu tail. I don't know. That doesn't really resonate with me, like, and then it's talking about like, Darth Vader, like Luke, I'm your father. And I'm like, yeah, I kind of remember Luke, and then, but like, it could be, I mean, I don't trust my memory 100%. But I started to, watch some other videos of people talking about the Mandela effect. And the thing that really got me, and I'm not a Christian, I wasn't raised Christian, but I like reading some of the like like parables and stuff, like especially Jesus's teachings and like the parables. Those are really like the main interest for me about the Bible. And I remember the lion and the lamb. For sure, it was the lion and the lamb, and the wineskins, because there was a story about the wineskins. Now it was wine bottles. Wine bottles doesn't make any sense. And then after that, I was like, okay, I'm in. I'm done. Like what the hell is going on here?
Yes, so I don't know about the wineskins, but makes sense what you're saying. I know about the lion and the lamb, so I would still say lion and the lamb, yeah, but it's now wolf, apparently. Yeah, so yes. And the thing is, again, this doesn't, to anyone who's not familiar with this, it doesn't mean that this only changed online where some AI could scrub it or whatever, or some advanced NSA program. But the issue is that it's changed in the books. And unless they always used magic ink, which, I mean, who knows? Now I have a good explanation. I have a good explanation. All the ink ever used in modern books actually is smart ink, and it can rearrange itself. So when the signal was given in all the books and all the labels, the ink just moved, yeah, and no, it's a joke, but who knows?
Well, I mean, we all know this Mandela burglar goes into every house and they change all the Bibles, they change all the VHS tapes. They actually went into every house and stole all the Shazam movies, and that was completely obliterated out of existence somehow. So, like I'll be honest, like from 2019 to really 2021, somewhere like 2.5 years, I was like obsessed with a Mandela effect. And you can't talk about the Mandela effect without, naming some names. So I'm gonna shout out to Brian Stavely, which you can't talk about the Mandela effect without talking about Brian Stavely out there, and a lot of other people who are also part of the Mandela Effect community, the International Mandela Effect Conference, Moneybag 73. Right. I had several interviews on my channel with C3PO's Golden Calf. Makes great content. Hazel Fiverr to me does some of the best Mandela Effect research out there. He does a lot of like, and they're nice and short videos, but so much like supporting evidence of this residue. He's a great residue researcher. So he does and then tomorrow I will be talking with Lost Geo because he specializes in geographic changes. So it'll be interesting to talk to him. And then I also had this lady by the name of Lara, Valeria. So shout out to her. She's actually originally Russian, but she lives in America now. But she speaks four languages: French, Spanish, English, Russian, and she's also a flat earther and Mandela affected as well. So I really appreciate her being on. And I feel like I'm missing somebody. Oh yes, Blue Pac-Man 13, who also is making great content on the Mandela effect. But there's a lot of people to name within the Mandela effect community to talk about besides them.
Yes, I think I don't know so many researchers like you do, but yeah, Brian Staveley, I watched he just great content also about the 9/11 stuff. Very, very interesting stuff. That's actually what I thought about a lot. I believe yesterday you were mentioning it or something, or maybe Rose was mentioning it. I'm not sure exactly now, but Brian did some great stuff, and it also pointed. I'll just, if I understood him correctly, the gist of it basically is you cannot really trust the media, and any no deception is too large if it could serve to instill fear. Is basically one of the main things he's saying, as I understand, and that's incredibly important point. Yeah.
Yeah, Brian, in my opinion, has done some of the best 9/11 research. I wasn't really sure because I actually only other time I heard about the no planes theory was from I think his name is John Lear. Him and his father were part of the Lear jet thing, and like, and then he also talked about it, but back like I didn't, I knew something was off. Like I was still at university, like when this happened, and I remember where I was, and then I remember reading like Newsweek, Time magazine, one of the two. I went to Kmart and bought a magazine, and then it explained what they believe happened during that time. And then I was like, okay, this magazine. And then a year later, they came out with the NIST report, and the NIST report actually fit exactly the same as the Time magazine, like speculation a year earlier, But then only after when I graduated from university, which was like end of 2003, 2 years later, and then I came over to Korea, and I was on my own now. So, I started to get into the 911 research, and how 10,000 architects and engineers signed papers saying that there's no way those buildings could have came down because due to fire, right? Like that at free fall speed, as we all know. And what the hell is about building number 7? Like because of like fire on 2, 3 floors is going. I mean, like, it's a joke, And for anybody to buy that at all, it's just ridiculous. And that and then we never saw any footages of of the crash at the Pentagon, right? Except for the tip, which could be a scud missile of some kind. And they actually hired pilots who are seasoned. They're seasoned pilots, have thousands of hours of flight experience, and then ask them, okay, in a flight simulator, do this corkscrew turn and hit this building, right there. And then none of them could do it. None of them could do it, So a lot of red flags, a lot of false flags going on there. But then I got into there's a video by this guy by the name of Bill Steele or Bill Stills. I sometimes forget, but he made a documentary called The Money Masters, and Money Masters is about the how the economy and the Rothschilds really, and Federal Reserve is neither federal nor reserve and stuff like this. And I grew up with an economic professor. My dad was an economic professor, graduated from Yale. I thought I knew something about how money worked, but when you have this video telling you that it's not anything like that, you're like, wow. Like my dad, who went to Yale, who teaches economics, never told me one thing about this. Never. So what the hell, And I have a pretty I'm very logical minded. I mean, I was the best chess player at my university, and I won like a University of Wisconsin chess tournament. So I'm not an idiot. I know that, And then like for me to come to some conclusion about something that I had never heard of, to me just started to blow my mind, and I had to dive into all because I felt like I was betrayed. At that point, I felt I was like betrayed, and I just had to discover the truth. I didn't care. I had to go down the rabbit hole, and here I am.
Yeah, indeed, definitely. Also for me, one of the threshold points also was the Zeitgeist movies, which could now even be interesting to revisit because he is actually showing how the myths are all copied. And that's something that's a recurring theme now with the whole Fomenko alternative timeline research. But yeah, the main important thing, of course, finally clearly explaining how the Federal Reserve works, and that and that just explains so many things that otherwise are never mentioned. Every country is in debt. Yeah, they have to go to the money markets. Up to this day, in regular programming and mainstream news, this is never made explicit. So yeah, it's just incredible. And then, like you said, you realize that, and then you understand, okay, there's more to this story, because how could it even be that no one really knew about this, and only through the popular movement, I guess, now since 10 years, it's become more known. But yeah, and it's such a basic factor in economy where you understand, okay, I just play with the interest, I can make and break countries if I control the money supply. It's so simple and obvious.
Yeah, I mean, like we know the Rothschild quotes. He cares not what policies, right, a country has, as long as he can control the money supply. And we all know about the story of how the Rothschilds with the five banking members going to different countries, Frankfurt, London.
Which, of
Yeah,
course,
is it?
could also just be a story. As David
Yes.
oftentimes suggests, they could just be either actors or even just fabricated figures to just backdate, explain, big banking empire, even though as well, who knows, could have been much a shorter history with very different agents, and they are just put as poster childs to deflect from whoever is actually having any clout, let's say. Just
Yeah,
possibilities, yeah.
absolutely. No, 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 absolutely. And we can't take that off the shelf. And then you can't talk about zeitgeist without having to discuss a little bit about Jordan Maxwell, because it's a lot of the stuff that you know, and zeitgeist. The spirit of our times, right? Is actually based on Jordan Maxwell's work. Some of it, at least.
Whose work you say is based on Jordan Maxwell's?
Zeitgeist,
Oh,
that
right.
that
Yes.
material is based
Yes.
on Jordan Maxwell's research.
Yes, that is correct. And yeah, he's one of the, I guess, great old school researchers to definitely check out. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, so let's continue on with this because, like, you're Mandela affected. It resonates with you, and then, but I mean, like, I just suggest people, like, don't get too obsessed with it, because to me, we have not come to any heads or tails of it. We're grabbing clues as much as we can, and we know it's predominantly about our memory and our consciousness, and then we have residue that comes along with it, that is like supporting evidence. Like one of the ones I really like, this Rodin statue of the thinker. You have you ever seen that? Yeah. So, like, I was an art major, I was a sculpture major, so I study sculpture. So I was doing ceramics, I was doing bronze, I was doing a lot of welding, and I made a miniature version of this actually when I was in college, which I gave away as a birthday present. And I lost contact because I've always been kind of curious, like what would have happened to that statue now? Because I remember fist to forehead. I remember, and I made like a 6-inch version of that statue, basically. Okay, out of bronze. Okay, and then you have these photographic evidence, of people like standing next to the statue, and they're all posing like with the fist to forehead, but the statue's got like he's got like his hand like this. It's like really awkward,
Yes. Yeah, that's a good one. And again, no matter what you believe yourself, you can check out these images where you're like, okay, I mean, either they're all blind or whatever happened, but it just doesn't match. And if the photos, and you can check this by now, are not doctored or something, then you can just definitely see there's 30 individuals that somehow all don't take the pose that the statue is taking, for which they're taking the photo from, which makes absolutely no sense. So that's a clear example.
Yeah. Okay. So let's continue on because I really the main topic for tonight, the main dish. Okay, those are little hors d'oeuvres and appetizers. Like the flat Earth, and some people might have a little bit of a hard time. So okay, put it aside. Pick the meat, put the bones aside. If it's not, uh, good for your digestion, don't get too worked up on it. We are all here to try to figure out the truth, and none of us here are experts on anything. We're just having a discussion, people. So, don't be too harsh on us. Don't be too critical on us. But that being said, the main meal, the main course of today is the work of David Ewing Jr. And Raphael has done a lot of interviews, 40 plus interviews from 2 to 3, 4 hours long interviews with David Ewing Jr. about the new chronology or alternate timelines and what might have occurred in our past. So let's go back to that. And the last thing we really touched on is like how maybe, perhaps, most likely that Europe was using Arabic language in the past, and all these other languages has just kind of sprung out of nowhere. What else can we add to that?
Well, what can we add in terms of what type of society this could have been or what the issues could have been? We can only speculate. I, in a way, expect David will talk more about this in terms of what he understands about it. I could really only speculate at this point. However, what I could do from the other way around and through other sources, let's say, or just the local culture, Vienna, for example, is known for three things. One is the croissant, which is a half moon shape. The other thing is coffee, which supposedly was imported during the siege of Vienna because the Turkish forgot their coffee plants while they were besieging. That's kind of what you learn in primary school, more or less. There's even interesting like poems for children. I'm just not going to sing it now, but one of the phrases is, it's about coffee. And my mother sang it to me because as a child, she was drinking espresso like in the coffee shop or something, or coffee house. And I was like, oh, I also want to try it. Yeah. And so she gave me a tiny bit to taste of the coffee. And then she always sang to me the song where it says, so it's about coffee. So it says Kaffee, it's how you spell coffee in German. Trink nicht so viel Kaffee. Don't drink too much coffee. Nicht für Kinder ist der Türkentrank. This Turkish drink is not for children. And then something macht dich schwach und krank. It makes you weak and sick. Sei doch kein Muselmann, der es nicht lassen kann. Don't be a Muslim who, can't refrain from it. Yeah? And that's just one of the things I remember when I'm like, oh, you heard this term Muselmann, the coffee. And the third thing you have is in just yesterday, I believe, there was the big Opernball, which supposedly is the most famous, widely broadcasted society event from Austria, ballroom dancing, basically. You can check it out and decide for yourself how relevant this really is. But what they do is they dance Walzer. And in Walzer, they whirl. They whirl like the Sufis, or they have this, together, right? So even here, the three main cultural artifacts you would have to associate with Austrian culture, you could as well say this is like moving around the Kaaba or something, or this is some kind of ancient remnant culture patched together and given a new face. So that's more what I could talk about, because really, I mean, you can ask specific questions or go through specific things that you're wondering about. But other than that, for many things, obviously, I can only speculate because I'm not there right now, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, like, okay, there's a couple things interesting for me, which is that, okay, let's just go along with the idea that the Arabic writing and everybody spoke Arabic. And according to what I understand about what David is saying, that there's the old Arabic, the original Arabic that we know, and then the new Arabic that it is in existence now has been modified, right? So let's talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, well, the idea here would be that there was some form of original Arabic, which may then also have relations to all kinds of proto forms of current modern European languages. And all of the modern European languages have had at least a script reform in the last 30, 50 years. I assume they had 2 or 3 more in between. So if you also kind of, calculate that back, you can understand how it could potentially relate back to a common let's say, old Arabic, for lack of a better term, language. It could also be, I haven't investigated this properly, but David showed a few script examples. It could also relate to Yiddish, where it was also always strange for me. You learn about that this exists just because I live in Vienna, right? And Yiddish, okay, nice. Yeah, but Yiddish is not Hebrew. But Yiddish has many German things, or many German terms are from Yiddish. And then you're also like, what is going on? And then why they have a new language or this different language in Israel, which was only invented by Ben Eliezer Yehuda in the 1880s or something, right? All these things. Yeah, am I addressing your question at all?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's kind of getting into again, like, because like we're given the narrative that because like the Bible is a very important part of the West. Like if you look at like the Bible and the translations of the Bible. So what do they say about the Bible? It's written in what? Aramaic, right? Which is related to Arabic. Okay, Aramaic, and then you have the Greek. Those are the two languages in which the quote unquote
Right.
original Old
True.
Testament and the New Testament are written in, right? If if that David Ewing's and Fomenko's assessment that actually these books were fabricated, and the fact that the Old Testament is actually the New Testament and the New Testament is the Old Testament, right? So what is going on there, right? And then there's a heavy element of the Talmud that is associated with the Bible, of course, because the Jews existed. The Jews existed prior to the Christians, right? So if you go with the narrative of prior to Jesus, because everybody says that Jesus is a Jew, Jesus is Jewish, right? Jews existed, but like how does that all fit into what we're talking about now, or does not fit in?
Okay, there's so many strings or ideas going off in all directions. So the one thing to do, or the way at least I talk to myself about myself, how I'm approaching it is as historical documents. So both the Quran and the Bible, the way David explains it, and it does make sense. You have the Mohammedans several times in the Bible with strange translations, which makes absolutely no sense. And it very much seems as if the massacring of these Mohammedans, whoever they were, is actually being described in the Bible. And the Bible could well be, for lack of a better term, as definitely altered, but some remnant of a chronology of the so-called Middle Ages, or at least of something happening before 1900, maybe before 1800. It is not exactly sure when. We also have to factor in the idea, I'm just going off a few things so we can have some sort of chronology, that during Napoleonic times, according to David's and what I understand also from Menko's information, it could be that there is 100 years or even 200 years. Also, Didier Lacapelle talks about this, which may have been added. So around this Renaissance time or 16, 1700, there's another 100 years of insecurities or potentially added on history. And then, of course, you have the 1,000 years, right? With is it a 1 or is it a J or an I in front of the numbering system? And then the other issue we have is that it could well be that all books that we have, as David showed in the last presentations, which are made with letters that are somewhat separated and neatly laid out, it's possible that most or all of them have only been produced after at least 1860 or 1880. So that puts another spin or issue on it, that it's possible that whatever books they had and deliberately destroyed or put away, which may well have been written in all kinds of potentially either Kufic script or handwritten script, which then would have been used as templates. These handwritten scripts would have been used as templates to, from that, create Sanskrit and create ancient Greek or whatever, just because people write in a different way. And the first time I heard this, I was like, what are you talking about? It's just different handwriting. I'm like, what's handwriting? Yeah. But if you understand that it's possible there maybe was only one script and one language, of course, people tie together the letters. And then suddenly, for whatever reason, as a New World Order agent or operative, you're tasked with creating nation states and creating all these languages. And it is true that the negative force has no imagination. Well, then you only have a limited thing you can work with. And anything you do will be derivations of that, both in the script and the writing, also in the language, and also, as we more and more find out, in the religions. So yeah, maybe that's how some of these ideas can be tied together.
Well, yeah, and I mean, we know that they are all tied together, and that's what's, like, that's kind of our the task that we're trying to undertake here, is to really try to have the most accurate version of what has occurred in history and why it has been altered for what purpose, really. And I like this quote by George Orwell. George Orwell said, like, he who controls the past controls the future. He who controls the present controls the past, right? So a lot of that really is related to like what we're talking about here, like the alternate history and the presentation of a history that is like actually quite fabricated, and the language, and the creation of languages, and like destroying of languages, creation of religions and destroying of religions, they all fit in to a narrative. They are all part of the same problem, really, what it comes down to. But the curious thing that I have is that, where and who are the people who are really behind it? Where did it come from? Because like what, did they just pop out of nowhere? Who are they? Does David Ewing Jr. have any ideas about this?
Well, I'll now go off of what he's also publicly stated in at least one of the recordings. I believe it's the one, either it's the Quran Against the World Order, or I think it is Anatoly Fomenko and Alternate Timelines, where he is, well, at least in a drive-by way, mentioning the idea of some type of a trans-dimensional factor, but he's not explaining it exactly. So this is also, I'd have to say, this is not his main topic, let's say, because I guess also here there's too much speculation. And aside from this, I cannot really speak to what he, let's say, says or thinks about it. The only thing that he clearly explains is that it appears that this force can be somewhat correlated with the Inquisitions and the, let's say, modern Vatican Church, established maybe only somewhere around 1600s, around the Renaissance. So basically the rebirth of this type of pharaonic structure, imported or emigrated away from first Cairo, Babylon, Egypt, and then potentially Istanbul, Constantinople. So this would be the identifier for that potential, continuation of the pharaonic force. And this is, I guess, even today somewhat official. How many governments and so on have secret concordat with the Vaticans and all of that? So that's not even, it's also kind of an open conspiracy, I would say, these intertwinings and involvements of all kinds of Catholic orders and knightly orders and whatever else you'd like. So we can identify that part in terms of who or what these individuals actually are, or if they are, different or something like this. To me, it is unclear, and I don't think David has given a clear statement. Although, as I said, he has hinted at the idea that there is some type of trans-dimensional aspect to this as well. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, because that's also very interesting. Because if we look at the Freemasonry and all the symbolism that Freemasonry kind of uses, there's like a heavy connection to the Egyptians, and like the obelisks, right? The obelisk connection,
With the
and
Freemasons, you
the
mean?
aprons. Yeah, the
Yes.
Freemasons. Yeah,
Yes, exactly. And
yeah.
this also never really made sense to me, but it could make sense then if it is basically they are, at least they imagine that this is their history, and that's how it makes sense. Yes, definitely. But also if the obelisks, even at least for official timeline, there is an obelisk, I guess, established sometime around 1900 in Schloss Schönbrunn, the Schönbrunn Castle in Vienna, which is a very officially, supposedly was a summer residence of the last Caesar, where also the question is still open as to what extent this figure is exactly as it is presented historically. But even there you have an obelisk put there, and it even says on the inscription that they were using some pseudo hieroglyphics or something just to put something there, something like this. Yeah. So they just faked up their own obelisk. But regardless, officially the royal family of Austria put an obelisk in their summer residence. Like, what would they have to do with that, right?
Right. Well, I mean, if you look at like anybody who's like really researching into the new world order type of stuff, and you have Washington D.C., a city state, right? That is the military arm of the new world order, and you have the city of London, right? The square mile within London that is its own country, and then you have the Vatican, right, within Rome, which is it has its own flag, its own language, it's got its own press, right? They speak Latin over there, and each one of those places, right, they have a dome and an obelisk, right across from each other, right? So I mean, like they are basically giving homage to Egypt and the kind of like their origins, who they belong to.
Yes, so it seems they got some kind of love affair with this symbolism. What I like, Jacqueline just wrote, oh, about Manly Palmer Hall, uh, is not a new ager or influencer of this deception, I think. Okay, so I'm not sure if I understand how you mean it. I have read Manly Palmer Hall's Secret Teachings of All Ages many years ago. That was one of the few books where it's like, oh, this seems arcane. I can actually read it. It has these strange sources like Athanasius Kirchner, for example. But then again, much later for David, I learned at least Kirchner, I believe, was also some kind of strange Jesuit agent. And even though generally also the lectures by Palmer Hall, I think they're interesting, what you can find, he did some recordings in his later years. Um, but everyone can still ask themselves, how likely is it that he would somehow come up with this huge tome, chapters that are practically small books on ancient Babylonian mysteries and who knows what else, and he wrote that at the age of 26. Like, you, at the very least, you don't do that without certain support. And then again, we can ask, why has this allowed to become so popular? And could it be that quite a few of the sources he's using actually already are, of course, the planted new history versions? So he had to come out in 1930 because everything else was, or 20, was put away already anyhow. So to give the people something, we can put this out and we can already use our own, let's say, new reset sources that are backdated to appear ancient. That's my current unfortunate estimation about this.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's spot on, personally speaking, and not that I have read cover to cover the Secret Teachings of All Ages because I've had it. I bought the actual copy of it. I had it in Nepal for a while, and then I kind of and it's a very heavy book, for anybody to take a look at. But it's not a secret that Manly P. Hall is a high degree. I think it's 33rd degree Freemason. But he is a very articulate and intelligent man. But when you actually look at the biography, because there is like a actual official biography about the guy on YouTube channels, and about like how he really worked hard. He was like, he's a tall, slender, very handsome looking man with broad shoulders and stuff like this. And he's like considered like a bit of a hero, and he spent a lot considerable amount of time in the libraries doing all this research. Like, was it in New York, I believe? I've forgotten exactly, but somewhere in America,
But this is
and
great
go
because
ahead.
even then, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Um, Even then, but this is perfect. It could be that he could be perfectly honest with the purest intentions. We just have to ask the simple questions. Who put the F in books in the library and allow him to access it? It's so simple and already have a reset. It's incredible how easy it could be.
Yeah. And then, like, really, the gist of what Manly P. Hall is speaking about, as far as I'm concerned, is that he is supporting the narrative that's been given to us about ancient Greece, and this, what is it called? Like these, like the,
The Eleusinian
what is it called?
mysteries
Like,
and
yes,
Pythagoras and all of that. Yes.
yes, yes, absolutely. So, like, he talks about it and all that, and then so he's basically like walking you down the line of where these mystery schools came from. That's the secret teachings of all ages. Is the occult, the occult, not so occult, not occult. You can say, right, of like, and then he is giving you, and then like for him, like people find a lot of authenticity with this guy, and he is considered like a huge figure in terms of the occult material that's out there. I mean, like you cannot go into esoteric material without having ever heard of Manly P. Hall. like, and then never having heard of like secret teachings of all ages. It's a very like it's a canon, it's a considered a monumental work, and a lot of people does base their work off of it. But then who then again led him the way? Who put the breadcrumbs for him to follow along? That's the question.
Exactly. That's the thing that have to be investigated. But yeah, I just realize it even now, because just like you said, he's well respected, but also the vibe I get from him, from whatever I saw and read, was good. There's nothing where I would say, oh, red flag. But yeah, it could well just be that he was, wow. Okay, I'm not. Am I about to say this? But yeah, to a certain degree, in a certain way, it could be that even he was used as a useful, I'm not going to say the other word, for just lack of knowledge. And how could he know? Yeah, how could he?
Yep. And that's the same thing with a lot of these other historians after Scaliger and Petavius. Like we could say that Scaliger and Petavius were intentionally falsifying history, but then you go down a couple generations after them, you have authentic people who were given the materials that they're given, they're copy pasting and doing their own quote unquote research and putting their own names up, and then everything just kind of, it's like it's just kind of like everything flows, you can say, from there, and onward in an organic manner, right?
Exactly. But if somehow the seed has been altered, then whatever springs forth, until it's remedied at least, still contains that code and perpetuates that code. Yeah. Mhm.
Yes, exactly. Absolutely. So we are diving into some really deep stuff over here, because this is talking about our real history. This is talking about where we come from, why we have arrived to where we have arrived, why do we have such differences and hatred towards certain group of people. There's a ancient historical hatred towards this group of people versus that group of people, and this religion versus that religion. Because if if you are actually objective and then you actually follow the stuff that we're talking about, we are saying that the old Arabic was the original language of Europe, not German, not English, not Spanish, not Portuguese, not French, not Latin, not Greek. Okay. And I'm sorry to say, if that actually hurts you, that's not our intention. Our intention is to get to the bottom of the matter. I know we are very much attached to all these ideas. And then, you think that, let's say somebody's coming from Greek culture or Italy, and then they have thousands of years of history behind them and say, oh, yes, Julius Caesar's, Augustus, and you have Nero. You have all these figures that we were taught throughout history, and Fomenko was also talking about like Mount Sinai as an example. Well, there's no volcanic mountains that is in the Middle East. So we're like, was Mount Sinai a volcano before and then not became a volcano? But basically, what Fomenko was saying is that what about Mount Vesuvius? I'm not pronouncing that correct. Vesuvius, Vesuvius.
Vesuvius, or yeah, however you pronounce it.
Vesuvius. Yes,
Vesuvius. Yeah.
Vesuvius, yes. And Pompeii. That's a genuine volcanic mountain, So what about that? Maybe something like that was going off. And maybe they're talking about that instead of Mount Sinai. So again, we have to play this game of like changing things, changing locations, changing names, changing timelines, right? And keep that in mind, but this is a very offensive to the people in the Middle East because, where did Jesus come from? He comes from Palestine, right? He comes from Jerusalem. Bethlehem. He was born in Bethlehem. Uh-oh. Now we're getting into a very touchy subject. What if he wasn't from that area, you know?
Exactly. And someone, a viewer from Tyrol actually commented about Mario Praz. I just wrote down his name again. Unfortunately, his stuff only exists in German. I don't know if someone ever presents me a condensed version for me to translate, I'd even do it, but I think we can even do it automatically by now with AI. He's done some really interesting research both into languages. That's when I first heard this idea of, oh, it's Abba, Papa, Tata, Oppa, when you then realize, okay, how all these languages are related, and how with very simple rules you can come from one language to the most unrelated language you could imagine, where already I was kind of attuned to this idea that there could be a pattern and a mechanic and an algorithm behind the languages. So then when David came along and gave these examples, I was like, oh, I heard this before from this Mario Pras guy. And he also, of course, this would be, again, to be questioned in a different way, because I believe partially he's using historical documents and historical coat of arms, which by now, again, we couldn't be sure how accurate they are, right? But he's showing different conflicts in present-day Germany. And in particular, he's showing at least the names of certain cities and certain places where he could perfectly reconstruct that the story of Jesus actually happened in Germany, whatever then this means again. And even here we don't know, and this could be planted, because I'll just briefly mention another thing that I believe it was Igor and Imran from Endgame Islam. They did a great presentation on the Hadith, so on the additional forged history books. And there, if I recount it correctly now, they basically say that the Dajjal, so the evil figure that's being presented in the Hadith, yeah, may as well fit what is put as Jesus Christ in the Bible stories. So that even here there could be an encoded opposition, so that I know I'm giving encoded information to people. At first, I'll just put my priest, they can say whatever. And then even if people would research it more and they don't question the authenticity of it and take it as, the most important scholar or word of God or something, and they just roll with it, it will even include potentially the idea of a, how should I say, clash of religions or cultures or something. So even this is a dialectic we need to consider and correct for when looking at these texts.
Right, and this dialectic that's been actually proposed by Albert Pike in the Morals and Dogma, and predicting the First World War and Second World War, and how the Third World War will occur, basically by pitting the Jews against the Muslims and wiping each other out, right? And so, and according to Fomenko, Jesus Christ did exist, right? It's just that his time was not 2,000 years ago, but about 1,000 years ago, and potentially from Ukraine, as far as we know it, from Odessa. He was a czar of the Slavs.
All right, well, I can't speak too much to that, except that also here we have to correct for any redactions and alterations and any composition of histories. Yeah, to this history, I can't speak much. The one thing I find really interesting, if that is correct, is that it appears that, of course, especially many modern Christian sects, it seems, they go off on this idea, oh, Jesus died for your sins. For me, this was always really strange that you put a dead man there on the cross, and yeah, like overall, very strange. What was my point? I got lost in the gory images of Jesus Christ on the cross, right? But that in the Quran, apparently they claim that Jesus did not die on the cross. And of course, this would point to me towards some kind of a fundamental opposition, because it basically says, look, whatever stories you are being told, they are untrue. And if the Quran is really written in the way that David describes it, I can only decode so much because of the context issues I explained before. It really seems that the Quran, let's say, full on points out basically what we are saying here is that you're being lied to. Doesn't mean now I think the Quran is the word of God or anything like this, but it's just interesting. If the book clearly states, watch out, you're being lied to, then it could be more easily understood why the whole of the New World Order system somehow seems to want to split that up and diminish it as much as possible. If it's the one, especially if this is true, the one oral, somehow written down book, but the only original transmission we have from before the last reset, and it even says, watch out, there are people that are rewriting your history. It's understandable that the guys rewriting the history wouldn't want to have such a book or such an oral tradition floating around too much, but it is. And this could, at least on a subliminal level, or it could explain this subliminal animosity that the West always has against undifferentiated Islam. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, look, like we're not here to try to offend anybody or try to convert anybody into anything. Everybody's going to have to do their own research. And I would also have to agree that it is a very strange idea that the God himself incarnated and then put himself up on the cross to pay for everybody's sin, and then and asking himself why he was forsaken. That's also kind of weird to me. I don't know how it makes sense, to be honest. And then also, it's one of the tenets of being a so-called Christian. You have to believe in the virgin birth, and you have to believe that Jesus is God, and you have to believe that he resurrected from the cross. And without those three things, really, you cannot call yourself a Christian.
Right, that's always a great thing because I'm not in it, so I sometimes forget it. But yeah, with many of these religions, you have these things they read to you and like, oh, you agree Jesus is your Lord and Savior. And then if you say no, then you can't get in. They're like, okay, all right. So is this now about some universal life force and understanding and compassion? Or is it actually hero or jinn worship in a different way? And of course, the other issue you have with the whole humanist thing, maybe I'll explain this briefly because it is relevant to understand the context. The idea of making Jesus into God is goes hand in hand with humanism, with the idea that humans are God. And what David even had to explain to me, I should have known. If you look at high-level humanist literature, it specifically states in the philosophical context and the definition of the term that within that framework, human life is not sacred. That's a very fundamental idea, which leads you to utilitarianism, and also the idea that if you can substantially increase your quality of life by exploiting or even ending the life of others, within that framework, this would be acceptable. This is the high-level humanism, let's say, but these are the actual definitions, and not just the, oh, well, nice to my friends or whatever people imagine it to be on the lower levels. This relates with the whole Jesus thing, because then Jesus is God. And what this also inserts to me, where I also always felt a strange feeling with the whole Krishna people, where then you have like, yeah, everyone is great and part of God, but somehow this guy is somehow better, or this thing is still like in between you or better or something, where I'm like, at least I don't see it that way. I still go with the idea that creation is made out of the body of the creator itself. That's the only thing that really makes sense to me. And then yeah, we have to figure out which part that we are or what role it is that we, in my view, chose to play in this life. But yeah, this whole idea of making Jesus a god, I think, introduces all kinds of other pitfalls, and the main problem of allowing the differentiation to say, oh, there's better humans and there's worse humans. And as soon as you have that, you open the floodgates for hatred, for incitement, and all the much worse things than that, actual harm to people.
Yeah, and just to add to that about the Hare Krishnas, because like there is a division. You have to understand that there is a Hare Krishna, like, and they're kind of like the more like the McDonald version of this kind of Hinduism, right? And they're heavily funded by the Ford Foundation. Like the Ford Foundation is actually giving money to create huge temples here in India, in Odessa. And Odessa, Orissa, excuse me, Orissa is in India. It's near Kolkata, in that region. And some of the oldest and most revered temples of Hinduism are located there in Orissa, and they're right near Bengal. They speak Bengalese, etc. And so there's this Vaishnava sects, and then you have the Hare Krishnas. The Hare Krishnas uh, are diametrically in oppositions with some of the Hindus that are there. Okay, and they created a huge temple. Lots of like millions, like hundreds of millions of dollars actually gone into propagating Hare Krishna. So there's like, and then they use women. And I'm not the only one who's saying this. I've spoken to other people who are within India who are also part of various different organizations, including my good friend who is Ukrainian, who have been a monk for 10 years. And he also has spoken. I can tell you all kinds of stories of nefarious stuff that they're actually getting into. But without getting into all the nitty gritty details, I can categorically say that this is a kind of like an infiltration of sort. And kind of like really held up as like, and then that's what is promoted, because these are very good marketers. They know how to market themselves really well. So like when other people see it, they think, oh, Hare Krishna, and then they're, these like devotees and they're bhaktis, that means they're devotional, and they give you flowers at the. But that's the image that people are that they get about this religion that actually is not philosophically sound. To be honest, it's like actually quite weak, in their conception of things.
So you would say that both versions of it are, or that there is the PR version and the core version is also already has no foundation, or it's at least has more integrity?
Well, I don't know about the core version because I only know what I see as far as the surface version is
Maybe
concerned.
only those
So
exist. The rest is just some books no one's reading. I don't know.
yeah, but like you're okay. So like the way I would conceive it, or way I would explain it is that like, what good is the religion or the practice if it doesn't really transform you or change you? If you still have anger or still have all this kind of other issues with yourself, right? Then it's just a show at the end of the day. It's just some kind of label that you put on yourself. So, like to me, I don't care for labels. Like you can call yourself Christian, Buddhist, or Hindu, Muslim, all you want. But if you still act crazy and talk crazy, then like what good did that religion brought you? Really, like it didn't do anything for you, actually.
Yes, and to be pedantic on the terms, at least in another language that was recently forged, it would mean religio would be to reconnect, right? And then what would you want to reconnect with, except and now insert the proper term for yourself, your individual connection to source, or however you want to phrase it, or to life, to perception, even to reality, whatever we can perceive of it. Yeah, and it should serve that, and it definitely, and this is also one of the main things we harped on when also recently, and then some time ago, I did a show with Endgame Islam. They do some research into the Quran and so on. And the one thing we could definitely all agree upon was the idea that you don't need all of these inserted priests, whatever form they come in, whether it's, talk show hosts, religious, supposedly scholars and preachers, or even, I would wager, scriptures to a large extent, because they are always open to interpretation. And what I had recently brought up is, watching all these different documentaries, I realized it really doesn't matter what your core book is. It really matters what you actually already wanted to draw from it and what your attitude is, because you will find reasons to both be kind or be abusive in any scripture if you want to look for it, if that's what you're going for, and then you can justify it accordingly. So from that point of view, individual attitude matters more than scripture, I'd say. What have you put
Yeah.
up here?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't want to get away from the Jesus conversation quite yet because like when I was in Nepal, I read the missing years of Jesus, and Jesus lived in India and was kind of inspired by these books that the possibility. And so I actually went to some of the places that he had supposedly went while he was in India. So the theory is like and I'm not 100% on board with this, but theory is that in the Bible they talk about Jesus's birth, and then he was a teacher, like a great teacher at 12, but then he disappeared from the Bible altogether from 12 to 29. So for 17 years there's no record of it, like the greatest guy in the history of humanity, and 17 years of, like, you would think that somebody like wouldn't he like share, like when his mother or his other family members say something about those missing years. So the idea is that he went on a pilgrimage, like I guess on a Silk Road or whatever, and then he somehow came to India. Some people like believe that he learned like yoga techniques and stuff like this in India, but he went to this place called Hemis Monastery, which I actually went to visit. And then Hemis Monastery is a quite old monastery. It's about 1,000-year-old monastery. Okay, so it's like old, but they were telling me it's like how could if and I didn't understand what they were saying. Now I understand what they were saying. I stayed at that monastery for 4 days, and I was like trying to hang out with the monks there, just talk to them because I read this book and I was asking them questions about, hey, have you ever heard that Jesus might have came here? And they were asking me like, you know, if the history is true, basically, and Jesus was around 2,000 years ago, and this monastery was only been around for 1,000 years. how is that possible? And I just accepted that at that time, and it's like, oh yes, yes, it doesn't make any sense, of course, like, but now I have a different understanding of history, and now I say maybe it's possible now, and then I drove all the way to Srinagar, which is like right near the border of Pakistan, and is predominantly Islam. And there, this Rosa Ball is supposedly where, according to them, that Jesus was buried, right? And I went to visit, and there's nothing going on there. Like, you're talking about potentially Jesus being buried in Srinagar in India, okay? And then there's hardly anything going on there. Like, there's a few people, they come to the temple and they pray, but like they're only open once a week and stuff like this. And it's like if it wasn't a real thing, right? And then if people were to really find out that actual Jesus was buried in Srinagar, it would be the most like busiest place in the world. I'm telling you, it would be that crazy.
Yes, which puts the other spin on the whole issue with any archaeological and supposedly religious ancient pilgrimage sites, which David has explained very well, I think, and there's even modern documentaries on parts of it, is that it's a huge business. And you always have to factor in that aspect too. Yeah, yeah. I really can't. I have no clue. By now, I could believe Jesus was almost anywhere from all the stories I've heard by now. But yeah, obviously, at least
Well,
it's
I
not
mean,
that place's turn to cash in yet. But yeah, someday, imagine just tomorrow, they make a big announcement everywhere. They put it in American newspapers. This place will be packed when India makes a deal. They.
yeah. Well, I mean, like, we don't know him as Jesus in those ancient scriptures, because like in these old documents, he is considered Saint Isa. Isa was the name that was used, and Isa is the same name that is used by the Muslims in the Quran, as far So we know about I in front of all these numbers. We know about the letter J having created, because we didn't always have the letter J. So letter J came like what, 500 years ago or something like that. So it came much later,
Well, but
you know,
wait, it's
much
the
recent.
next issue
Yeah,
now, because if all the modern printing only came about, let's say, earliest 1850s, and everything they wrote, including newspapers and so on, is backdated, then it may as well be that all the letters of the Latin script were only invented, let's say, whatever, sometimes before 1850, but doesn't have to be too long, because until then, it's possible by the current, let's say, alternate model of what we're talking about, that nobody would even be using Latin script, except maybe the few monks and Jesuit CIA agents that are preparing it. You see what I'm
true,
saying?
true.
So yeah.
Yes.
But yes, go ahead. I just wanted,
Yeah.
and it's kind of messy with that, but we always have to factor in all of these things. I just wanted to mention it for everyone. Have your own thoughts about it. Please go on.
No, 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 absolutely. Because this is just putting a little bit more of a focus, and a little bit more of a kind of like a fractal, in a fractal way. You're like zooming in on some of the other factors that are involved in the manipulation of things, like, because like even in your recent interview with David, basically that's one of the things that was talking about, these parchment papers, that had these, and then everybody was like teaching them at schools and universities, and they were making references to them. So would you like to like elaborate a little bit more about that?
Which aspect exactly? So the issue with the parchment and the paper, or what do you mean?
Well, it's like more of a recent thing. Like all these, this is like kind of supporting evidence of the more recent.
Yeah,
It's not like thousands of years old.
right. So the basic idea, and everyone on the channel can watch the most recent interview, highly recommend it. Also with quite some sources already, but there will be more on this topic, and there will be more evidence presented also. But the basic issue being that David recounts his personal story and his also personal acquaintances and information he gathered with an then older guy who was a printer, and he himself was confirming David's speculations, which would basically mean that the modern way of printing, or put in a different way, everyone just look at Gutenberg printing. It's also in the last presentation, or look at it yourself and just consider how complex it is to achieve, how much personnel you would need, how much time it would take. for not only supposedly thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions of books, but especially with Bibles. Look at how small the print is, how advanced it would have to be, and you cannot properly do that with typesetting on a Gutenberg print. It would take ages. So the modern versions of printing were introduced, I would say, earliest 1850s. David, I believe, says like 1880s or something, that they became common. And then you see all the modern books, even those that are supposedly from 1820 or something, but they all have this neat print. So they are not handwritten, obviously. You can see the letters are spaced out, so it's made for printing. And the other aspect David explains is that in Old Arabic and even current Arabic still, you write from right to left. And with the printing, you obviously have the switch, when you're putting it on the paper, that you would have to read reverse. And then he's also showing these strange artifacts, I want to say, of the Bosphorus script or whatever, in supposedly ancient Greek again, and all of these, where then they say they wrote like in a snake, left, right, which also like what are these guys doing? What is going on here? But you put it all together, I would say at the very least, again, there is enough circumstantial evidence that we have to consider that potentially even any books that are publicly available have been created post this new printing press. And in very many of those, you can even see, even in the Bello Tartarico, like the war in Tartary or whatever, even on the very front page, you have the effing Jesuit sigil stamped on it. So it's even like, it's not even hidden that this was redacted. Yeah. And I always wondered about the print in these books, also when they're supposedly old. And I always wondered, it was like, this looks pretty well done. Like there is a certain moment, you have some supposedly medieval painting type books with different scripts, but there's very few of those, yeah, with supposedly old High German and whatever else. And then you have all of these pretty nicely done stuff, yeah. And it is just possible that those were simply printed after, let's say, 1880, and then quite a few of them just backdated, especially if people were still reading backwards at that time, means they didn't even understand what's written there. It was just told, oh, look, it's from the church or whatever, take it, it's so important, and it's whatever hype. People had it, their children then learned to read forward, and again, after 1-2 generations, you can flip the script. You put everyone who says, who's complaining too much into the insane asylum, as we know from the Tartaria research. You make a few wars where you then make sure that whatever excess population or undesirables you pit against each other to kill each other on the battlefield. Pandemic, 1920, Spanish fever.
Yep.
You could get there,
Yeah, for sure. And like what's kind of surprising to me is that I think there must have been some kind of high technology that must have existed in the past. And in my mind, like I'm talking about like paintings and sculptures and the buildings that are really intricate, in design. And like I think David also goes into it in some of the books that the line is like thinner than a human hair. The thickness is like less than a like paint, and you have these impossible so-called marble statues with netting, and they got these kind of like drapery on them. It's so delicate, and they have these like collars with that is like chiseled out marble, and the idea that there's a geopolymer that was actually being involved, and how these sculptures are actually molded, right, rather than chiseled out, could be a possibility. But what I'm getting at is that if such high technology and the design of these buildings could have existed, how could we not have had, um, these printing presses? Like the printing presses is relatively, I would say, like even though there's a lot that goes into it, it's a relatively rudimentary, like it's fairly straightforward, like technology, and like according to the history that we've been given, like printing presses were around for past what 400 years or something like this. I'm thinking around 1500s or 1600s according to the official timeline.
Yes, I mean, that's an interesting point. Have to look into it more. The one thing is, what is the real verifiable documentation as to from which year on, let's say, these statues really existed? Because even here, I guess we go with modern photography, so that would be earliest 1850. Would that be correct?
Photography, maybe, yeah, like 1850s. I used to think it was like that was like getting a little bit too long, but sometimes I like even, yeah, like 1850s, maybe even earlier is also possible. Something new always kind of pops up. So
Yes, just
yeah, but
at least
1850s seems very safe.
right. So at least, let's say, no widespread use, or at the very least, they don't show us many photos that supposedly are from previous years. So what I just want to say with that is, if that is the case, then even from here on, we cannot really be sure how old are these statues really, and what, because then it could even, let's say, be the same or a similar time. Let's say they have it for 50 years already. They make the statues, they have the new printing machine, they get everything ready. Then they plant the statues, put out the machines, and forge the new timeline. I'm just making this up right now, yeah? But just saying, because we don't have this data, it's not exactly sure when this could have been. Of course, there is the overarching question still, at least, David is disputing many of the, let's say, ancient pyramid in Giza and so on, also mentioning it's well possible that many of these sites actually are ancient mining sites. I've individually been to the Bosnian pyramids, for example. The vibe I got there was good. The air in these caverns, as they say, definitely feels like it's ionized, so there's a health benefit. Everyone go check it out. It's not expensive, yeah. And according to the measurements, which from what I can understand, this is as independent a research as it gets. And Dr. Sam even did an interview with Andreas, for example, or even several, where I guess they talk more about the energetics and what they could measure. So that's still, let's say, another type of open question as to, most likely there is some real technology with pyramids and so on, just probably not in those that they put on the front page, but some that they've hidden, or even like Ancient Historia has shown, there were supposedly, at least there's drawings of it and remnants on Google Maps of ancient, let's say, steep angle pyramids somewhere in Sudan and stuff like that. So that there's still so many questions. Even if some of those things turn out to be frauds, again, it doesn't mean that there is not something else somewhere deeper encoded in the thing that was put away from center stage.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I mean, when David Ewing Jr. He wrote this book about Egypt, and he's basically saying that this ancient Egypt is kind of a fraud. Like he was talking about how the Egyptian hieroglyphs, right, were also a kind of fabrication, and then how did we unravel the hieroglyph? How were we, like, what was the traditional historical version of how we actually were able to translate the hieroglyphs? Is because of the Rosetta Stone. And who discovered the Rosetta Stone? It was actually Napoleon, being in Africa. And
It's
then
like
what if the
fakes heaped
possibility
on
that
fakes. It's so great. Sorry, go on.
yeah, yeah. No, I mean that's what I'm getting at. It's like it's just like one fake thing right on top of after another thing. And then like I remember like reading about Napoleon. I was like a big fan of like these like Beethoven, Mozart, Shakespeare. And like all these kind of like Renaissance artists, and Napoleon was like a big figure. I mean, who doesn't know who Napoleon? Of course, they recently made a movie about him, though too, and everybody knows about him. And his campaign against Russia, and how Napoleon and Hitler both failed attacking Russia during wintertime, et cetera, et cetera. But the main thing is, what if Napoleon never existed? Right? So if Napoleon never existed, then what is this talk about him going to Africa? What is this talk about him finding the Rosetta Stone? What is this talk about, the hieroglyphics being translated on all this kind of stuff? It's really amazing. It's a rabbit hole within a rabbit hole and more.
And what's really amazing about it is then, and in a way, how should I say, I can feel with everyone who hears this for the first time, is like, oh, I love my hieroglyphs, even, because I know plenty of individuals, maybe some of them who know me, like locally, even watching. And of course, some people love their Mayan calendar, and other people love their Egyptian pyramids and Thoth and Trismegistus and whatever. And what I always want to say, it doesn't, even if those stories, the way they're presented, are frauds, doesn't mean that the archetype itself, the energy, the association, isn't something real and valid, or that there isn't a story that you can learn from, and all of that. But still, yeah, it very much looks like so many of these things have been fabricated, and just like with the hieroglyphics, it's pretty cool because if you imagine they only did this in the early 1900s, that they then properly went there and investigated and excavated, which just like David has shown with the Orthodox churches, they're just painting stuff up and they're just putting stuff there. Yeah. Then it's pretty cool because they had some different technology back then already, and they knew, okay, we have planes and all of that, so they can put that in. They maybe even already know they're going to have UFOs soon, so they put some other strange shapes there. Yeah. And then they will know, great, like in 50, 70, 100 years time, this will still be an amazing cash cow, even for the supposed alternative history and so on, because they just didn't get yet that we were there and not excavating anything, but just, chiseling it out to make sure it looks nice. Yeah. And this can be 100-year mind control operation, basically. It's amazing.
It is. It's absolutely mind-boggling because they're thinking in really long-term like projects, like they're thinking in terms of hundreds of years actually ahead of what this
Exactly.
kind of information will, yeah.
And to understand anything that we're talking about here, I invite everyone, I'd say now, take the position of your higher self or your parallel incarnations or whatever you may believe it may be, but take this 100 years perspective and consider things that way. And then a lot of things make more sense. And we have to think in that way because if the, for lack of a better term, controller faction uses that strategy, and for whatever reason, we decide, okay, we can be self-responsible enough and loving enough that we don't need a handler anymore, then we need to be able to understand that perspective so we can dismantle the system or just allow it to go obsolete. Because even as a civilization, to the extent that one feels that is relevant, we should actually think in hundreds and 1,000-year terms if we want to develop as a society or as a species or as a humanity, whatever you would want to say.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's take a quick break. Is that okay with you? And then we'll come
Sure.
back. We'll
All
end
right.
on that. We'll take a break on that, and then we'll be back in 5 minutes. Okay, that was Utken, and we are back with Raphael from the channel Act Like You Know. Um, Let me ask you real quick, like, how did you come up with that, name, Act Like You Know,
Act
26?
like you know. There's great songs. There is one song by, even if you just enter literally Act Like You Know, Freddie Murphy's band or Big Freddie's band or something like this. It's like an old school, I don't even know, R&, I will say it wrong, hip hop type song, funk song. It's a funk song. But the actual correlation is, I believe, at some time, I mean, the Dalai Lama said it. It's another thing. I'm not gonna go more into it. But that Om Mani Padme Hum is supposed to mean the jewel in the lotus or the unity of method and wisdom. And then I realized at some point, oh, the unity of method and wisdom is the same meaning as they have in different hip hop songs. Act Like You Know, or like the KRS One song, MCs act like they don't know. Yeah. um, yeah. So it's the idea of the unity of uh, knowledge and action, basically. Meaning act according to what you understand to be true and authentic for yourself. But especially, I guess, also the idea, don't only know it, but act accordingly. So ground it in action and in your life. So yeah, that's the idea. And the 26 is because 26 is my synchronicity number and my birth date and all kinds of too many other things where I also was like, okay, is this all scripted? Why is this number showing up everywhere in places where it should even be a different number? um, yeah, and of course, in the traditional Hebrew gematria, it is Jehovah, or however you would call it, or God, or whatever. So that's the 26.
And there's 26 letters in the English alphabet. But let me ask you real quick, like, what is your take on synchronicities? And do you have like a spiritual path? Like, let's get into it a little bit.
Yes, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't have come on to this point if I wouldn't have. Synchronicity is a theme I run with for almost 10 years, I guess, consciously. So yeah, definitely. And also, I mean, the one thing I would have to bring up as another interesting teacher, although I don't know, I have different issues, unfortunately, with it now. Are you familiar with a guy called Daryl Anka who's channeling an entity by the name of Bashar?
Yes, I've heard of him, but I haven't really listened to a lot of his stuff. But tell us more about him.
Yeah, so basically, this has been, I could well say, a great teacher of mine. Without everyone can have their own views of, whether it's connecting with an alien entity, is it whatever it is. But in terms of quite a few aspects of basic philosophy and understanding the mechanisms of reality creation, let's say, or even just of, how would you say, perception management. It doesn't matter. You can see it from a psychological point of view, from a more spiritual, esoteric point of view, quantum science point of view. He's definitely got a lot of condensed knowledge, very interesting. The guy is also very cool and interesting. Once I even went there to see like a live event. My only issue then has been, and I don't really know why, and I'm even leaving open, what is he connecting to? I'm just saying the information itself was very valuable to me and a lot of it very practical, very much relating to, again, also just having a sense, to Tsarion say for your own imperial self, other would say to connect more with the higher self, but also having this a bridge to it, to like a logical structure. And he usually does that very well to explain that. And it really helped my mind in a way to more relax into different ideas, while at the same time at least having some kind of a handle from my mind to be like, okay, this is how it can be explained. Whether this is really the case or not, I don't know. One day we'll find out. But I'm mentioning this because Bashar talks a lot about synchronicity and simply about the idea that when you, this is his main tenet always, follow your highest excitement to the best of your abilities without expectation on the outcome, uh, not following fear, but actually discerning to follow through with what love in a loving way motivates you the most. And then in the next moment, do the same thing again. And if you do that, then basically the ideas or the promise he gives is your life will be the synchronistic explosion of, synchronicities and wonderful, interesting things that happen. And all I can say is that I pretty much adopted that model. I wouldn't even say necessarily because I was so, even though I was quite impressed by him, especially at first, but also because it was already my natural modus operandi, but I couldn't articulate it in a similar way. Yeah. But this is what I was anyhow veering towards. It's almost like ideally it would be like a self-responsible childlike energy. So you take the responsibility and the awareness of an adult, but you allow your impulses to actually, be registered. Because for, all the years in school, we are conditioned to basically murder your inner child, which is the worst thing you can do, right? So anyhow, he's helped a lot in those different areas for me. Definitely worth checking out. The only real issue I had then was when the whole sea crisis started, and he started saying some very strange things, especially because for 30 years, very consistently, that's also what I liked, that he was always very consistent, except maybe some background alien stories, but let's say the real world physical stuff is what matters more, or the how do you manage your daily life stuff was always more relevant to me than whatever alien backstory that may be true or not. Yeah? It's about the psychological and real value you have for implementing certain ideas in your life. But basically, after 33 years of mentioning that there are 5 things you need for health, he started talking about, yeah, maybe wear a mask and stuff like that. I mean, it was always specific answers for specific people and there is context to it, but it was simply a break where I was like, at the very least, he would have to reiterate at one point and be like, well, maybe listen back to what I said for 30 years about health. And then I don't need to tell you anything more, actually. Yeah. So he started like swaying, and I don't exactly know why that happened. Or then you could say, oh, it's just the most elaborate scam and he wasn't ever channeling. Or what does it mean? I don't know. And that's not the primary thing for me. Again, it's really for me more about the content and what of it is relevant and can be applied in a useful and beneficial way for your own life.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's just another. I mean, like for me anyway, like the whole 2020 event and everything that came about, like putting the mask on, getting the jab, and everything like this, and anyone who is promoting that, putting masks on or get the jab, I don't care who they are. I don't care if you're the Pope or the Dalai Lama, you are written off from my list as anyone who is credible. And like I've been to some monasteries since then, and all over there, they got all these monks wearing masks, and they got like signs cemented into the building, telling people to put masks on and stuff like this. It's like so. I do believe that there's this notion of the wheat and the chaff. That there's a kind of a separation process in a way that seems to be happening. I don't know if that is like an elitist type of thinking or not, but like I do see people like going in opposite directions, like people waking up to the truth because like I've done years and years of research, and like within the last 3 years, everybody has pretty much caught up who has like gotten woken up to like the fabrication of a history, and the conspiracies and stuff like that. All the stuff that I was doing before, they took him in like 1/10 of the time to catch up to like what I
I
have come
had
to
always
learn. But
wondered how
then
this could work. Yes, please go on.
yeah, but then but on the other hand, there are other people who are doubling down and tripling down in the narrative that they've been given, right? They just feel like, okay, because it's too much for them to handle. That's the thing, because the this reality break, is actually quite psychologically damaging, and it somehow subconsciously people know that how, like, if they come to the realization how big the conspiracy is, then it will be just overwhelming for themselves, so they protect themselves by buying into the lie over and over again somehow.
Yes, and even here, I want to recount one story that Daryl Anka, who's channeling Bashar, actually mentioned. And this, again, whatever then you think about specifics and so on, but so many relevant things he said. And even one example when he said he was trying to tell or recounting a story that someone wanted to tell her sister about whatever higher realities and synchronicity, or that, these things happen. And she never wanted to hear about it, was looking away, turning away, or whatever. And again, she was being confronted head on with it. And then suddenly it seemed like a spirit or whatever entering her. And she literally said to her sister or friend, "Don't you understand? I cannot know that right now." And in many cases, I think it's really up to especially those that believe, maybe even for good reason, that they have somewhat more advanced in these rabbit holes or have more awareness of different things, to be incredibly compassionate with everyone else and even just leave them be. They have a reason, so they can operate in this reality, relate to them in the way that is beneficial for both. If someone is super destructive, of course you have to cut them off or find a different path. But otherwise, I think it also teaches this humbling respect, also in the way that maybe, in a sense, not everyone is fleshed out to do this. And then maybe again, let's wish, in 10 years, when a lot more is resolved, those individuals can catch up in half a year and be like, okay, it's all chill, no problem. Yeah, maybe, who knows? So yeah.
We can only hope. We can only hope. But I definitely am spending a lot less time these days to try to convince people of anything. Like because like it's a source of frustration if you really think about it. Because like your way of understanding this reality, like all the stuff that you have gone through in your own life to get you to where you are now, is so diametrically opposed to where other people are, because they're programmed. They have taken the download, whatever the way you want to say it. It's so black and white, essentially. And then for you to try to tell them, hey, you've been lied to, hey, you're being manipulated, hey, these people are liars, hey, these people who are whom you voted into office have nothing of you in consideration, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's like bashing my head against the wall, and I might as well not do that and just focus on myself, focus on, like, trying to figure out the truth, get a better understanding of what this reality is, so that I may somehow convey that message using my own words to anybody who is interested in listening. That's all I can do, really, at this point.
This, and also, I guess, recognize phases and roles. So I also sometimes think back and I'm like, well, sometimes when people realize some things and they want to tell everyone. I guess almost everyone went through that phase. I think that also has its purpose in the grand scheme of things, because you never know, 10 years later, this individual may think back and be like, oh yeah, I heard this crazy guy at the party going on about, how NASA is compositing images, and I couldn't imagine. But now it really helps me, maybe to understand more or accelerate further. So that's the one thing. And the other thing is just understand, what you like to do, what gives you joy, what is beneficial. And also everyone has a different role, and I often like to see it at least like a chain mail. Yeah, there's so many links, and there's just different positions, and some maybe even charge ahead more, let's say, quote unquote, and maybe just talk to others that already have certain levels of understandings, and then maybe others in a different way will be able to relate the most basic information for those who are just starting to understand more or to open up to more of these possibilities. And again, I can reiterate, I wouldn't make any solid claims about anything that happened in the past, but at the very least, we can start to discern what are obvious frauds and then start getting a somewhat, hopefully, clearer picture, which in the end should only serve, ultimately for people to be able to calm down and be peaceful and not buy into so many lies anymore, and then they can't be exploited and tricked. That's all. And although
Yeah.
I will enter one more thought that a friend of mine brings to me quite a few times, which I think is interesting. It's just another idea concerning the reset. I don't really believe it, but it's an interesting idea, which is that what if this whole experience here actually is made to be, I almost want to say suffering, and even here it's a matter of perspective, but that it's made to be a learning situation, and just as a thought experiment, that the actual resets occur when a civilization has reached a certain threshold of understanding, because then, let's say in the matrix simulation type of way, the scenario is done, the lessons have been learned, we're going to flip the switch on the weather control or something, and then seed a new soul population to make these kind of lessons. It's just a thought model, but I thought I'd mention it just to contemplate.
Well, I mean, again, like this is a kind of venturing into this ideal of karma, and like to me anyway, there's like some idea about like this, because according to the Quran, I read a little bit of it. I just recently read this book called the Heart of Quran. So they have translated the Quran into English, and they're kind of just talking about different passages, and they recycle this idea that God created this reality basically for a lesson for us. This is all a lesson. This is a learning playground. Now, people have heard about the soul trap idea, and then how your soul is recycled, and this world is like hell. I talked to this one guy, and he believes like, okay, if nefarious forces do exist, and then they're talking to demons, and then the demons are under the guidance of Satan. Essentially, this world is a satanic world. Doesn't that mean that we're in hell? And I'm like, that's a pretty strong argument. I mean, like, I mean, that's a yeah, I guess in a lot of ways, like, you might be right about it, but it's beyond our comprehension. That's where I would start to come in and say, hey, it's it, like I'm a Vipassana practitioner, which means that our tenet is that start from the reality as it is, not what you want it to be, not what you think it is, not what others tell you it is. What is this reality for you? That's the starting point. Uh, and then if you want to change it, okay, but you got to start from the reality, right? So like everything else is just speculation for me about like why and how and who, whatever, like for me, I'm here. I'm right here, right now, in year 2024, whatever, and then whatever research that I have done is showing me and pointing to the Vatican, pointing me to the elites, the Rothschilds, whatnot, and the Freemasons and all these other, the Committee of 300. There's so many names and covers for these people, but I just put them all into one big pile together. Okay, you can have a hand, you can have a foot, there are different names though too of the same organism, right?
Yes, this is one thing I still wanted to bring up, just to give some kind of delineation, which of course is probably incredibly fuzzy, but just to have something. I believe also David has brought this up, this idea of the Pharaoh against Moses. or of the, let's say, hierarchical control system that exalts human at the expense of other humans, against the fundamental idea that human life is sacred, I would say, and that this opposition even exists up to the higher echelons of the current control system. So that this party is represented supposedly even on the highest levels, and maybe, it's only very tentative, maybe, this could maybe even explain why someone like a Donald Trump, at least on too many fronts, is opposed to too many other supposed same club power players. That up until higher hierarchies, you actually have different parties that are arguing in their own, way that everyone else gets to suffer under, I guess. Yeah, I just wanted to point this out. And then what else David also says is that also to consider even Moses apparently in the story was betrayed, whatever this means. Yeah, I can't really say, but I think just as you mentioned now, start with what it is in a very practical way. Everyone also should simply consider again for themselves what is a way that they want to live and that they feel happy with themselves, first of all, because the individual happiness, and understood, of course, in a way with awareness and responsibility, still would be the foundation for a happy or prosperous society as well. So I think that's a great point to always come back to. And if that means also stopping to investigate these things for a time or whatever, so be it. Yeah, whatever this may be. But I think that's relevant, and also maybe, at least for me, even if you say there's correlations, and I could also think some days, oh, it's like I'm in hell or whatever this world is, but then also develop like a practical approach to it, that whatever it may be, if you want, you can enjoy it. And at least from what I've learned, there is quite a few ways how you can, in a very positive way, structure your own perception, that it can be enjoyable, even if it's completely insane, which it definitely obviously is.
Yeah, and I think for me anyway is that like because like we're there's indulgences and enjoyments and pleasures, and we're wired in a particular way. We have the senses, right? So I've spoken about this before on my channel, but basically, there are two paths. There's a path of joy or good, and a path of pleasure. And then if you choose one over the other, then there's karmic repercussions in that goes along with it. But even if you were to quote unquote enjoy life, it's is that does that enjoyment depend on the harming of others, other people, other creatures, so like really it's about finding the highest path, which is love, right? Compassion, right? It's compassion is what the Buddha talks about, and path of love, path of consideration. This is the way in which to think about our action, in accordance to that.
Yes, and there is I think the golden rule, which I like a lot in many different ways. However, I would also say, from the most neutral perspective, and aside all of my individual preferences, I would really also consider it like a system of energy in a way. So the one thing would be, okay, we need a negative force, as I mentioned in the chat yesterday, for experience to occur. If everything is one unit, it cannot see itself. That's like, for me, a logical and philosophical truth. So there is this one aspect to it where a certain degree of separation is relevant for experience. And then, and for the practical life that we have, I would maybe not even at first argue for anything philosophical as to why not to harm anyone and why to be kind, but really as a direct correlation to your own state of feeling, and also to the energy states that and feeling states that are available to you depending what bandwidth you operate in. And maybe there are some hardcore drugs and all kinds of conspiracies as to what you can do on the negative side, but honestly, I mean, yeah, sure. Maybe there are some things, but on a basic level, the way I perceive it, also because the negative force then so often needs to feed off of other things, the body and the consciousness simply has energy states that are more easily reachable when you have this, however you want to call it, positive attitude towards yourself and others, loving attitude. So it's a direct feedback mechanism also, where you could even be super egoistic and just be like, okay, I don't want to feel afraid and threatened and angry all the time. well, yeah, then that most likely means you will not deceive and trick and steal from others. Do you see what I'm saying? So I think there's also a very direct correlation here, where it doesn't have to be any occult mystery as to why it makes perfect sense to be as kind as possible to yourself and others.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Because if you have this kind of a perspective and attitude that everybody is a kind of a reflection of yourself, and that would mean that you would want to like treat everybody kindly, unless you're like sadistic or masochistic, because then you enjoy suffering. I guess that logic wouldn't apply if you're masochistic and then and sadistic, because you have to harm others hoping that harm will come back to you so that you can derive pleasure out of that from being harmed by other people. But we're not like this doesn't really apply for vast majority of people. Basically what it comes down to is that we're all like normal, sane people, and we want to be treated well. We want to be treated with some consideration and such. And then if we consider other beings, other human beings, and other creatures in the same light, maybe that will be reflected back to you, right? But at the end of the day, I suppose, in my mind, everything belongs to God, which means that, because we know about the stories of Job, right? We know that there was like this kind of like a deal that was made between Satan and God, and Job went through suffering. He lost his family. He went through some tough times, right? And then later on, he got it all recovered. But like some people say, like here in India, they say it's like karma yoga, and one of the verses they talk about is like nishkama karma yoga. Nishkama means desireless karma, which means that you do the work that you do out of sense of duty because that is what you're supposed to do, and not with any kind of expectation. And I think this kind of relates back to your Bashir idea about synchronicity, is that if you just do the thing that you want to do, with wholesome compassion and love out of genuine passion, things are going to line up, but not because you expected them to. That's just a byproduct of that action and that thought.
This, and also, and this may be the, I guess, general reality creation idea that I have. I always like to differentiate here between, I like to call it minor magic and major magic. And the minor magic here would actually be any type of exercises of affirmation, manifestation, or whatever. However effective certain methods may be for certain people at certain times. From what I've gathered from myself and friends, these things can work. But the greater magic would be just to align yourself in the way you just described, because then you do not even need to expend any energy in terms of, oh, how can I make this puzzle piece fit in there, and how can I get ahead here or there, because just the terrain will start moving by itself in accordance to the journey that you realized is maybe even, like you said, your duty. I can relate to that word, to take. But then even here, there can be at least a certain joy, to use that term, derived from doing that duty as well. Because often then, especially with, some Gnostics and so on, they go into this idea, oh, it's all hell, like, oh, let's escape. And then it's all a big drama. And I'm thinking, like, there's already plenty of drama. For me, I don't need such a working model.
Yeah, and the issue of it is that we're here, you and I and everybody else, and we're here right now, and we have all kinds of stuff that is going on. And I do feel there's a sense of duty, at least from my end, to try to uncover as much as I possibly can about this reality to the limit of my ability, whatever that may be, and try to connect with other people who are also walking that path. Why? Because ultimately it's about us, it's about me, and it's about rest of humanity as well. So everything that we're doing is for posterity, is for everybody in the future, and that sense of duty pushes me. It makes me want to wake up in the morning. It makes me want to go and think about like where I can go to get a better understanding, whom I can talk to get a better understanding. So I'm passionate, and as you are too, Raphael, and I think a lot of people who are listening to us are also very passionate about finding out the truth, as it is.
Yes, I wholeheartedly agree. And that's also what I always say, no matter what about what these topics are about exactly. For me, it's always just getting the best possible working model of reality that I possibly can. And this applies both to metaphysics and whatever is going up with transdimensional who knows what and other lands, and the very same for the actual power structure and how to, yeah, ideally, align yourself in a more harmonious way so society can be more harmonious. Because for some reason I have this strange idea that this is actually something that can happen. And even if it doesn't happen, like I said before, at least you can learn how to apply it in your own life. And the more people do that and all your friends doing that, already you can have a very different life than whatever drama they put on TV every day, right?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Okay, well, I want to kind of go back and talk about some historical stuff because I think this is a little bit of I mean, this is a this is a little bit of a big deal, a little bit of a big deal. And I'm talking about the bones that they have found in the churches and stuff, like, and in Paris in the catacombs they found millions of bones there. And then the one of the churches that you guys were talking about with David Ewing, I think it was in Spain. Was it in Spain or Portugal? I think it's in Spain, but they also found a ton of bones over there, and like it was quite dark. What David was explaining about all these bones. Do you want to elaborate a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so there is this great interview I can recommend everyone to watch. It's called Skull and Bones and Common Cannibals. That's the one video that somehow went viral, at least for a real honest as you can be, alternative truther community, which was made by Andreas together with David. And we already speculated if it's so popular because they were trying to talk over each other. So that's maybe why the algorithm picked up, because people were then just watching to to listen to them. How everyone wants to get their word in. Um, but yeah, he explained a great and quite gruesome thing, which may be another reason why it got popular in comparison to the other presentations. It's basically the idea that if it is correct that whatever, for lack of a better term, pharaonic force came from originally Babylon, Cairo, then Constantinople, Istanbul, into Italy and established modern Rome, uh, the way I see it, this is now only what I'm saying, is that it could also be that these crusades that they explain, and we all have different ideas of, may even have been some kind of crusades from this southern force starting in Italy and Rome, crusading upwards. Because this is what you also learn in Latin or whatever. You have the north, which in this case would be the barbarians. No, again, yeah. And in the south, of course, you have Rome and the Roman Empire. So even if that didn't exist, I could imagine that there could have been a force which gradually was pushing upwards, and who knows, crusading maybe, or fighting against the indigenous population of Europe at that time, whoever they were exactly. Although evidence or suggests that those may have been original, for lack of a better term, Sunni Sunnah following Muslims, maybe even at a time when the Quran didn't exist yet. These are all open questions. But basically, the idea would have been that then gradually through the south, they advanced further and further and subjugated everyone. And whoever didn't want to be subjugated basically got killed and cannibalized. And the bones were put into the churches. And at first, David says at least, they weren't even ordered properly. And then after people were asking questions, they arranged them nicely and then made up some kind of story like, oh, these are the saints or something. Like you had pretty many saints, but in this twisted way, I can understand why they would say that, because it's like, oh, they are now saints because they went to heaven, so we can subjugate all of Europe. Yeah. Because all the people that had any complaints, well, you can see their bones here. And also in a way, it could be like a dire warning in terms of, yeah, whoever opposes the pharaonic system, look what happens to you. Yeah, and in a general, let's say, Christian traditional way, how you would be taught it in a mainstream fashion, what do all these bones have to do there? I mean, what is this? I mean, already Jesus is bad enough, but what?
It's very morbid indeed. I mean, it's like that's pretty dark stuff. I mean, this is like gothic type of direction that we're going to, and like some of the surprising things that I was listening to from David is like, people being cannibalized, and then like that's like, think about how many people were eaten. I mean, that's like millions of bones, millions of people. It's not just like a one-off, you know. You're talking about like systematic cannibalization of people being cooked and eaten, you know. And then, of course, like they were all killed off. Whoever. So, and another interesting thing is like this whole idea of like this the Spanish Inquisition, you know, and that it wasn't like an isolated incident in just Spain alone. That happened all over Europe, really. And so whoever really survived and was able to run off, who was able to, uh, um, escape, their like they ran off to the mountains, they ran off to the deserts, you know, where they weren't, they where they were able to stay safe and keep the Quran or their way of being. So there was like a kind of a split that seems to have occurred at some time ago prior to all of this, where it was basically one people, same language, you know, one religion and all this kind of stuff. But something has occurred that brought about like a war. And then the people who are currently in position, they're the ones who brought the war. And then they're the winners, I guess, so far, you know, because they're occupying those territories.
Yes, so from what I've learned from David, even this, some days he's talking like this, others like this. So this also could be debatable in terms of who or what actually won. This is still an open question. Also, in terms of whatever exactly happened with Attila the Hun, what exactly happened with the siege of Vienna, and just again, it's all speculation, but just the question if it couldn't also be that there was also some kind of successful, at least counterstrike, yeah, that then maybe, this is just one suggestion, at the very least caused some of this behavior at least not to be mainstream anymore. But to go underground. And also another thing that I find is highly curious, please everyone research this yourselves. There were even different types of pig wars and supposedly import wars about pigs, both in the supposedly Austrian Empire and also, I believe, with Britain and so on. So people were fighting over allowing pork to be imported. Then you have the ban against pork in the Quran. And you have this whole issue that, as far as I understand, the pig DNA is pretty close to human DNA. So there can be particular issues in digestion. So then why am I fighting wars about forcing this to be imported and implemented everywhere? And now pig is like a main staple. And did you ever even consider that 150 years ago, this was nowhere to be found in Europe officially? Yeah, I mean, that's another thing of like, what is this exactly? What are they trying to engineer? Because the human body, of course, electromagnetic fields, whatever else you want to have, there's so many input variables. And if I see it as a controller, of course, there's so many valves and screws I can apply, which maybe go partly unnoticed. Sometimes I apply a little force, sometimes I do a bit of a distraction. But if I have enough factors under control, I can manipulate at least a very good chunk of the population quite well. And yeah, so I like this systemic view, and this pig thing is really another thing was like, it's really, really strange stuff.
Yeah, I mean, like, it was always a kind of a curiosity for me as to why, like, you know, certain faith, like the Islamic faith and the Jewish faith, where they don't allow pigs to be eaten. You know, so why did they isolate it? Like, why did they, like, you know? But then later on, I came to the realization like pigs are very close to humans, and I've actually spoken to people because there are these agoras here in India, you know, and they consume human meat, you know, like the ones who go to cremation and stuff like this, you know, they accept what is rejected by society. They're like kind of like they're, you can consider them insane or whatever you want, but they're not to be joked with. You know, I mean, they're very powerful people, you know, like imagine. And you know, like I spoken to one guy and he had consumed human meat before, and he said that it tasted very similar to pork. You know, I mean, it has a sweet taste to it, and he actually enjoyed it, he said, you know. So take it for what it is. I mean, they're not killing people, they're people who have already died and then they're consuming their body. But like, I'm a curious guy, you know, I'll talk to anybody, I don't care. You can be a demon, I'll sit down, drink some tea with you, and then I'll talk to you, no problem, you know. Just don't try anything stupid. You know. It's fine, you know what I mean. So but when David was talking about how these pigs really came out of nowhere. I mean, it's not like they were around for like thousands of years, you know, like they just came out of nowhere, you know, and all of a sudden there's like a huge, I don't know, like a boom of pigs, you know, like only a couple hundred years ago though too. And I think, and one of the things that he was saying is because there was an addiction that people had created from eating human meat, and that the pig's meat was like because they no longer was able to eat. But I don't know if that's speculation or not. But go ahead.
No, that's I hadn't heard that part yet. That sounds very interesting and at least somewhat plausible. I had a different thought, but please go on. It will come back to me in a second.
Yeah, like I'm not sure if I heard it here or that one, but like it's like maybe I'm making it up, but like it's that the idea that the human meat was no longer uh, because they consumed a lot of human meat in the past. If this is all accurate, but then if you got to a point where it was no longer, cool to consume, but that is actually changing. It's like they're bringing back like human meat as being like a cool thing to do. I mean like we're going backwards now. But anyway, that's a different topic. But like we know cannibalists exist. We know people are consuming other human beings, but it's like mostly underground. It's not out in the open. But so because maybe it got sent to the underground, that people still wanted to eat something similar, and that's why the pork was promoted. I don't know. That's what
So
I'm.
if the speculations we laid out now and assumptions are correct, this would actually make perfect sense. I hadn't thought about it that way yet, but it makes sense. Oh, and what I just wanted to point out is then again here, what's curious is you have this fundamental opposition in both Islam and Judaism, which for reasons explained by David, also are very much related, also how they pray and many different things and many different rules. So it's interesting that they would have this particular strict ban that even today in mainstream you would hear about or know about, like at least you're not supposed to eat pig meat as a Muslim, I guess, yeah. Um, why would they have that? And then you have the Christians coming in, and suddenly they bring all the pork, and supposedly it was the Vatican force from the south that started doing that. So that kind of adds up to me. And the other part, of course, is with the alcohol, which also is, and I believe even I had read this, is not completely banned according to the Quran, but should be used in moderation, which just makes perfect sense. Honestly, I don't really like to drink, but I mean, obviously, you shouldn't, even with any substances, you shouldn't overdo it, obviously, right? But then the Catholic Church pushing it so far as to even be like, oh, whatever, you're 12 years old, here have your first cup of red wine. Oh, and by the way, it's the blood of Jesus Christ. And I'm sure there can be esoteric explanations for this, where even this is a positive idea and you can have good feelings about it. That's okay. But just on a face value, it's also like, okay, what is this exactly? Like,
Yeah, well, I think I don't remember where I think David also talked about this, but like in early 1900s, with these like Catholic schools, like there was like a ration that was given to children of like half a pint of wine per day or something like that. So they like the kids were growing up on alcohol, like they were given alcohol like at a very young age, and that was like a normal part of their quote unquote diet. Like day in and day out. It's crazy. And of course, the word alcohol is Arabic in origin. Is al guhul, right? Like ghoul, the flesh eating demon. And we can understand why Islam has like really um, made it illegal. I didn't even know that they allowed small amounts of it, but like
uh,
it's kind of really frowned upon.
if I
Go.
understand it properly, then I believe, if I remember or read this correctly and the translation, whatever, then if I understand correctly, is that it says, don't get drunk like an idiot, basically, but it's not outright banning it. And then if this is correct, I would just assume that certain states that say they're Islamic republics or something, they like to go a step further and all of that. I think that's how it comes about in terms of the ban. Although I heard now Saudi Arabia or Dubai or whoever, because they're becoming so popular with, whoever individuals are considering loosening it for foreigners or for something like this. So, yeah.
Yeah, I heard the same thing, and that they're starting to secularize those nations a little bit more, just because of tourism and whatnot. But like if you look at the countries where alcohol is plays a prominent role, it's the Western countries, and then Russia and East Asia. I mean, like China, Korea, and Japan, they consume a ton of alcohol. And
Right.
Russians
Yes.
are also known for drinking a lot of alcohol. So in the Vedic terms, these are very tamestic countries. You have tamestic, rajastic, and sattvic. And sattvic is like the highway, like you're vegetarian, you don't consume drugs, and you're pretty much pure. And then rajasic is in the middle, but the tamasic is like eating meat, eating spicy stuff, all eating McDonald's, fried food, and consuming alcohol, etc., etc. And a lot of these countries are very tamasic in the way in which they are conducting themselves, dietary wise. Also, we consume through the eyes. We don't only consume through the mouth, we consume through the eyes, through the ears, all the senses actually we're consuming. So if you're also consuming things through these portals, let's say, then you are also susceptible to demonic, beings.
Yes, which of course would be a whole new topic now, what these demonic beings could be. I'll just bring up one thought I had right now, which I really like, I have to say, is the whole question as to what extent, even with certain, especially negative alien stories and who knows what else, this may actually really be actual parasites, which is one topic that's not talked about too much, but anyone who's looked deeper into alternative health individuals and doctors and research knows it's more true than you'd like, and not only of different types of fungi that then come up due to imbalances in the body, but then also up to parasites that also actually, just as I understand, ultimately help you sustain an equilibrium because you're so disbalanced. That's why they occur. But yeah, this can be another interesting correlation, or even sometimes I'm joking with friends with certain health products or very potent things, when some people really can't taste it, or they can't take it, and then we're joking like, oh, maybe it's just a parasite, that's twisting around, not twisting around their neck. Ideally, if you ever watch Stargate, the Goa'uld, right? But it's another interesting correlation. To what extent, through all these, someone said endocrine system, EMF, all of that, it just allows for certain environment for then certain, not even that the parasite is evil, but it's a disbalance. And then, of course, you're more malleable, you become more pliable, you become less of a critical thinker, and you become what Ford or whoever it was wanted, or Rothschild or whoever supposedly. You become just smart enough to go to work, but dumb enough to question anything, because then you're a good, valuable human resource. And otherwise, you're not suitable for the pharaonic system.
Yeah, so like I think there's a couple of things to kind of consider. Sylvia Ivanova also spoke about it, because her channel is the New Earth channel, and she talked about the parasites and how um, the food that they're introducing, like this kind of they want to like make crickets, into a kind of your daily consumption. They want to make cricket powder. They want to make cricket. And they have this like substance chitney or something like this. I don't know the correct pronunciation, but it's like a saying that we cannot really consume. But these bugs, they have these parasites in them. And then there's another guy. He talks about the black goo. His name is Harold Coates. He's from Germany, I think. And he also talked about
Harald
like this kind
Kautzweiler,
of
yes.
parasitic. Yes, and like people have heard about the black goo here, and then the alien Prometheus type of fiction, they talk about the black goo as well. And I think there's like a parasitical aspect to what we're talking about, like there's a close ties perhaps between, and I do believe in multidimensionalness of this existence. Like we're not just physical beings, we have multi layers to our identity, and then so demons could very well exist in other dimensions. Why do they exist? How do they exist? In Tibet, they have this notion which is very similar to an egregore, which is like a collective thought being, perhaps, right? Like kind of like that, but like basically your beliefs, if they're strong enough and if enough people believe in something, they can create what is called a tulpa. A tulpa is a being that is kind of they came into existence because of your belief, and then they want you to continuously believe them, otherwise they might disappear, kind of deal. So it's a weird concept, this idea of a tulpa.
Yes, there's even this one story about Pema, which I guess is also a story from, I don't know, Buddhism or something, where it's about this idea of how you can create your own demon or create your own god by, strongly believing it, putting effort into it. And in that story, I really like it because in this case, it's a positive demon, let's say, or daimon, like a higher self to give advice and so on. And at the end, the student comes back to the teacher and says, well, I still don't believe this is real. And then the teacher says, well, now you're actually graduated, but still this is as real as anything else you can imagine. Yeah. So maybe this would be a solipsist psychedelic rabbit hole, but on some level I can I can well imagine that everything only exists because on some level it was imagined first, or that there is a certain equality to experience, even if we can only partially imagine it from here. But if there is a one infinite creator, however we define it exactly, it just makes sense to me, just as with a giant mainframe computer or whatever, if I have infinite processing capacity, then I will play all possible scenarios. And this could, for me, also explain whatever nefariousness and why are these things allowed to happen. If it is really just experience, and experience itself is the value in itself, then that would make sense to me. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. People can just intuit for themselves, but this is how it would make sense to me.
Yeah, and what's interesting also for me is that I'm also interested about like how people became enlightened as an example. So when you look into like people's enlightenment stories, there's always like a demon that plays a role. Like Jesus being taken to the highest point, and then the devil says to him like, "Hey, I will give you all that you can see as long as you bow down to me," kind of deal. And when Buddha became enlightened, as an example, like he went through the three phases. Like the first, somebody was trying to trick him through responsibility and say, "Hey, your kingdom's in trouble. Your father has passed, and you have to come out of meditation and do your duty and go back to your palace and take care of the politics over there." There's that's one of the traps. And then another trap was with the dakinis, or these like beautiful women, celestial women, who was trying to tempt him, and trying, but that wasn't also moving him either. And then lastly, demons came with like, menacing like weapons and stuff like this. So, and even Milarepa, he's another guy from Tibet, he, when he was going through the enlightenment process, he had to deal with demons. So, they play like an element. And there's a recent book I have read several times called Seth Speaks, and by Jane Roberts. And basically in there, he's basically like, demons don't really exist. That, like, long story short, but I can tell you why they exist and how they exist, but they, in reality, they don't actually exist, because we put too much attention to, like, so we are giving it energy. We're giving it this energy of them and blaming them. We're blaming them. We need somebody to blame, but it's actually us.
And this is true in any case, and I really like this approach, because I also think too often, also with the soul trap and all of that, I don't believe your soul can really be destroyed or really be touched or whatever. But that's just my belief. Maybe that's a fallacy. So now again, I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. There was a particular point I wanted to get to. What was the last thing you were saying?
I think I was talking about like how Seth Speaks was talking about
Right.
like demons and don't really exist.
Yes, exactly. So
But
there's a lot of
you make
overlap.
yeah.
A lot of overlap, I'm sure, between what Seth speaks or says and also with the Bashar ideas. So probably then we have some overlap in this type of, at least what we have read, let's say. And yeah, I think there is too much emphasis often put towards these things. And again, it may seem like, oh, you have to watch out, it's a big threat and all of that. And this is the example I wanted to give. You can check it for yourself. What really has authority over you, or any power to threaten you, or any power to decide over you what you decide for yourself what to do? And a stupid, maybe, but simple example I like to use is a traffic light. Yeah, traffic light can show red, but whether you cross the street or not is still up to you. Whether a car is crossing is still up to your own perception. The traffic light doesn't tell you that. Yeah, that's all the power that the big grand traffic light with the traffic violation has, is just that. Yeah, and too often we are so startled, by these signs or ideas that are put up, that we allow it to influence ourselves, and we don't realize actually this demon or whatever has no power over me if I don't buy into the whole story. And this applies to so many other things as well. And just check yourself in that and realize what freedom do you actually have, And pretty much always it's more than they want you to know that you have, right?
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, like like to me, what it comes down to is being aware. Like, it's about awareness. Like, you have to be aware of the light. You have to be aware the traffic light. You have to be aware of the cars coming and going. So you cannot just rely on the traffic light to tell you that, okay, it's green and I'm crossing the street anyway. But did you forget about that truck coming down at like 50 miles an hour and not stopping? Or are you thinking in your mind, oh, but I have the green light, I have the right to go, it should stop for me? Like, sorry, it's a big truck and it's going 50, 60 miles an hour and it's not going to be stopping just because you want it to. So you better stop, right? And you better allow that thing to pass, otherwise, because what is it then? Your lack of awareness. But you're given the faculty to be aware, you're given the ability to think through things. So we get into this complacent mode of blaming quite a bit and not taking responsibility for our thoughts and our actions, right? And that's where the crux of the issue really is.
And that's the foundation of the whole political system, where they always cry about, oh, representative democracy is so amazing. Yeah, this is what happens if you give away responsibility and you allow other people to decide for you, and then even support their system through different means and buy into the drama of it, into the dialectic. Yeah, it's all a part of it. But yeah, it has a lot to do ultimately
Yeah.
with individuals not taking self-responsibility. That is definitely at the very core of so many issues we are facing right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's part of the reason, again, we're really delving into like this alternate history, because that's when we know the truth, when we can take that responsibility back to us. Because like the falsified history is about blaming this group of people or that group of people, and it's like, we're playing. But when we have a more clear understanding of what's actually happening and who is doing it, here's another thought to that people should maybe be thinking about. If these people who are in control and they're manipulating you and using propaganda and programming to you, they are actually afraid of you, because like if they have everything already in the bag, why would they need to do all that stuff? Why do they need to do all this nonsense with like political stuff and show Tucker Carlson and Putin interview for the world to see and all this kind of stuff? It's all just part of this like stage, that we're in. It's because they want to give you a certain perception. They care about you quite a bit, actually.
Yes, and this also then, again, whether we see it in a psychological, communication science, or metaphysical point of view, it very much appears, for whatever reasons, that these controllers, they are 110% dependent on us, and not what we do and what we believe and how we think and how we are emotional or not, or all these kind of things. So that's definitely where we can obviously see by the example you just gave that the power obviously lies with the people, and it's only out of the ignorance and traumatization that occurred that it's now each and everyone's own job to decondition themselves from. And then we can just let go of the wrong constructions and conceptions we had of reality. And then in my mind, I'm not even seeking for revenge or anyone to get hurt any further. There's been enough of that. But just when people realize it, those that attempt to manipulate will have no fertile grounds anymore, and the whole thing falls apart.
Yeah, for sure. And like think about what they want you to believe. You evolved out of the primordial goo, that was like, evolved into like these like, basic protein cells, and then eukaryotes and prokaryotes, like single cell organisms that branched off
Then
into
there was a lightning
all the different
strike.
species.
Cool story, bro.
Yes. Yes, yes, absolutely. Awesome story, but it's all random anyways. Everything is random. We're just in that golden, spot. If we would have been just a little bit too closer to the sun, like Venus, we would have been fried. And then if it was too far away, it would have been too cold. So everything is just happenstance. right? You're just random, and then you like evolve because mutation is so good for like a species anyway, and then you mutated your way to being like the smartest of all species. But okay, but we're missing the link, and they try to lie to you because they put a human skull and an orangutan jaw together for a while, and everybody bought into that. Oh, we found the missing link. It's got the human skull and an orangutan jaw, so we got it all figured out. But like so, like what are they trying to tell you? You are nothing. You are a nobody. You are a speck of dust, and you have no power. And you will come and you will go, and nothing matters. So you might as well enjoy your day. Drink some alcohol, eat some pigs. Enjoy yourself while you're here.
They either want you to believe this, or they want you to believe, and I do believe everyone is special, yeah, to be perfectly clear, but they want you to believe you are more special than everyone else, go out and crusade against others. These are like the two mindset options they want you to reside in, and ideally nothing in between, because then the dialectic can be quite easily steered.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that's the humanistic approach. Is that only way for you to prove yourself better is to exploit others? How else are you going to be able to prove yourself to be better than others? Because it's the strongest or the fittest survive in the jungle. So it just means that if you are eating somebody else, it means that you are better than somebody else. That's all.
Yes, yeah, I'm always astounded by this logic. It's amazing. But this reminds me of this famous George H.W. Bush speech where he says, it will be the law of the, I'm not sure what he says, maybe the law of the land. I doubt he'd said that, but like, it will be the
Jungle,
law.
maybe law of the jungle.
Oh, no, because first he says it will be the law of whatever the US or of civilization and not the law of the jungle. That's what he says, yeah.
I see. I see.
So he's bringing
Yeah.
us the not jungle law according to his own definition, whatever that means.
Yeah. So, we're getting close to 5 hours, but I do want to ask you, what do you think about the political situation now, and where do you think we're headed? Where do you think we're headed, and do you believe in like end times stuff like that?
Oh, yes, end times. So I know there's so many prophecies and so on. We have to revise probably most of them now with what we discussed only to even just today. Overall, I would consider, as in so many things, what is even more relevant than any crisis or cycle, whereas most that I could discern right now, there seem to be some natural cycles, of course, but a lot of it is heavily manipulated. And there's all these kinds of, devices they can use to manipulate so much. So it's really, it would have to be discerned what is a natural cycle and what is artificially engineered, at least from what we can tell, engineered by, secret installations and so on that we can at least somewhat know about. That is one thing to correct for. And this includes, climate changes and all kinds of things, even though David brought up something really interesting about the idea in a recent presentation that a lot of industrial use and heavy smoke can, of course, also change the atmosphere and how much light arrives, and this could change the climate. So there are effects we could have directly, even though, of course, the version and the taxes they want to give you now, yeah, well, everyone please research that yourself, how fraudulent that is, and how it's ultimately just to tax you, and make you subjugate you even more. So generally, I would say I don't really believe in any end time thing like that, to be brief. And I would consider what is the psychological and fear value that the system gains by having you believe in those things. And usually that's quite great. And even if many of those things and how many negative prophecies didn't happen, but still they could harness a lot of energy and money and attention and control from people just believing it and being scared of it. Yeah. So and they even recently played that, and there's even the consideration, also David had brought this up, maybe even publicly, it's at least to some degree, there is the idea that maybe we already in a way did a great thing by the fact that there is no lockdown now anywhere in the world, and there may well have been a different thing planned. So it also may well be that the controller faction, that also, as we understand with the current conflict in the Middle East, they want to bring about certain prophecies that they've written themselves 100 years ago, by the way, as we discover now. Yeah. So there is that force also. Yeah. not sure where I'm going by now. Political situation, I'm not sure. If you have any more specific questions, maybe I can answer. So
Yeah,
all I
I
want to
mean,
say is maybe again with
yeah.
this, with the example with the lockdowns, if that is correct, even then it would just mean, hey, maybe already many people are waking up, many people are not just accepting anything anymore, and this will be the path for everyone, I think, who wants to go down that route, and also never again fall into the pitfall of them believing, oh, there's the new world actor on the stage and he's going to fix something now, because by now I should have realized they all on some level play along. So it's about, yeah, I guess, finding your own tranquility in your daily life and doing what you love, as we explained earlier. And aside of that, just moving forward and sharing as much of this information with individuals you feel that are open to it as you can, to all of those that have this passion for finding out what's real.
Yeah. So my like limited understanding of what I see within their organization is that I think competition is um like encouraged. They want the nastiest, they want the most manipulative individuals to come up into power, right? That they're gonna,
Yes, and just to expand on that from what David explained to me is even the New World Order hierarchy, so to anyone who wants to apply, probably don't apply to the Facebook pages that say Illuminati group, but simply be as, skillful, deceptive, and ruthless as you can. That's at least that's one route, and make lots of money and be able to make great scams. And then supposedly it's even possible to, for different layers, rise up the ranks and become part of that class. So from what I understand, this would even by itself be a dynamic system. However, of course, this is what I actually wanted to say. The way and this mindset that is encouraged for many, at least, is partially also, at least for a faction in that system, would simply be their own selection mechanism, and the one who can do that the best, at least for a part of it, they can rise to the top. To what degree there is people with true integrity and so on, supposedly there is, yeah. Maybe they are just usually not so visible, yeah.
well, I mean, that's like who is there to be able to confirm or deny that, really? Because, like, lot of the way in which only thing that we know is that by the fruits you can know that you can judge the tree. So what is the fruit? The fruit is what's happening now. And, like, is there suffering going on? Is there mass manipulation going on? Yes, and yes. So the tree must not be so great in that essence, and the people who are involved in that tree must not be so great. But like I was saying before, like, however which way you, like, the individual who goes up the rank through their ability to be, deceptive or, like, ruthless or whatever, that's okay. But there's, you can have, like, people, going up and going down in the rank, but the structure is still the same, and they still have the same goal in mind, so far as I'm concerned, which is control. Money is about control. Resources is about control. Owning property is about control. Having law, arming men, telling them different narrative about the history of this world. This is all about control. Control, control, control is what they want. And I think they would like themselves to be in a position where they have absolute control, which means that, we're talking about digital currencies now. We're talking about, like, the world passports now. We're talking about, like, you cannot buy nor sell. And I'm not even talking about these prophecies in a sense that, some prophet actually written them. It could very well be that they wrote these things thinking 100, 200 years down the line that they're going to bring it into fruition. They're going to actually bring these prophecies into reality. And because it's only was written 150 years ago, that doesn't make it not true to their plan, right?
Exactly this, and I can recommend everyone to check out Dune. I only read the first book, but that I think contains the gist of it. And they even have something they call the Missionaria Protectiva, which is when the Bene Gesserit orders members are stranded on some planet, like in the Dune case, they're stranded on Arrakis. They know, oh, I make this and that hand sign or something because 200 years ago or whenever it was, we planted those books and those myths there. to if we ever get stranded, we have our deception protection racket already installed. And yeah, I would very much expect that this is the way those people have been thinking. And I also would love to know more about Frank Herbert, who wrote Dune, and whatever he actually knew, because there's quite a few correlations in his science fiction supposedly story where I'm like, this almost sounds like hints at least this alternative idea of history that we are discussing today.
Yeah, I read a few of the books when I was in high school. Dune, but they're big, and the first one is amazing. I didn't like David Lynch's version of Dune so much because it was like a little bit, I don't know, constrained. Like he pushed it along a little bit too fast for my taste, and the budgeting was maybe not so great either because it was like really. But the new Dune, I've been very much impressed with the new Dune that has been coming out, and I'm actually looking forward to seeing the Dune 2 and how they're gonna actually, because like it's a big epic. Okay, it's not just about Atreides and Harkonnens and the Emperor and stuff like this and the Bene Jesuits, the Jesuits, right? They're the witches, and then I mean that is a really really a wonderful connection over there, and the fact, in Dune that AI is not allowed. They outlawed AI. Go ahead.
No, exactly what you're saying. They actually, one second, I will see if I can pull this up quickly because I know I just wrote down those notes and I will see. Dune, yes. Okay, you want me to go through this for 2 minutes? My thoughts on
Yeah,
Dune, and
yeah, yeah,
maybe then
yeah,
we
yeah.
can
Let's do it. Yeah, yeah,
maybe we can
yeah.
close up with
Absolutely.
that, yeah, because it's
Yeah.
a really cool universe. The books are great. You're right. This one version is strange. The new versions I like, the new movie, but for me it could have been a bit more flashy somehow. Not like Marvel style, but I felt there could have been a little bit more punch to it. But what I can also recommend is this miniseries called Children of Dune, which was made around 2000, and I think it's really well done, and it has a nice flow to it. So anyhow, just briefly going through this. Yeah, one thing just related with Star Wars, they always say in a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. And then the question is, maybe it was only a short time ago and it happened right here where we are. This would relate to this idea that David mentioned about the Jedi Knights as the keepers of the peace, or the Knights of Salam. If you look at their long robes and various other ideas, there seems to be a connection here. But then we get into Dune. So there's like 5 to 7 points. So first of all, just a number thing, because David always goes on with the 19. In Dune, the story actually starts in 19,000 BG. First civilizations start to evolve on Terra. Then, he who controls the spice. So in this case, this would be all the factors we talked about: oil, food, psychoactives, energy frequency, etc. Controls the universe. The Padishah Emperor, or Pharaoh, uses imperial, political, and military Sardaukar, which is another term, power as suitable to maintain the empire, whether to support Leto. Then I was looking up the names of what this would mean in mythology, or Harkonnen. So whether to put the east or the west, we could say the imperial force is acting accordingly, and in this case, the emperor is sending his troops just to maintain his power, and he doesn't care about parties. That's the main point. Right wing, left wing is just a playground. We have the Sen Sunni Wanderers, which is the native religion of Arrakis. Sen Sunni, basically Sunni Essenes, potentially
Yeah.
followers of Moses, Judah, and they fought the so-called Butlerian Jihad, which jihad, even just a term, it was against
Yeah.
artificial intelligence. And AI is 19, or the pharaonic system. And the Fremen are the Arab-styled, I would say, desert inhabitants with animosity towards imperialism, put under taxation by the empire, pharaonic system. Because the planet is being exploited for its spice, which gives it the ability to see the future and all of those things. And then we have the Missionaria Protectiva, which I already explained as a protection mechanism. Then we also interestingly have the term in Hebrew, the Kvisatz Haderach, the shortening of the way or leap of the way. So you have a Hebrew reference directly in Dune as well. And then this was just when I was mulling over this, my individual conclusion. So, and please take this with a grain of salt. And yeah, the true story of Judah's multi-generational enslavement has been hidden from history by the pharaonic system, and employs any diversion tactic necessary to avoid being identified, shifting blame to the group it enslaved through engineered division and incitement. The true story has been moved to fiction as not to trigger repressed genetic memory, but be relegated to fantasy. To be within the consciousness yet never acted upon, with real-world political effect hidden in plain sight. Yes.
Yeah, amazing. And I had to kind of catch this one section that you were saying that it all began 19,000 BG. And if anybody is familiar with David Ewing Jr., and I think it's something that maybe we'll have to talk about it next time. But 19 is a code, you can say, for these people, right?
Yes, and the most obvious thing is everyone just check out 1991 Jesuit rings. It's literally on the supposedly medieval Jesuit rings. And then think about 9/11, then look at the interesting schools current and former presidents went to. And again, it's strangely all related to the same group, which apparently is one of their favorite labels, the Bene Jesuits.
Yeah, and then 19 just keeps popping up in dates over and over again. They love this number 1 through 9, the alpha and the omega, but not only, right?
Exactly, but that seems to be one code that also I wasn't aware of. And here I can really just recommend, grab a hold of one of David's books and just go through the evidence, and you will be like, how is this even possible? And even if it happened on a different day, they're shifting it, or yeah, all kinds of irregularities where it appears either things are staged on that date, and even if they are just completely fabricated, that's one of the favorite numbers and codings that they like to use to indicate that. Potentially also just to give an insider's information that if I read any document, and assuming I'm part of this high class to know that, and then I see, okay, 19 occurs 3 times in 5 sentences, then I can already know, okay, it's a fraud. I no longer need to consider this, or I know, all right, it's done by my team, let's say, or however you want to explain it. One interesting correlation here I heard, which may be true or not, is that there is a guy in Germany who regularly then looks at newspaper pictures. I think it's a very interesting concept. And he always shows, and I also always wondered about this, just shows the pictures as they are in the print, right? And then often you have a black background, you have a red background. It's always in different shades, oftentimes at least. And the way he explains it is that this actually shows different, let's say, power factions, and describing basically who is a wild goose and left to dry, how you call it, who has the support of which group, and that this could potentially be simply shown through color coding in newspaper images. Don't know if it's correct. Everyone, please investigate for yourselves. But this would make perfect sense and could be one of the very simple ways that the general populace wouldn't notice. They wouldn't need any type of particular secret communication to anyone, but still anybody who knows about these basic codes could open any newspaper in any country in the world and immediately know, what the situation is in a way. Yeah, so I think it's an interesting concept.
Yeah, I mean, like, because if you don't know the codes, you would just take everything at face value. I mean, that's of course taken as granted. But like, if you know what the codes are, then it becomes obvious to you. You cannot miss it, right? Whether something is quote unquote real or fake, or supported by, if the signature is there, basically, you can see the signature,
Yes.
right?
Exactly. You can see the signature. Yeah, and I just wanted to relate this to this present day example, which may or may not be correct, but from the evidence I've seen, there is evidence for it. And with the 19, yeah, it seems pretty obvious. And again, like I said, in David books, he shows it very clearly. That's also why I think it's so great that he's doing so many presentations, because there he's like giving the hard facts in a shorthand version and the pictures and the things to look up for yourself. But then in the presentations, often he's tying it together more so that the different aspects are easier to relate to each other, let's say, because he's really, I want to say in the books, he's going straight to the facts, which also is very good and valuable in this way, because you can really see the evidence quite condensed, and you can see clearly with basic pattern recognition, something is really off here. It doesn't seem like organic happenings. Yeah.
Yeah, and I just want to go back to Dune real quick before we, give our final thoughts. And anybody who is familiar with that, you're talking about like a messianic type of character, with Dune, and it's the transformation of a desert and the freedom of the Fremen. The Fremen are the people, and like the who are subjugated, right? And then they're all banded together, and they're rising up behind this messianic character. And some people call it the Mahdi, some people call it the Kalki, some people call it Jesus. So there's kind of a prophetic aspect to this story, though, too, and the rising up against the establishment. Towards the end of the book, he himself, I think, turns into one of those giant worms, though, too, right?
Yeah, so I'm not so deep into the lore, but yes, that's a very interesting aspect. Also, that from what I understand, one of the basic ideas Frank Herbert actually wanted to convey, according to his own words, is a lesson on centralization, which is why I love it actually, because it's a systems theory book. And even that he says, yeah, the main protagonist actually decided, I will become this omnipotent sandworm, and control everything, because only then I will be able to wean people off of this, because I will suppress them so badly that this will completely shatter, but people will survive in the long term, and they will prosper, but they will be independent and sovereign, or at least more than they could be before. He thought he had to teach them that lesson. So that's another interesting thought experiment. And I believe what also involved here is that he can see the future, so the golden path, but also I believe, no, it's definitely there, he has access to the genetic memory. That's also part of the story, accessing genetic memory, or just again having somewhat of a clear vision of a past, which I think is also an important part of that story, which is partially also what I guess we're involved in here.
Yeah, the God Emperor of Dune, right? So, anyways, it was great having you. You have any final thoughts for us before we call it a night? We've been going for 9 or 5 hours straight, so been a really awesome show today. I mean, like, and it was really good to get to know you, Raphael. And you're doing great work. I highly recommend everybody to check out his channel and really take a look at what David Ewing Jr. is talking about, because he has gone through Fomenko stuff, and he's just simplifying it basically. He's adding his little twist here and there, but for the most part, it's verifiable, and then again, people have to do their own research. I will be reading some of David Ewing Jr.'s book that he has sent me. But any final thoughts, Raphael?
Oh, just thank you. I think I've said everything to anyone who's listening closely, and I'd like to thank you first of all. I seen you more or less just started streaming, but now very regularly already. I just looked at it a little bit yesterday. I was already like, oh, nice topics, really cool vibe, really great. So I just can recommend everyone watching from my channel, subscribe, and for really cool conversation with really interesting people, and keeping it real, for lack of a better term, as real as we can, honestly define it to be. So yeah, I just want to thank everyone, and thank you. And yeah, what can I say? Love yourselves, don't make yourselves go crazy with any of these things. Take care of your own health and your own well-being, so you can also take care of others. And yeah, and share whatever you can and want to share with those that are willing to listen, and with us, so that ideally together, that is still my strong belief, if we put all our puzzle pieces on the table with all the faculties and possibilities we have, I'm pretty sure we can figure out a lot more than where we're at today. And ideally that will also then serve, again, if this planet doesn't just reset itself when everything is somewhat all right, then it could be the idea for us and future generations just to have a more peaceful life with less drama, and yeah, more of all the joyful experiences we can have, if that is something, that is within providence for this planet or experience. I don't know, but I see the possibility, and it's one I like.
Yeah, and I also like that very well, and very much. And the fact of the matter is that we can bring about like real change, and we can bring about utopia to this world. We just need love, right? And then we need the truth, and we needed the dedication of wanting that for ourselves and the future generation. Again, all of this is not for our glory, is for is for others, is for God, it's really for whole of humanity, because like we're talking about these issues because it's important. Really, it comes down to the fact that what is the truth. We're all thirsty for the truth, and I really believe that we can get to the bottom of it. We're smart enough, we are dedicated enough to get there and be able to share that information with everybody, and then share that information with everybody else who might be interested. The question is, will you be interested enough to want to know the truth, or will you bury yourself under the distraction that they want you to be under? So again, thank you very much,
When the truth
Raphael.
is so much
And
more exciting, who would want that?
yeah, you cannot make this stuff up. I don't care how like imaginative you are, you cannot make this stuff up. This is out of this world type of information that we're sharing. This is a really, and I'm amazed with the truth. It's like they say truth is stranger than fiction. It's better than fiction. It's better than fiction. It really is,
Exactly.
and
That's
it's
it.
amazing world. We're amazing. We're living in an amazing world. We have amazing people. We have incarnated here for a reason. We do have a purpose. Find love, find purpose, and continue the way until you can't breathe anymore, and then continue on a little bit further after that, even.
And then who knows
All
where
right.
we'll actually end up then, the one day when we decide not to breathe anymore for whatever reason.
Yeah. Who knows? It's not up to me, but it doesn't matter, because I'm going to continue, because that's the right thing to do, and it's what I want to do. So my heart is aligned with that, and aligned with the truth, and aligned with compassion, and I surrender myself to the universal one, who is you can call it love, you can call it God, you can call it Allah. It doesn't matter to me. I know what it is, and I know that it exists, and I know that it is a living thing within all of us. So I'm going to end it with a song, and then I will see you around, Raphael. And then thank you very much again for being here.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone.
So let's see. Let's go with this one. I don't know if this is a song that you wanted me to play.